there's quite a few of them. 23 of them went out then. All 23 have qualified. So if all goes well, race number 1 just after 11 will be the RST Trackback Classics, Clubmans and Breakfast Run bikes. And then the program will meander on from there. But 118.365, Chris Williams has put the Ducati in pole position. Right, the second session coming out now is the RST and Suzuki South Superbikes qualifying. 10 minutes of qualifying. The bikes are busy rolling out onto the track for their qualifying session. These are the regional Superbikes, Super Masters, and the regional 600cc Super Sport motorcycles. These are the quickest things on 2 wheels. These guys do 110s, 111s, around the Killarney 112s, anything from a 112 to about a 110. The guys that are right up in Class A at the business center of the field. So the bikes are rolling around. They've completed their first outlap as they squirt these things across the line back into turn 1 KFM corner. A big thanks to all our sponsors here, KFM 94.5, the one of the sponsors and the media partner of the Western Province Motor Club. So big thanks to KFM 94.5 for sponsoring turn 1. They also sponsor the Tigerberg Straight as well. Then a big thank you to G Energy, the sponsor of turn 2, and to Car Care Clinic, the sponsor of turn 4, and to Fostron Lubricants, the sponsor of turn 5. Then a big thanks as well to Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car, Mr. Johnny van Niekerk Jr., Wingfield Motors in Goodwood and Kuilsriver. A big thanks to Johnny van Niekerk Jr. for the 9th year for the sponsorship of the Wingfield Motors Power Series right here at Killarney International Raceway. That's our sponsors. A big thank you as well to all the class sponsors as the Superbikes are out on track for their qualifying session, and we'll see the times come rolling through pretty soon. We've got the last of the bikes still coming through. Malcolm Rapson, provisional 1:14.913 on the ZX 1000 Quacker. He put the bike in pole. Now it's Jared Schultz. Now it's Ronald Slamet. My word, he's gone from a 1:14. It's gone to a 1:12.759 by the Red Baron. He's just shoved that ZX10R into a P1, has Slamet. Schultz has done a personal best of a 1:14.376 and a 1:14.913 by Malcolm Rapson. Now remember that 1:14.9 was pole, and he's almost 2 seconds slower now than Slamet. That stuck it there into P1. That could possibly change as the qualifying session goes on. We are approaching 6 minutes to go, so they have done 4 minutes of the session so far. As Schultz second quickest, Rapson third quickest, Snyman 1:17.838. He had it, I think he's probably the quickest of the 600 cc's. Ronald Slamet 1:12.759. The JP Markets and Truvine ZX10R. He's shoved it there into P1. There's 13 motorcycles that's gone out. Jock Ackerman has not posted a time yet. I'm sure when he crosses the line we'll see his time. He sits in 13th position so far. We've got Brandon Helpt out there, Rob Craig in the Masters, Rapson's in the Masters, Peter Helpt's in the Masters. The quickest Masters so far is Rapson, followed by Craig and by Helpt. Then we've got Lubabanu and Tasana, Gavin Lowe, and of course Jock Ackerman. They are the other Masters out there. Their jockey has now gone from P13 up to P9. He's done a 1:19.219. So the times are beginning to roll in, Francois, with 5 minutes left.
Yeah, so 13 bikes in it. A big up there to Peter Helpt to turn 60 this past week. Peter out there contending in the Masters, currently running 7th on the grid. He's riding that Yamaha R1M. That is the equivalent of what the likes of Rossi and Folk ride. A very, very quick machine. And already we see Q and Snyman up in the 112s. Ronald Slamet, Brandon Helpt 113. Well, Helpt hasn't been on a Superbike for a while. He had a little bit of a medical impasse, which he's now managed to rectify through medication, diet, and lots of proper exercise. Keep an eye on Helpt. When we get to the race, he'll be a lot quicker. He's just got to find his rhythm. Once that rhythm kicks in, we're going to see the ex-champion do fantastically well. He's also riding a Yamaha R1, and they come out of the Field Racing squad, so he will want to do pretty well together with his dad, Peter Helpt.
Well, 1:12.222 by Q and Snyman. He's now going to put that missile motorcycle ZX10 in pole position. So a man that also does very, very well in the virtual sim racing world on Assetto Corsa and on iRacing is Q and Snyman. Not only is he good and a superstar on two wheels when it comes to the virtual sim racing, he does extremely well there as well, does Q and Snyman. And he's bumped Slammer down onto the second row of the grid by approximately 4/10 of a second, nearly 4/10 of a second. Snyman is quicker than Slamet out there with Brandon Helpt. He's done a personal best of 1:13.135 and Schultz here 1:13.329. Rapson is the quickest master out there, 1:14.378. And Craig so far on a 1:16.817. So, geez, Malcolm Rapson is light years quicker than at this point in time Rob Craig and Jock Ackerman.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. Snyman setting early pace there, 1:12. Weather is conducive to racing. We'll have to keep an eye on the guys there. Jonathan Schwerin, I see now down in the 1:18s. He's riding that BMW 1000RR. He's still trying to come to grips with that motorcycle. It's a real piece for him. Hopefully, he will get a little bit quicker as the day goes on. And we'll have to see what happens there. I noticed that we don't see Trevor Westman out there, which is strange. I don't know if Trevor's just going to start from the back of the grid. He's not out there riding. Rob Craig, who's in the same stable, that's the Mad Max Kawasaki, and Mad Max growing at a great rate together. I see Stewie Tom has left Suzuki South and joined, or should I call it South Motorcycles, and joined the Mad Max stable. So to Stuart Tom, welcome on board there, Stewie. Nice to have you there at Mad Max. Mad Max in Somerset West and in Cape Town. And they're going from strength to strength, so we'll keep an eye there on Rob Craig, and hopefully Trevor Westman will come out a bit later.
Well, I do speak under correction. We all know that there's a extreme festival of speed racing at Swartkorps, and if the Superbikes are there, you might find Trevor Westman and Dave McFadden there, or are they in Cape Town?
Yeah, no, there's no bikes there at the
Oh,
Extreme.
there
It's a
isn't.
mini
Okay,
Extreme
fine.
festival. It's only for the cars. And
Okay.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, only their Thunder bikes are riding up there, from what I understand. But we'll try and pick it up on social media later, and we have a look-see there now. Jared Schultz on a 113, Brandon Alp 114. He says third on the grid. I think that could be a little bit incorrect, but we'll wait as the timing monitor goes on. We'll have to see what happens. The session, it's got about a minute left. And let's see, I see the flag has come out. So they had a short session. The flag has come out. Alp goes over the line on a 112.3. There we go. So right on pace with Q and Snyman. Brandon Haupt is finding his straps.
Yeah, 900ths of a second. He is slower than Q and Snyman, so he is right on pace. So the front row in the Superbikes will be Q and Snyman, Brandon Haupt, and Ronald Slammert. That will be the front row. The second row will be Gerald Schultz, Malcolm Rapson, and Jacques Ackerman. And your third row, Rob Craig, Peter Helpt, and Brett Roberts, followed there by Sean Mackerel, Donovan LeCroc, Gavin Lowe, Lubabanan Tasana, and Jonathan Schwerin.
Well, having a look at that now, we got a couple of 600. Jared Schultz, fourth on the grid there. He's on a 600. And then we have a look down the road there. Brett Roberts in 10th position on the 202 Lights by Linear Machine. He's on a 600. They come out of the RPM stable there from the McFadden. So keep an eye on them. Jared Schultz out of the race-based motorcycle stable. So all the local stables having a jostle between each other to see who's going to get line honors today. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And we look forward to our next qualifying session.
Right, all the bikes are rolling out of turn 5. They're rolling out of Fostron corner and making their way into pit lane. So 112.222 by bike number 19, Q and Snyman on the Missile Motorcycles Kawasaki ZX10. He is the quickest man out there, and he has shoved that thing into P1. Right, that was the RST Suzuki South Superbikes qualifying session. That's done and dusted. As we are approaching 10 o'clock, it's 2 minutes to 10. And we've had the second qualifying session come and go. It looks like the V8 Masters are going to be coming out for their qualifying session now. As I pan across the bridge to the opposite pit complex, I see quite a few V8 Masters rolling into the pit lane, and they will be coming out for their qualifying sessions shortly. So once again, a big thanks to Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car in Goodwood and Durbanville, and Goodwood and Kalshev, I apologize. Mr. Johnny van Niekerk Jr., the main sponsor of the Wingfield Motors Power Series. This is part 2. 2 weeks ago, we had the Clubmans, we had GTI Challenge, we had Power Sport bikes, we had single-seaters, together with Sports and GTs, the Pirelli Western Province Sports and GTs. And this is now the second part of that race event, where we've got the Superbikes, Clubman's bikes, V8 Masters, Supercars, Classic cars, and Fine cars that will be competing here today. As was said earlier on, the weather conditions today are a whole lot better than what it was 2 weeks ago. We do have rain predicted for Cape Town tomorrow. I had a look at Wind Guru. It's 100% low cloud cover. Wind blowing out to the northwest, and rain from the early hours of tomorrow morning right through until the early hours of Monday. So it's going to be very, very wet Cape Town tomorrow. The wind is from 39 km an hour to gusts up to 58 from the northwesterly. So that, but lucky for us, that's not today. So we should get through today without any weather issues. And then tomorrow, well, we always need the rain. We never ever say no to the rain. So the V8 Masters is rolling out onto the track, and there's quite a few of them that's working their way out onto the circuit. So the V8s coming out onto the track.
So qualifying carries on, and Makita Formula Supercars and a V8 Masters, they're normally running out on circuit together, and that's just because we got so many entries, but it also makes it pretty interesting when you've got so many cars out there. Joining me for this qualifying, Emil Brunt. He's our radio man and also the man that brings us lots and lots of information from downstairs. Emil, it's nice to have you up here for now, but I suppose it's not going to be for long. You're soon going to be going downstairs and doing what you love, mingling with all the boys downstairs.
We're keeping the social distancing intact as well. But Gary, yeah, nice opportunity to be here. First time here back during this whole COVID-19. Very weird not to have any spectators here. Yeah, all we can do is just wait, but hopefully that will change pretty much soon as well.
Maybe even on the 15th, because that is when the present period of time which was laid out by our esteemed president for the present situation that we're in now. So with a bit of luck, maybe it changes on Tuesday, and well, we'll have to see what happens from there. So this might be your first and last time that you're the only person here today, as the guys have now done their first lap around, their warm-up lap, coming through now to pick up some lap times. A 38 there by Sean Moore, as always, right up front where it counts. Fabio Tofani and Marcel Angel also in the front three places. I see there's a Dennis Gedak. That's a silver class. That is a new name to me. Nice to see Rui Campos is out there as well. Roderick Simpson, that's also not a regular name in this class. Jason Ibbotson, Menno Parsons. Wow, Ilan Kaplan, Sander Lebon. Wow, that's all names that we don't know, and that's car driver combinations that we're going to have to get accustomed to during the course of today.
I must say, quite a nice field of V8 Masters this morning, and I think the older competitor, Richard Schroeder, I mean, been around Killarney for many years. And
Ex-supercar driver as well.
Ex-supercar driver as well, yes. And as you said, keep an eye on Fabio Tofani as well. And I think this is probably only the second so getting the tires up, the temperature breaks as well, so should be very interesting.
Well, here we go. Now the guys have started with their flying laps. Marcel Angel tops it out by 3/10 from Fabio Tofani. Wouldn't be surprised if that does end up being the front row of the grid with Marcel and Fabio. Sean Moore, as expected, right up top and staying in that top grouping. Rui Campos, the Campos Transport entrant, on a 1:19.2, so he's obviously still building up pace and getting some temperature in the tires. Surprisingly, we've seen a lot of lockups. You see the smoke down there in turn number 1. That's from yet another lockup that's happened. So maybe you find these tires have been laying for a period of time. Woo, heavy smoking as they go down into turn number 1 once again. So you might find the tires have been laying for a long time. They're a little bit hard. I'm not too sure why, but I just find it surprising that we've had so many clouds of smoke under braking in all the corners, in fact.
Well, Gary, as you know, that a lot of guys probably haven't had that much track time as well, so just getting the feel for the vehicles again, and probably a little bit of different setups for all the drivers, seeing that it is a one-maker formula. So, but I would definitely keeping an eye on the top 5 here. Fabio Tofani was quicker, said with a 1:16, but Sean Moore coming up with a 1:15. And Marcel Angel just topping that one as well.
As quick as you can say it. So Marcel Angel, the Orderhouse Angel entrant, 1:57.80. So definitely the guys are holding up the pace as we see Alistair Brown moves himself up. Wow, the top silver class entrant, the 1:18.1 by Alistair Brown. The next silver class entry there being Roderick Simpson from Dennis Gedak. And that's going up to 1:18s and 1:20. Richard Schroeder says let's go and play as well. And Richard Schroeder gets himself up into the top 5.
Marcel Angel had a bit of a moment there in turn 2, actually spun it around, but collected himself again and is back on pace. And Gary, keeping a lookout there for Richard Schroeder. He was in 13th position and has worked his way up there to 4th. So I think the top 6 is going to be the times. I think it's been pretty close.
Remember that Mark Ridgway on a 1:18. I'm sure the next time he comes around is going to be quicker. No doubt about that. Rui Campos also on a 1:18.8. I'm sure that next time he comes through, he will knock a quicker time than that as well.
4 minutes and 20 seconds still in the qualifying session for the Viet Masters. Marshall Angel still top in the chart at the moment, 1 minute 15.7. Fabio Tofani second, Sean Moore, Richard Schroeder, and Alistair Brown your top 5. And as I said, the changes again.
Brian Evans decides, what about me? You guys never mentioned me. Pops up 5th there on the board, a 1:18.0. So still a bit off on Marcel and Fabio, but to be expected that Sean, Fabio and Marcel down there in the 1:15s. Probably find Richard Schroeder's going to go a bit quicker as well, also building up the pace as he goes. So Mark Ridgway is going to have to pull something out of the bag if he wants to get onto the front 3 rows of the grid.
The time counting down, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Marshall Angel still on top there with a 1 minute 15.7. Just keeping, I think the temperatures and tires should be up. I think that the last 2 minutes, I think we should get a fair indication of your top 6 possibly.
Well, Tofani just went through now on another lap and 3/10 slower than the quickest one that he's done. So keeping in mind 2 minutes 55 still to go. He'll be able to put in another lap. Or see, he has slowed down. So I think Fabio's decided the front row of the grid is quite fine. He will stay right there. Alistair Brown gets himself back up into that 5th position. So Sean Moore and Richard Schroeder will be on the 2nd row of the grid. But I think Richard Schroeder would love to get a little bit closer than that in terms of overall lap times. Although he's there on the board where he needs to be for the pull away itself, he's just done a 1 minute 24. So he's backed right off the gas as well. So I think Richard Schroeder, 2nd row of the grid, but I think that's about as good as it's going to get for now. Alistair Brown, the first of the silver class guys, doing a brilliant job. 3rd row of the grid, a 1:17.9. Closest to him is 9th on the grid on a 1:19.8. So that's 1.9 seconds quicker than the nearest competition in Class C.
I'm glad to see Rui Campos there in 8th position. I'm sure this is probably just waiting for a little bit of a gap as well to get some clean air and to put in one decent lap with 1 minute and 47 seconds left.
Notable, if you look at the leaderboard from 1st to 8th, all the well-known regulars. From 9th down to 14, all the newcomers. Just shows you the experience coming through.
Well, I see someone is in the pits at the moment, probably just doing a little bit of data checking, and that's Sean Moore there. So just making sure everything is right, tire pressures, and on the way out of the pits now to probably give it another go. But as you see, Gary, definitely the top 8, I think, is going to be your main contenders for the day.
Well, Richard Schroeder comes through, does another lap. His fastest was a 1:17.1. He just did a 1:17.8. And he has made it across the start-finish line with a minute to go. He looks like he's on a flyer. I see Tofani's still out there, and having gone back into the pits, Marcel Angel. So he's quite happy that 1:15.7 will do the trick. It's a 1/10 of a second quicker than Fabio. He's on the inside line. That's where he wants to be. Ilan Kaplan coming through, the 1:22.611. That is his fastest lap that he's just done now. So Roderick Simpson finds himself now in a 3rd overall in the silver class. The leader in the silver class, Alistair Brown, on the 3rd row of the grid, a 1:17.9. Then 2 gold class cars in Brian Evans and Mark Ridgway there behind him. And then the first of the newcomers, Jason Ibbotson, is the first of the newcomers that comes in there, and leading out the silver class on a 1:19.5, and that ahead of Roderick Simpson by the better part of 0.8 of a second. So Jason must be on kind of a high now as a newcomer, and so far qualifying a 2nd in class.
Well, Gary, the qualifying has just ended. I think the checker flag should be coming out. So a couple of cars that are just completing their laps.
There was Richard Schroeder that came through now, and he was within 2/10 of his previous best. So he's found his niche. He's quite happy. Jason coming through, finishing his final qualifier, 2nd in the silver class. Roderick Simpson and Dennis Gedak, those two are still out on circuit. A possibility that they could make up. They're not that far off Jason, so they might just pip him as to the second position overall for Class B. Let's see as they come through now underneath us. Yeah, Mark Ridgway doesn't manage to go any quicker. He comes across the line. Kaplan, Le Bon still to come. Simpson, nope, Simpson can't do it. A 120.325 that finds him third overall in the silver class and on the 5th row of the grid on the outside. I think that's pretty much the last of the flying laps. I don't hear anybody else or see. Oh, here's one more to come. Would that be Richard Schroeder? Yes, it is. He's rolled out of the gases, Richard Schroeder. And, well, he does a 17.7, although he had already backed off before he came across the line. So doing 1 minute 17s, mid 1 minute 17s regularly is Richard Schroeder. That's when you see when the old hands come through. They just got that stability about them. He went out, he slowly but surely built it up over 3 laps, put in a low 117, and then he slowed down for 1 lap, and then he went and he did 3 laps within 0.5 of a second thereafter. And you can see now he's quite calm, quite relaxed, and probably one of the longest active racing drivers at Killarney. If you think Richard Schroeder from back in the day until now, probably 2.5 decades. What a lovely shot I see there on the TV as the guys pull into the new pit area and they line themselves up.
Gary, I'm going to stick my head out here. If you look at Marcel Angel, Fabio Tafani, and Sean Moore, both of them in 1 minute 15s, 15.7, 15.8, and 15.9. With 3 races today, I think this is going to be fun. And then don't forget Richard Schroeder. He can just upset the party a little bit.
Oh, look, definitely those 3, there'll be nothing much in it. It's pretty much who comes out of turn 1 KFM corner first. But Sean Moore, Right, we come back to you with the qualifying for Makita Formula Supercars. They normally run with the V8 Masters. Well, they've got the qualifying out there separately. So it'll be nice to see all the top protagonists coming out there. Ryan McCarthy, the first man out there with a Stilettos Club sponsor. Hilton Peters, Andrew Moffat, Glenn Phillips. All the regulars. Stuart Spooner, the first of the silver class guys to come through. Gary Thompson's out there as well. Craig Massane. Numbers looking very nice. Cedric Le Bon out there as well. Alton Steyn also making it out on circuit, and then another newcomer, Kellen De Bruin. Young man that started in gravel karting, then moved to KPL drivers and raced a bit of minis, and decided now time to move onto the main circuit. Looks like Alton Steyn actually just spun coming out of KFM corner. Looks like it's all good. Back onto the circuit. So 10 of them out there, Makita Formula Supercars, a series that's been running for many, many years. And Francois, some very big names that have come through this class through the years.
Indeed, sir. Your current reigning champion, Ryan McCarthy, sits out there. They'll post the time pretty shortly. They're on their first lap out there. Already 3.5 minutes gone. Jeez, how time flies when you're having fun. Andrew Moffat, he and Glenn Phillips, they'll be up there contending together with Stuart Spooner. Keep an eye on them. I'd like to see how some of the young lads do, the newcomers, and see what they can do. Already there, Ryan McCarthy, a 1:27.1, already posting the quick time out there. That's pretty good. Andrew Moffat's there with him too, much the same time. Gary Thompson, well,
to the thousandth of a second.
Yeah.
1:27.061. Wow. No, sorry, it's changed.
It's 400th of a
Yeah,
second.
it's 400th of a
Cedric Le
second.
Bon.
So 1:27.104 for Ryan McCarthy and Andrew Moffat. How do you go around 2.5 kilometers of racetrack and come out within a thousandth of a second? One thousandth of a second. It's almost impossible. That's the thickness of the paint on the front bumper.
No, you know what it is? Someone's just moved their little transponder a bit further forward.
As Tiny says, where did you put your transponder today?
Yeah.
So as we said, Cedric Le Bon, 1:27.061. Newcomer, new name to the class in the gold class, and that's pretty much by 400ths of a second, if you want to call it that, from Ryan and Andrew. Gary Thompson also there in the gold class from Hilton Peters. Glenn Phillips, I take it that Hilton Peters is not the Hilton Peters that commentates cycling. It's another Hilton Peters. We must actually get that Hilton Peters up here somewhere along the line. And then the silver class, Craig Massane, Stuart Spooner, the only two entrants in the silver class. Ryan McCarthy says, good morning, gentlemen. 1:24.5.
Just putting it out there. Sorry, just the name correction there, Gary. It's actually Sean Peters, who's the cycling commentator. But Hilton Peters is the ex-Carter, the son of Jet and Chantal Peters. Hilton Peters carrying the sponsor there of Container World, so he's got Jet sponsoring him. Ryan McCarthy, a 1:24.5. Just putting it out there, saying to the guys, hello, this is now 2.5 seconds quicker than what you thought was quick. So welcome to the party. Andrew Moffat up there on a 1:26.9 now. Cedric Le Bon down in third. Gary Thompson up to fourth. Hilton Peters 5. Glenn Phillips 6. Alton Steyn 7. Stuart Spooner, Craig Massane, and Kellen De Bruin obviously just getting used to the car.
Yeah, the young lad, I must actually check his age. I think he's like 14, 15, 16. Must be about 16 to be able to qualify, to be out there. Kellen De Bruin. Remember, these cars realistically have never been the best handlers in terms of if the tail end steps out very, it's like a NASCAR. Once the tail end steps out, you got to be really special. You must have had a strong cup of coffee in the morning to be able to catch it and bring it back in line again. So give the young lad a chance. He's got the guts to go out there with these motor cars. They're pushing around about 125 kilowatts, probably around about the 210, 215, 220 Newton meters around about. I'm guessing off the top of my head, just from prior experience with these motors. Car driver combination probably around about the 800 kilogram mark. So to get around the island in 124s, you've got to pedal some. You've got to be on the edge. And remember, it's one-make racing, so you cannot just go and lay out 50,000 Rand on 4 shock absorbers and go a second quicker and say, geez, guys, catch me. Doesn't work like that. You've got pretty much the same as what the man next to you and behind you has got. You've got to drive that extra time out of it.
As far as I know, it's a 2-litre 16-valve Opel motor that they're running.
It's a 2-litre 8-valve.
8-valve, okay. Well, there we go.
2-litre 8-valve, and they've got a lot of limitations on the motor. That is why you virtually never see one of these cars below a motor, because the motor is designed in a way that you don't skim the head to pieces and port it to pieces, etc., etc. The reason why I know that is when Carmen was racing with the Opel Kadett with a 2-litre, I actually got one of these supercar heads, which I swapped for a head which had been skimmed less, because there's a limitation as to how much you can skim the head and press the compression ratio up. And the head that we got was on the limit, and the guy said, not going to take a chance. The car must be legal. And we ran that head on 123 kilowatt. I think the guys can go up to about 127, 128 around about there, but it still remains a very, very reliable 8-valve Opel motor.
Well, I think that's the big thing, is the reliability factor that makes the racing exciting. You know you're going to be out on circuit. If anything does go awry, it would be that you're overworking the car, for instance, the clutch plate or possibly the brakes. So it makes it competitive. It's all up to the driver, and that's the nice thing about one-class series. That's always up to the driver ability to see where they can go. So still Ryan McCarthy. Hilton Peters has slotted up now into second place. He's climbed the ladder a little bit. Andrew Moffat there on third. Gary Thompson and Cedric LeBon and Stuart Spooner will make up that second row. Then it's Glenn Phillips, Alton Steyn, Kellen De Bruin, and then Craig Massane bringing up the rear.
Oh, Kellen De Bruin pops up a whole heap quicker, a 128.3. That's like 3 seconds quicker than what he was earlier on. So he's definitely got a bit of temperature into the tires, wiped the tears away, put on a brave face and said, let's get the hammer down and let's get going with the 16 car. So Kellen De Bruin, the young lad, must be the youngest out there, probably with just a couple of months to spare, making the cut off in terms of age. So he's not even legal to ride out there on the road. He can't go fetch his girlfriend to go out for supper, but he can race on the track.
Well, theoretically he can, but he can't.
Well,
we know how that works.
Yeah, we know how that works. Yeah.
Now, and have a look at this. Ryan McCarthy says, you know what, I'm not finished yet. I'll just go up to a 124.2.
Well, Hilton Peters has upped the ante, a 25.6 and a 25.9 by Andrew Moffat, but that is the end of the session. So that means Ryan McCarthy, Andrew Moffat will be on the front row of a good 1.4 seconds by Ryan McCarthy on the rest of the pack. Well, that's brilliant. Andrew Moffat, you would expect to be pretty much right up on the front row of the grid. Hilton Peters and Gary Thompson. At least Hilton Peters is there on a 125.9. So it looks pretty much like a three-way battle for the top honors in the gold class. And then Cedric LeBon, with that's a new car driver combination to my mind. Glenn Phillips, surprisingly, Glenn Phillips only doing a 127.4. I say only, it's still pretty quick. But I would have thought Glenn Phillips would have been a little bit closer to the likes of Andrew Moffat. So, yeah, all goes well. I think you'll find that he'll move towards the top 5. And then Stuart Spooner from Kellen De Bruin, Alton Steyn, and Craig Massane. So Kellen De Bruin doing a pretty decent job. If you think that 4th place Gary Thompson is doing a 127 and Kellen De Bruin in 8th is doing a 128, that's just a second and a tad off. That's not bad for first time out. Well done, Kellen De Bruin.
Right, the next qualifying session that's coming out onto the pits is the BJ Trustees fine cars. They are rolling out of the main pit complex into turn 1 KFM corner. You see them making their way through. Their 10-minute qualifying session has just begun. The fine cars and classic cars will qualify separately, but of course out there on the race they will be together. But so far for the qualifying session, the two groups will qualify separately, and the fine cars, the BJ Trustees fine cars, are out for their qualifying session. Not too many of them out there, but they will be joining the classic cars when they come to their first race, which will be the 4th race in heat number 1. Remember, we've got 3 heats today, 4 races in each heat, so everybody will be doing 3 heats. Heat 1, we'll have a bit of a break. We'll do heat 2. They'll do a circuit cleanup, and then we'll go into the 3rd heat. And if all goes well, we should be finished somewhere after 5, not too late. So the cars are beginning to make their way across the line. You see there on your monitors a group of cars that's heading down the back straight towards Fostron Corner. That is turn 5, a whole heap of these BJ Trustees fine cars in their qualifying stint. Marshals waving the green flags there to show the circuit is clear as they head out of Fostron Corner. That's the 5th and final corner at Killarney. A lot of them working their way out of 5. Here you see them coming down the main straight. The grid positions, that's the pit exit of the opposite pits. And if you have a look on the top right hand side of your screen at home, you'll see the commentary box. That's where Francois Butler, Gary Fleming and myself, Frankie Yennis, is in. I can actually see Gary Fleming standing by the window of the commentary box. That is Gary and myself that you see there in the commentary box. Francois Butler has just gone downstairs, and Emil Brunt is doing his necessary for the club. So those are the fine cars that are out there. Robert Toscano, Fred Phillips, Rodney Green, Chris Champion, Dave Alexander, Di Dugmore, Gunther Appelgrein, and young Justin Brink. Those are the cars that are out there so far. 8 of them. There might even be more of them working their way around. Those are the first 8. So, yeah, we're going to have a look and see at their qualifying session. Brought to you by Wingfield Motors, the Wingfield Motors Power Series, in conjunction with KFM 94.5, Western Province Motor Club, and Killarney International Raceway. A big thanks to all the sponsors. BJ Trustees for the fine cars. Millstock are the sponsors for the pre-1980 and 1990 classic cars. Robbie Toscano has done the quickest lap so far, 1:39.574 in the Mazda MX-5. So Robbie is the quickest man out there, and he's done it on his 2nd lap. Robert Toscano. We'll have a look and see as the rest of the cars filter across the line to see exactly who's going to get the quickest times there. Rodney Green came through in the MG. He's done a 1:49.54. That's a personal best for Rodney Green. Fred Phillips, a 1:41.209 in the Morgan. Chris Champion has done a 1:45 dead in a MG. Dave Alexander coming through a PB of 1:46.497 in a Austin Healey. And those are the first few cars that have qualified or that have done a lap so far. Di Dugmore has done a 1:55.941, also out there in a Austin Healey Sprite, I think it is, part of Piri Piri Racing. We'll have a look-see as the rest of the cars come through. Gunther Appelgrein has done a 1:56.876 in his BMW. Justin Brink in the Opel Kadett, sponsored by Access Auto, has done a 1:57.330. And you're waiting for Theo Klaassen and Stephen Manuel to come through to complete another lap, or to complete their lap and put up a qualifying time. 10 of them out on the track so far, which 8 of them has posted a time. It's make it 9. It's only Stephen Manuel in the Nissan Skyline that still needs to post a time. So 5 minutes in this session has gone. Theo Klaassen is now the quickest man out there, 1:33.981. in his Nissan Skyline. There are two Skylines out there today, one by Theo Klaassen and the other one by Stephen Manuel. Stephen has not posted a time yet, so 9 out of the 10 cars gone out onto the track, and 9 of them have posted times. 1:33.981 by Theo Klaassen. Fred Phillips, he's the second quickest man out there in the Morgan. Robert Toscano had provisional pole at one point in time, of 1:37.118 in the Mazda MX-5. He is now the third fastest man out there, behind Klaassen and Phillips. Rodney Green in the MG has done a 1:37.9. Dave Alexander and Austin Healy, he's 1:41.218. So 1:33.981 by car 185, the Nissan Skyline of Theo Klaassen. He is on provisional pole so far with 4 minutes left in the session. Right, so we are approaching the end of the Bijo Trustees Fine Cars qualifying, with Theo Klaassen still the quickest man out there, 1:33.902, and he did that in lap 3, so he's bettered. He's a previous quickest time as Theo Klaassen. Gunther Appelgrein still out in a 1:34.596, and Fred Phillips in a 1:35.102, and they did their PBs on lap number 3 together with Klaassen. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in this qualifying session for the Bijo Trustees Fine Cars. Well, with Gunther Appelgrein doing a 1:34 and Theo Klaassen doing a 1:33, he's almost 7/10 of a second, 0.694 to be exact, slower than Klaassen. I think Klaassen has done enough with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to leave and keep that Nissan Skyline on pole. And as I say that, it changes. Gunther Appelgrein says, no, Frankie, you are wrong. I'm going to stick the E36 in pole position. He does a 1:33.604 in the Appelgrein Trading E36 BMW. So he dumps Theo in the yesterday's Euros Skyline into second place, and all of a sudden the 1:33.902 becomes a personal best. It's no longer the fastest time out there with Fred Phillips on a 1:35.102 in the Morgan. He is the third fastest, and Toscano in the MX-5 on a 1:35.595. He is the fourth quickest, and those are the first 2 rows of the grid. 2 minutes left in the 10-minute qualifying session. Will Gunther Appelgrein do another lap or so, or does he feel he's done enough? I don't think so. He was only 0.295 of a second quicker than Theo Klaassen. He's the BMW over the Skyline. So I think Appelgrein and Klaassen might stay out there all the way, although they are slowing down. I do see Appelgrein making his way into a fast run corner, into turn number 5, working his way out there. I don't know if he's going to come through again. Yes, he does. Justin Brink is the 10th man out there. He's almost done a 2 minutes, 1:57.330. That cadet is not up to pace, and I don't quite know what's going on, but he seems to be a lot quicker now as he works his way towards a turn 2, towards G Energy corner. Let's have a look and see. There's only 1 minute left in the qualifying session for the Bijo Trustees Fine Cars. So Appelgrein 1:33.607. I don't think Theo Klaassen is going to better that time. Theo just crossed the line now in the Skyline going into turn 1. So no, he will start on the front row but in second position.
Well, Justin Brink's got brake problems. They were battling with a brake booster system Wednesday already, and managed to try and get some assistance from Westcape Spares to make bits and pieces available to them. But it's a bit of a mix and match braking system in that vehicle, and it looks like that is still causing a bit of a problem for him. I think I doubt he's going to make it around in time to start another lap. So unfortunately, all he's going to learn is how much brakes there is or isn't as he goes down into Cape Town corner. Fast on. Whoa, he gets it completely sideways and loses it. In fact, goes off the top end of the circuit in Cape Town corner and parks it very near to the tyre wall. Fortunately, it wasn't picked up on the static camera on that side. But yeah, the tail end got away. In fact, just before he went out of the pits, his father, Marius Brink, was busy setting on the rear tyre pressures on that motor car. So yeah, a bit of a learning curve for the young man out there. Either way, he's made it onto the circuit. He's out there for the day, and the Access Auto Cadet will be on the start line.
Well, on the flag lap, Gunther Appelgrein goes and posts another quickest lap of 1:32.651, 1.251 seconds quicker than Theo Klaassen in the Nissan Skyline. So Justin Brink will qualifying 10th. His quickest time was a 1:57.330. He's almost 25 seconds behind the man in pole position, and 3.891 seconds behind the 9th place driver, Di Dugmore. So that was the qualifying session for the BJ Trustees Fine Cars.
Right, folks, so next up we'll have the BJ Trustees and Millstock pre-1980 and 1990 Classic Cars qualifying. And this weekend sees a couple of cars returning to Killarney Raceway after lockdown. And the Killarney Gardens Motor Space can't wait. They've got so excited they convinced Daniel Lotte, the Mark 1 Escort, the number 147 from Sasselberg, and Steve Truter, also in the Mark 1 Escort, number 135 from Peter Marisburg, to come and take on local boys Bruce Avon Taplin in the Toyota Corolla, the number 77, and the 2017 Classic Car champion Wayne Lotte in the Mark 1, number 120. All racing out the Killarney Gardens Motor Spares stable. Killarney Gardens Motor Spares situated in Silverstone Road here in Killarney Gardens. They're open as well on the weekend, so if the guys need spares, they can pop over there. So we wish the four drivers in that stable to lots of fun and good luck for the weekend. And I'm sure Wayne Lotte will be wanting to show up his brother and his visitors from up north in Peter Marisburg. And let's have a look, see how that one pans out. And we'll give you a little bit more on that field as they get posted. I expect a lot of close racing here with a lot of champions out there going to be wanting to prove their worth as the season continues.
Right, so the Millstock pre-80 and pre-90 classic cars roll out of the opposite pit complex. We've got the two pit complexes, the main pit complex and the one opposite. For many, many years we've been saying the new pit complex. It theoretically is, but it isn't anymore. It's been here for a couple of years. So pit complex A and pit complex B, I think, would be more appropriate at this point in time. So we see the classic cars rolling out of both pit complexes. Steven Heidenrich just made his way out with the yellow Datsun. We've got yellow flags in turn 1 in KFM corner. I think it's just for the drivers just to be careful. No, we don't. We have a Granada that has spun there in KFM corner on cold tires. But no harm done, as that could be Malcolm Ayton-Bogard in the Granada. Yes, it would be Malcolm Ayton-Bogard in the Granada. He's one of the favorites in that Ford Granada of his to walk away with overall honors. Charlie Arton will also be one of the favorites out there. Michael Hitchcock should be out there in the Ford Mustang. Yes, I don't see the Ford Mustang out there yet. We'll have a look and see. It might be out on track. There it goes down the back straight. Yes, that's 67 on the side of that car. So there goes that Mustang. Andrea Bate is out there. She'll be in the Morris Minor. Then Jacques Blom, Dion Conradi, Philip de Toy, Herman de Kock, James Mathieu, and Neil Maton in the Alpha Julia.
That Jacques Blom Ford Sierra, sponsored by Speed Bandit, is in those very famous Texaco racing colors that the folks might pick up out there. So keep an eye out for that one a bit later on there. Charlie Arton in the Datsun 240Z already posting a time of 1:42. Michael Hitchcock's there with him. Like I said, Jacques Blom in that Ford Sierra rolls up into P4 with Dion Conradi in the Toyota Conquest there in P4. And then in P5, Philippe de Toy. Andrea Bate in a little Morris is out there, but we still wait for the rest to post. Sometimes they'll roll around, and I can assure you it's going to be a good scrap here today. These classic cars drivers really enjoy their racing, so expect nothing less than the gloves off early and a good scrap out there. But at the moment it's qualifying, and let's see how they do, Frankie.
Yeah, there's about 17 or 18 of them out on track so far, with the Granada of Ayton-Bogard being the last man through, seeing that he spun the car in turn 1 KFM corner. The monitor shows 16 cars. Bruce Evelyn Taplin in the Toyota. So far, Charlie Arton's done a 1:42.955 in the 240Z Datsun. Well, let's see if he can keep that thing in pole position. I don't quite know. Remember that Mustang is out there and that Granada, and they're going to give the 240Z as it comes past us again go for its money. There goes Charlie Arton down the Porsche main straight, squirming into turn 1 KFM corner, and 1:24.340. I thought the Mustang might have pipped him, but he has not.
Right, so we watch a couple of the cars coming out of turn 5. And there you see the little Morris there of the only lady out there at the moment. And she'll be having a lot of fun out. That's Andrea Bate. There's that little Morris. There goes the yellow Datsun of Steven Heidenrich. So Steven Heidenrich, that Datsun absolutely beautifully turned out. And down into KFM corner now, rolling out there. And that Morris, well, that Morris, Frankie, absolute feat of engineering. Have you looked under the hood?
No, but that is a lovely little motor car that Andrea Bate is campaigning in, that Morris Minor. It is heading now into turn 2 G-Energy corner. And she's behind Bruce Evan Taplin in the Corolla. And she'll have a lot of fun out in the motor car. Remember, she used to race Clubmans, and she also raced GTI Challenge at one point in time, and she also did a stint in the National Polar Cup. So she's been around racing for many, many years, has Andrea Bate. And then sadly had a horrible incident which kept her back for a couple of years. And praise the Lord that she has recovered from that. And we see Andrea back out fully fit in the Morris Minor, and just having a hell of a lot of fun in that little motor car as it now makes its way. You won't see it on your screen, but it's making its way down into turn 5 fast run corner.
Well, plenty of racing out there now. And there you see the cars going down into turn 5. That's your back straight view as the cars come down the back straight in full tilt, going down there into turn 5 fast run corner as we know it. And then exiting out here into the main straight going down the main straight. So plenty happening out there. That big BMW going down there, that's Cliffy Bacon. It's a block of flats, so to speak, a big 5 Series BMW, and he has oodles of fun out there. So keep an eye out on those ones as they have. I see Hammond the Cock going through there in the Escort as well.
Another man that I noticed that's moved up from fine cars to classic cars is James Mattia in the Honda Ballard. As a matter of fact, he's working his way towards turn 2 G-Energy corner in that white Honda. And he's now decided, well, no more in the fine cars. He wants to go to the classic cars. So that's another man that's moved from the one. I wouldn't say moved up. He's moved from one section to another section.
Yeah, campaigning a little Civic CRX, having lots of fun out there. Charles Arton still rolling out on top there in the 240Z Nissan. Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang there. Stephen Heidenreich now going up into P3 in that little Datsun. So lots out there. Malcolm Bogard behind him there in the in picture there. You saw the Ford Granada. Wayne Lotter in the first of the escorts there from the Killarney Gardens Motor Spares car. Dr. Jeff Beale sitting there behind him. Bruce Avon Taplin in that 77 Corolla sits there behind him. Cliffy Bacon in that block of flats, that 535i BMW. Philippe Dutoy behind him. Dancing Dave Aladef in that yellow Alpha Junior. Hammond Cock in that red and white Escort. James Mattia, as we said, in the little CRX. Jacques Blom in that Texaco Sierra. Neil Maton also in a Sierra. And then Andrea Bate bringing up the rear in that little Morris.
Yeah, and Dion Conradi is actually the 16th man out there. He's done a 149.452 in his Conquest, Dion Conradi. But 124.228 by Charlie Arton. He's 0.8 of a second quicker than the Ford Mustang of Michael Hitchcock in the Cape Forklift Services sponsored Ford Mustang. He sits there in that second position. Malcolm Bogard in the Granada has moved up into third. He's done a 128.261. That's his personal best in the Ford Granada Piranha. He's there in that third position. And then rounding off the second row of the grid is Stephen Heidenreich in the Datsun.
Frankie, you might notice that Daniel Lotte is not out there. He's in the Escort up from Johannesburg. He won't be out there. I think he'll start from the back of the grid. He had a little bit of cooling issues this morning. I was chatting to them earlier on and online, and they said that apparently they were finding that the motor was getting a little bit hot after about 8 or 9 minutes. So I think they'll just run the race and keep an eye on that motor. But we do wish him the best of luck, and we hope to see him out on circuit.
Right, there's 1 minute and 25 seconds left to go in the Millstock Cars pre-80 and pre-90 classic car qualifying session. So their session is almost done and dusted. And by the time their session is done, it will be close to 11 o'clock. And round about 11:05, we will start with the first race of the day.
Well, going up into third place now, Malcolm Bogard has posted a good time there now. He's gone up to a 128.2. So that Granada now finding its feet there ahead of Stephen Heidenreich. Wayne Lotter in the Escort sitting there with Stephen together with Dr. Jeff Beale. Those are Class A and B cars. And the checkered flag come out. You see there on screen, checkered flag. That means the session has ended. So one or two folk might just post a better time crossing the line. But provisionally, all things being equal, as you see there on screen, that is your qualifying, and that's how they'll line up when they go racing.
I think the entire classic car field has made its way towards the checkered flag. The is a Ford Sierra that's working its way down the back straight. There are a few more cars coming towards us. We'll have a look and see if they can put in personal best times. There are a few of them making their way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. But Charlie Arton, 124.228 in the Datsun 240Z is the fastest man out there. Stevie Heidenreich has done a personal best of 129.773 in the Datsun 160Z. Right, so that is the end of the qualifying session for the Millstock classic cars. That's the pre-1918, pre-1990 cars. And that also brings the entire qualifying session to an end. I'm sure we'll have a quick track cleanup and a quick track inspection by the marshals and the officials. And then in about 5 or 10 minutes from now, we'll go into race number 1, heat number 1. Remember, we're doing 3 heats today. Each heat will have 4 races. So there's 12 races on the cards today. Classic and fine cars qualified separately, but they race together. V8 Masters and Supercars also classified separately, but they also go out on track and race together. So 12 races, 3 heats of 4 races each.
So to the viewers at home and to our folks at the circuit, next up the RST Track Mac Classics Clubmans and Breakfast Run Motorcycles. 23 competitors out there, and I think we're going to have absolute blistering pace there. A couple of thousands and 600s, one or two GSXR 750s in there too. And Zubair Adams on the GSXR 750 currently leading the Clubman's class on points. Let's see what he can do. Zubair Adams, one of the local lads at Killarney, and he's migrated through the Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club, Ishrad Mohammed and company will be out there, and they'll be having lots and lots of fun. So we're going to see how this one's going to pan out as they roll out onto the circuit. We've got Mark Ruiz and Mitch Robertson are out there on those 1125R Buells. So the Harley Davidson Buell stable being represented. Eric Buell building those bikes back in the day. I say back in the day, not too long ago, probably about 10 years ago. Fantastic motorcycles, working on a V system. And Mark Ruiz and Mitch Robinson will be campaigning them to see what they can do and hopefully post some good times in the classic section of those motorcycles. So we have screenshots there of the back straight. You'll have a couple of bikes rolling down that back straight pretty shortly. And they'll roll down there into that turn number 5 Fostron corner at a tremendous alarming rate. You can see the brake boards there, 150, 150 there on your left-hand side. That is where they start grabbing a handful of the compound to see if they can get those motorcycles stopped there. We go into turn 1 as the bikes leave pit lane. And we'll see what times they can post. So currently the quickest man that was out there on the qualifying session was Chris Williams on the 1299 Panigale, and I'm sure that he's going to be able to make the most of it. So just a bit of a warm-up here now for the bikes. They get a 2-lap warm-up to get some heat into those tires and bed in the brakes. And then they'll come up onto the grid proper. You see them there on camera coming out of turn 1, KFM corner, going up to your bear straight up towards turn number 2, which is known as the G Energy corner. They'll go down into turn number 3, work their way up the KFM straight to the Car Care Clinic corner as we know it. That's turn number 4, and work their way down the back straight. There you see them going down through the kink down into turn number 3 on screen. So the bikes just head up, a little bit of heat into those tires. They come out of turn number 3, work their way up turn number 4. And when they come out of turn number 4 is a double right-hander, folks. So the bikes have to pitch it in nicely to double apex. There you see they go into the corner and they've got to bend again. A double right-hander. And then work your way down the back straight. And they'll come up to line up on the grid proper. There you see them going down in towards turn number 5 at high speed. See the guys behind the fairings go down. Then they sit up as they hit the brakes and work their way down into turn number 5 Fostron corner before they come up onto the main straight and come up to the grid proper. So we look forward to a very exciting race, and it'll be underway pretty short. It's going to be an 8-lapper, and expect nothing but absolute war out there. Frankie joining me on this one.
Yeah, I want to say big thanks excuse me, to our IMUSAT sports team. A big thanks to Stephen, to Z, to Gareth, Gideon and Alex. They are the 5 people that's making it happen. IMUSAT, that is the website where you can watch today's racing. So the IMUSAT television production team of Stephen, Z, Gareth, Gideon and Alex, a big thanks, and especially to Gareth. Wherever we talk, wherever we go, whatever we say, he's going to be following us, that you people at home can get the best possible viewing of what's happening here today.
Well, there we go on screen now. That's our full field. Our pole sitter, Chris Williams and Wayne Orense, Willem Binnendal there. Michael Hunter, Paul Ruler, Justin Mikkel, followed by Josh Stroch, Robbie Pedrica, Nigel Boer, Michael de Toy, then Zubair Adams, Malefe Ratlachani, Faisal Mohammed, Brandon Bramdor, Mitch Robinson, Willem Lowe, Mark Russ, Stavro Michael, Pity Hill, Ishrat Mohammed, Nassif Smart, Donovan Stevens and Clinton Romand are all the guys that are out there, and they're looking to have oodles of fun as we have some good bike racing. The opening race of the day.
Right, we just see the riders beginning to make their way into the grid positions. Chris Williams and Wayne Arendse, they're on the front row of the grid already. It looks like we've got to wait for Willem Binnendal on bike 25 to come through. I do not see Binnendal out on the track at this point in time. So it looks as if row 1P3 could be left open, as all the officials on the main straight are saying that's it, guys, we are ready to go. So Willem Binnendal, sadly Francois, not making it out there for race 1.
Possibly some mechanical issues, but we're under starters orders. You'll see that little 5-second board go up before the lights go on, and we're waiting for the starters orders. 5-second boards on, we're waiting for the lights. Look up on the right hand side of your screen, you'll see the lights go on and off. Top right there, lights on, and off they go, and the racing underway as they go down towards turn 1. And it looks like the whole shot there, possibly Chris Williams up on the inside. They'll dive in there, and it looks like it's Wayne Arendse that took the whole shot there, Frankie.
Yeah, it looks like Wayne makes his way out of turn 1, out of KFM corner. We'll just stick with this gaggle of bikes as they run down. Williams sits there in that second position. Michael De Toy sits there in P5. He's in Clubman's B. He's had a fly off the line as Michael De Toy all the way from Worcester in the Western Cape as he sits there in that 5th position. But that Ducati is pretty quick now of Chris Williams, the Green Goblin, sitting right there behind the 33 machine of Wayne Arendse.
Wayne Arendse campaigning that ZX10 as he comes up into turn 4. Pitches in for that double right-hander now. They're going to work their way out down the back straight now, as you see there on camera. There they go down the back straight now. Now they're going to climb on the gas, twist their throttle wide open. And Arendse gets an electric exit out of turn 4 down towards turn 5. Late braking there into Fastron corner. As they're coming to Fastron corner, Chris Williams is still sitting right up behind.
Right out of turn 5, Fastron, the leaders come now. They'll make their way towards the kink and head down the home straight as we have a new leader. No, we don't. Down the home straight they go now. It was virtually side by side between the two of them as they race down into KFM corner. That was between Arendse and Williams, but Williams still sits there in that second position out of turn 1, out of KFM now, working their way up the Joubert straight towards turn 2, G-Energy corner, and once again sailing on under his back wheel there is Chris Williams on Wayne Arendse.
Keep an eye on third place man Paul Rulu, a progressor there from the Breakfast Club. Rulu sits there in third place and he's campaigning the ZX10 from Engine Guru Motors, and he'll be sitting there hoping to close down on the back of Williams as he can hopefully keep his position and make a podium stand.
Looks like Rulu and Hunter in P3 and 4 as they work their way out of turn 4. Car Care Clinic down the back main. These 4 front runners go. There they go, squirting it down the back main. Paul Rulu, and then it is Hunter that sits there in that 4th position, and they are out there in Class B. It's Michael Hunter that sits there in that 4th place as they work their way out of turn 5, Fastron corner.
Right up behind these 4 is Michael De Toy, a fantastic performance there by Michael De Toy, the man from Worcester, as they roll out there. Your leaders now across the line. Over the line they go. And 6 laps left there as the bikes go down into turn number 1. That is KFM corner, and still Wayne Arendse leading out from Chris Williams, Paul Rulu and Michael Hunter. That's your front 4 as the leaders go out there up the Joubert straight.
Yeah, but now working their way towards G-Energy corner. That's turn 2, and Williams has a look there at Wayne Arendse, but Arendse shuts the door. Watch out for that man in P5 that's now heading into G-Energy corner with that white helmet on bike number 7. That is Michael De Toy from the Western Cape. He lives in Worcester and he does all his racing down here. Michael is charging away from the riders behind him, and Mike is now catching a group of 4 as they head out of turn 3.
There we see them coming out of turn number 4 as they race up the KFM there. Michael De Toy now pushing hard with that whole gaggle of bikes up behind him now. Right, so we go and look at the back straight now as the leaders head down the back straight. And absolutely mind-blowing speed down into turn number 5. And getting pretty close there now. It looks like Wayne Aronson still fending off Chris Williams. Yeah, they exit fast on corner now. Hard on the gas. They twist those throttle grips wide open now. Wayne Aronson still campaigning here against Chris Williams. Williams is drafting him. He looks up on the inside as they go down. Williams up on the inside. He's going to be late on the brakes. Aronson's up for the challenge. And he just shuts the door firmly in his face there as they're going to KFM.
Right out of turn 1, out of KFM they come now. And Chris Williams is now right on that back wheel of Aronson. Rulu sits out there in 3rd place. Hunter sits in P4. Toy sits in P5. That's a top 5 as they exit G-Energy corner. Out of G-Energy now, that Ducati is extremely quick in a fast line of Chris Williams as he chases down race leader Wayne Aronson out of turn 3.
Well, Wayne Aronson's got his fighting gloves on and he's fighting off the attentions there of Chris Williams, who sits up behind him in the Panigale, the 1299 Panigale. It's got super legs down the back straight, but Aronson's up for this fight now as they go down the back straight. Aronson tries to put a bit of daylight between himself and Williams, but Williams cranks that handle of that Ducati wide open. But I am overly impressed with the performance of Paul Rulu sitting up there in P3, right up behind Chris Williams. Rulu's put on his race face this morning now as they exit turn number 5.
Well, I'm watching Michael DeToy that sits in P5. He's heading towards Fastron corner. He was in a comfortable 5th position. He's no longer in that comfortable zone because Josh Troch that sits there in P6 is now closing up onto him as they make way. You see on your screen, here comes DeToy, here comes Troch. Right there behind him as the two of them head down into turn number 1, into KFM corner. So Mike DeToy is going to have to up the pace because Troch is coming through, and behind Troch is about 5 or 6 other riders as well.
Well, as we go back to the leaders now, they're going to be leading out of turn number 2, going down to turn number 3 now, and still the leaders, Wayne Aronson now leading out there. Paul Rulu, currently the quickest man on the circuit there in P3. He's trying to stay in touch there with the 2 riders in front of him. It's all about tyres and brakes. They're in 4th position. Michael Hunter still hanging on for P4. Michael Hunter, a personal best of 119.2. This is brilliant stuff from the riders there now as they go down the back straight. And that Ducati sounding absolutely awesome, that V machine, as they go down, still chasing Aronson. Paul Rulu is hanging on there for dear life in P3, and he wants to have a good performance.
And he's the quickest man out there, 1:18.064 by bike number 15, Paul Rulu on the ZX10. He sits out there in P4, but here we go, side by side. Down the main straight, the Porsche Club straight into turn number 1. And Williams had a good look there at Aronson. Rulu in that 3rd place. He's got the best seat in the house as they exit turn 1 KFM corner. That is your 3 leaders that are now making their way up the Joubert straight towards turn 2. G-Energy, and Williams is hunting. He's got missile lock on the rider ahead of him. That is Wayne Aronson. His gun sights are firm on him, but he also knows that Rulu is right there in that 3rd position. Dropping a bit further down is Michael Hunter, and Josh Troch now going into G-Energy corner. He's on the back wheel of Michael DeToy.
Well, lots happening there. The front 3 having an absolute iconic battle there now as they go into KLK Clinic corner. Turn number 4 now. They're going to squirt out down the back straight. And a little bit of a twitch there from the Ducati of Chris Williams. But look at Rulu. Rulu sits there alongside him now. Is Rulu going to dive up on the inside of Chris Williams? Williams is up for it. He says, no, you can stay there, young man. But Paul Rulu, absolutely mind-blowing stuff going there into turn number 5. Fast on corner. They'll exit now up the main straight. Looks like Aronson has put a bit of daylight between himself there now and Chris Williams, or Williams come back. Rulu a bit slower out the corner, but very late on the brakes as he'll dive down into turn number 1.
Well, heading out of turn 5, out of Fastron corner, we'll see Michael DeToy. Hopefully we can pick up Mike DeToy with Josh Troch right on his back wheel. There the front runners are coming through, and now Wayne Aronson is the quickest man out there, 1:17.603 by Wayne Aronson.
Well, there we see the riders going into turn number 1 now, KFM corner. Oh, and there's a rider down. A rider went down there now. Rather unfortunate for that. Hopefully he'll be okay. Yellow flags are waving. Oh, he's up and at it, but he's absolutely disgusted on the fact that he went down. We'll try and pick up who that rider is as the timing goes on. Very difficult to see the bike number, but we will let you know. He looks okay. He walks away in disgust. But we go back and pick up the riders coming into turn 1 now. Your leaders, well, they're going to be going into turn number 5. And it's still Wayne Arendse leading out there now. Having a look at turn 5 there on screen.
Right, coming out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner, the leaders will be coming towards us. They will have one more lap to go when they cross the start-finish line. This is it. Now, Williams dives up on the inside. He may not overtake us under yellow. Now he pulls back in there behind him. Man, he went for the move and then realized, oops, I cannot. And he pulled in there behind Arendse once again.
That might be his overtaking position that he wanted to overtake. Gets on the gas on the back wheel of that Ducati up towards turn number 2. G Energy corner now. Wayne Arendse leads out. He's going to be picking up a little bit of traffic. This could play into the favor there of Chris Williams on the Panigale. They've left Paul Rulu behind them now because the front two are on it. And Wayne Arendse is going to have to choose his passing maneuvers pretty well now as he goes up the KFM straight. Looks up on the inside of one of the slow markers, gets on the gas. Williams up behind it now, joins the party now as they go into Car Care Clinic corner. Double right-hander, the leaders are going to go down the back straight. Now they're on their final lap. There we go. Arendse gets on the gas. Williams is up for the fight now. They're going to try and get past the slower markers down towards Fostron corner. Yeah, they come up on the inside now. And has Arendse done enough? Or is Williams going to try and stick it up on the inside? No, it looks like Arendse might have done enough. But Williams sticks it up on the inside there. Has he done enough? They side by side as they come towards the line. This is going to be mind-blowing stuff, Frankie.
Checkered flag is out towards the line, and they are side by side, but I think Williams has done it. Williams has beaten him by 1/100th of a second across the line. Williams has beaten Wayne Arendse. Paul Rulu comes home second. Michael Hunter finishes in third. And now exiting, coming down towards a checkered flag. It's Michael du Toit with Josh Troch right there behind him, and Mike du Toit has done enough to beat Josh Troch and Justin Michał across the line. Man, brilliant stuff out there. And the winner of Class B will be Michael Hunter. Second in Class B will be Michael du Toit.
Brilliant stuff from Chris Williams on the Ducati. Wayne Arendse, well, it says that he's third. He's actually second. Then Paul Rulu third. Michael Hunter, Mike du Toit, Josh Troch, Justin Michał, Willem Binnendal. Brilliant, brilliant stuff there. Well, they say Rulu is second, but according to the timing screen, it's the other way around. We actually saw Arendse and Chris Williams go over the line. Chris Williams making it an exciting... This is why we have racing at Killarney, folks. It's absolutely mind-blowing stuff. The excitement is absolutely next level. And to the viewers out there, we want to say thank you for joining us today, because if it wasn't for you, well, we just don't have the pleasure of your company.
Yeah, well, let's show on the screen Rulu second, Arendse third. That's incorrect. It's actually Arendse second and Rulu in third position. 4 and 5 is Hunter and du Toit, and 6 is Troch. So, yeah, second and third on your screen at home is incorrect. It's Williams from Arendse and then Rulu. So that was race number 1 in the RST Track Mac Classics. Well, there weren't any classic bikes out there, just Clubman's and breakfast run bikes. Nassif Smart was the first breakfast bike across the line, and he finished in P15. Well, awesome way to start the day, folks. A big thanks to IMUSAT Sports Team, Stephen, Z, Gareth, Gideon, and Alex. They are the camera crew out there today. And Francois, tell the viewers exactly where they can go to watch us live on TV or their computer monitors.
Frankie, thanks for putting me on the spot. Nonetheless,
I do apologize, bud.
But go to YouTube. Well, it's https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark small v equals small d I large D hyphen capital I KG hyphen small p 9 capital A.
Okay, but that's not necessary. You lost the whole planet now by going through all of
But
that.
what I can say is go to our Western Cape Commentators Facebook page, or mine for that matter, and you'll see we've posted the link there. You can just click and follow the link. The racing is live and online, and I've had a good couple of comments here, a couple of the viewers keeping us on our toes, making sure that we do know what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's great stuff out there. Don't worry about the / forward, backwards, upside down, P's and D's and whatever the case may be. Just go onto the commentator's site, as Francois said, or on Francois Butler's site, and you can follow us there. That's the easiest way to do it.
Yeah, at least I wasn't tongue-tied this morning. That's the nice thing. I mean, it's lovely weather here today. We've already had our cup of coffee and our can of Coke, so we are sort of on top of things. Up next, RST Suzuki South Superbikes.
Yeah, there's 14 of them out there.
Frankie, don't say too much. Gary's not in the commentary box, otherwise we might have fisticuffs. Because Gary Fleming is a new kid on the block in terms of superbikes.
Yeah, he is here. I don't know where he's disappeared to. I think he's just gone one floor down in race control. So he should be up here shortly. So if he does come up, I will hand the microphone over to Gaz, and he can do this race with Francois, no problem.
Well,
But up until now, we want to say big thanks to Suzuki South and RST. They are the sponsor of the Superbike, Super Masters, and Super Sport class.
Well, just to let you know, on the front row, we'll have Kewan Steyman, Brandon Haupt, and we'd like to wish Brandon Haupt a very happy birthday for tomorrow. He is having a birthday tomorrow. His dad turned 60 in the week, so the Haupts are having a week of birthday celebrations right through under lockdown. Level 2, third on the grid there, Ronald Slamet, the Red Baron, ex-Western Province champion. So that's your current champion, Brandon Haupt. He has got that number 1 firmly stuck in on the bike, but he will run under the 26. That's his normal number. Second row, Jared Schultz, Malcolm Rapson, and Donovan Lecoq, who's an absolute machine on a bicycle. And then behind Donovan Lecoq, we've got Jock Ackerman on the Step Dermaville Kawasaki ZX-10R. Alongside him in the Masters, we've got Rob Craig and Peter Haupt. Then we got Brett Roberts on the Lights by Linear M600 Yamaha with Sean McCrill, who has worked his way all up from the Breakfast Club now into Superbikes, together with Gavin Lowe, who a couple of years ago we called the Oros man. He's now a serious contender in the ZX-10. Lubabalo Intisana is there. He is down in 13th. I'm sure he'll want to do better. He's on a ZX-10R from LB Auto. And Johnny Schwerin on the BMW 1000RR, a builder. If you ever want building done, Johnny's your man. And Jonathan's still trying to come to grips with that BMW 1000.
And just as I said, Gary walks into the commentary box. There's no ways he's going to not do this 1000 race. So Gary will be joining you on this one.
Well, you saw, are your fingers okay? Because he ripped the mic out of your fingers. So, but nonetheless, Gary is here. And Gary, welcome to the commentary box. Superbikes, need I say more?
I arrived quietly. You guys have created this demon. But yes, let's put it this way. I wasn't going to miss this one for anything. Kewan Steyman, Brandon Haupt, Ronald Slamet. Wow. That is going to be awesome. Kawasaki ZX-10, the bike of choice. This is going to be good stuff.
Right, so as you see the bikes roll up onto the grid proper, you will see that on pole position we'll have Kewan Steyman. He's on the Missile Motorcycles ZX-10R. Second place, Brandon Haupt on the Fueled Racing Yamaha R1. Ronald Slamet, third on the grid there with ZX-10R from JP Markets. He's out there. On the second row, we'll have Jared Schultz on the ASEP World 600, the R6 Yamaha. And Malcolm Rapson, the quickest accountant in Africa, I do believe, with Donovan Lecoq on the RPM Center Kawasaki ZX-10R. We're waiting for them to get ready now. Waiting for the lights. Lights on and off they go. Right, they'll shoot down towards, it looks like Ronald Slamet could have the whole shot there. Slamet dives across the bow of everyone and he takes the pole position. And a couple of bikes running just a fraction wide there now as Slamet rockets up towards G Energy corner. Slayman sits there with him. And looks like Jared Schultz sits up in third position. A great start there from the 600 of Jared Schultz. And in fourth position, we got Brandon Haupt. Followed there, looks like it could be, is it Rapson? No, it's not Rapson. I think it could be, though. But a roll now out of turn number 4. Look at the gaggle of bikes there flowing into turn number 4 now, up the KFM straight. Donovan Lecoq sits there in P5, while Donny, an absolute machine. Like I said, both on a cycle and elsewhere. Now they come out at turn number 4 now. Going to roll down the back straight. Off they go. Ronald Slammet, the Red Baron, rolls out in front. Koen Snyman's there with him. And here comes Brandon Haupt. Haupt just rolls up into P4. Gasses it up there and pulls up behind Snyman as they go into Fastron corner. There you see the bikes rolling in. And it's tight stuff here now. So Snyman leads, or Slammet, then Snyman, then Haupt, and followed there by Schultz. Coming out of turn number 5 now, up the main straight they go. High-speed train as they work their way down into KFM corner. And late on the brakes there is Slammet, followed by Snyman. Haupt is there, followed by Schultz. Schultz tilts it right over, getting that 600 at full fly there into turn number 1. Coming out there now, up the Joubert straight into G Energy corner. And Gary, I took that first lap around, but I tell you what, I'm running out of steam, boy.
Well, somebody's just dropped it coming out of KFM corner. We just saw the bike sliding, and the rider is now running towards the bike. The bike slid a long, long way, and that is into the midget pits for the KPL drivers. And, well, let's hope that it's all fine. He has a look at the bike. I don't think he's going to be able to go any further with that one. I think that's as far as it's going to go. Let's pick up our leaders as they go through the double right-hander. Out to, he picks up the front wheel. He says, let's get going. Slammet and Snyman down the back, made nothing in them as they work their way down to Fastron corner. Around about the 260, 270 mark, hard on the brakes. But Brandon Haupt has not been lost in this one. Brandon Haupt is there and thereabouts.
Right, coming up towards us now, the Red Baron, Ronald Slammet with his ZX10 there, rolls over the line. Koen Snyman right up behind him now, down into turn 1. Brandon Haupt trying to close up on them. Haupt late on the brakes, leg out a la Rossi style into KFM corner now. They roll out there now. They're in third gear as they hook it up into 4th now. Now they're going to drive up there into 5th. On the back wheels they go now into G Energy corner now. Stomp on the brakes now. Drop down 3 gears as you roll it in. You'll hang it around in third gear. And work your way out now through the kink. Get on the gas nice and early now. You see the wheels lift as they're going to the kink now, down towards turn number 4. And the front 3 are absolutely at mind-blowing pace. Take nothing away from P4. Jared Schultz on a 600.
Jared doing well, but Brandon Haupt's busy closing up. Lay it down now, probably 4th gear as you enter. They just roll the gas out onto the top of the curbstone. Here they go. And once again, picking up the front wheel, Koen Snyman. He was the fastest man on the previous lap. And there's just so much power underfoot as he climbs on the gas coming out of that corner, lifts the front wheel up and just holds it wide open. Koen Snyman closing right up as they come out of Fastron corner up into the front main. Now all of a sudden there's a bit of a gap between the two of them, almost like he missed a gear. He dropped down a good 2.5 bike lengths all of a sudden as they came out. But Brandon Haupt, the fastest man out there, he's just done a 1:12, a 5:38, and it's now becoming a 3-way battle.
Well, big up there to the Red Baron, Ronald Slammet, suddenly finding some fine form, leading out there now from Koen Snyman. Like Gary rightly said, Brandon Haupt now currently the quickest man on the circuit. Going down a bit earlier, bike number 35, Lubabala and Tasana. He's okay, bike's a bit scratched, but I'm sure he'll be back for heat number 2 now as they go into turn number 3. Slammet leading out and Snyman closes up on him, but Haupt is closing up on the 2 of them now. Up they go up to turn number 4, Car Care Clinic corner. They're going to lead out of that double right-hander down the back straight. And hard on the gas they go, and it's side-by-side stuff. Snyman up alongside Slammet. Oh, what are they going to do as they go down? And it's 3 bikes alongside each other. Oh, this is mind-blowing stuff going down into turn number 5. And they alleviate. Snyman goes to the front. Snyman goes to the front now, but I can assure you now, Slammet running a bit wide, and as Slammet comes straight back. Oh, he sits right on him. This is brilliant stuff now as they go down towards turn number 1.
Well, what can I say? The grain Brandon Haupt, the fastest man out there. So from 3rd position, closing. He's done a 1:12.335. That's a personal best. And it is also the fastest lap. So, oh, look at that. It's now Ronald Slammet that lifts the front wheel as he goes up the Joubert straight, carrying lots and lots of pace as they go into the G Energy corner. Now up through the gearbox. You'll go through 1 gear, go through a 2nd gear, through the kink. Hold it wide open. That gets very narrow. You can't see the inside part of that corner all the way through when you enter because of what we use for the rallycross there. So you enter it pretty blind as to what's on the outside of that corner through Car Care. Now out into the back main. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Snyman? Nope, it's going to be Snyman all the way down the back main. But Brandon Haupt now is launching his attack on Ronald Slamet.
Brandon Haupt having a look at Slamet. Slamet right on the brakes there now. Pitches it in there. Snyman going high and wide, looking for the slingshot coming out of turn number 5. We watch them come out of turn number 5 now, and Snyman leads there with Slamet. Haupt is sitting right there now. Haupt can start using those brakes to an advantage. He's exceptionally late the brakes. He looks up on the inside of Slamet going into one, but it's just not enough distance on that straight to approach that corner. And still Snyman leading out on that Missile Motorcycles machine now. Works his way up to G Energy corner. Slamet on the back wheel as he gives a little extra bit of steam there now. And Haupt, best seat in the house. Gary, we've got 3 laps left in it.
Yeah, let's have a look a little bit further down. Jared Schultz leading out the 600 class. He's in 4th overall on the circuit on the 11 bike. The leading 600. A long way further down in 9th place is Brett Roberts. And he's broken away from Brett Roberts by quite a distance. So really having a good day out there is Jared Schultz. The first of the Masters in 5th place. That's Malcolm Rapson from Robert Craig. And then Jacques Ackerman in there behind that as well.
Right, so we had another bike go down. Johnny Schwerin put down the BMW. A little bit unfortunate about that. But having a look at the leaders now, it is a titanic struggle. Those front 3, Snyman from Slamet from Haupt. And I can tell you something. It isn't in it. And Haupt takes second. Haupt comes out of turn number 5 and takes second. As they make their way down to turn number 1. Well, into KFM they go now. Still, it is Snyman, but keep an eye on Haupt. Oh, he's creeping so much closer as he comes out of turn number 1 now. Up towards G Energy corner, and Haupt is going to be late on the brakes as he goes in there. Folks, this is absolute brilliant stuff here. Snyman, I think he's unaware. He might think it's Stammert, but now it's Haupt. He doesn't have a review mirror, and he's not sure what's creeping very close to him. And Haupt goes out. Haupt has a peak going into the wall. Oh, this is brilliant stuff here. Absolutely mind-blowing from the current champion sitting in second.
Ewan Snyman must be feeling the pressure. There's no doubt about it as they go in through the double right-hander car care corner out into the back main. Brandon Haupt that had 3 consecutive fastest laps out there as he closed up on the 2 front runners. And the very fastest lap of 1:12.335, and he's going to go side by side. No, Ewan Snyman on the outside line says, not a problem, I've got enough pace to hold you off. It's going to be 1 lap to go probably when they come back past us again. And with the lap times that they're doing now, well, they're just blowing away now from Stammert. Stammert doesn't have an answer for this one. Ewan Snyman ups the ante, 1:12.6.3. A 1:12.4 by Brandon Haupt. Still Brandon Haupt's the quickest man out there, and it's last lap. The smart money's got to be on the pole sitter, Ewan Snyman. But when you see what Brandon Haupt is doing now, I think Ewan Snyman's got a big problem, and it's called Brandon Haupt.
Yeah, nonetheless, unfortunately losing Brett Roberts there in turn number 5. We hope he's okay now. But Snyman leading out through the king down towards turn number 3. Is Haupt's right on his back tire there. And Haupt is going to want to pull the pin. I think he's going to pull the pin coming out of 4 down towards the back straight. This is going to be a drag down to 5. The yellow flags are waving in turn number 5, so there won't be any overtaking allowed there. So it's going to have to be down the straight. What is Haupt going to do? Is he going to try and pass him on the straight? I think Snyman might have done enough. Yellow flags, he can't pass him. He's sitting right there with him. Gary, they're going to have to drag this one out of 5 now. Snyman and Haupt come out of turn number 5. Has Snyman done enough? He might be able to take heat number 1. He's done enough. Haupt's going to come straight at him now, but it's not going to be enough now as they cross the line. It's checkered flag time. And Snyman takes it from Haupt. They're followed there by Slamet in 3rd. Jared Schultz takes 4th. And the first of the Masters is going to be Robert Craig. Well, we see Brett Roberts pushing his bike up towards the pit lane. Robert Craig coming up towards us now, and he's followed hard there by Malcolm Rapson. So the 2 Masters there, Craig and Rapson, they're the first of the Masters and 5th and 6th respectively. Followed there by Donovan Lecoq. Next will be Jacques Ackerman. Ackerman goes over the line in the Step Durbanville machine. And, well, the oldest man in the field, Peter Haupt, 3rd in the Masters, also in the R1M. From Fueled Racing. Then over the line, Jonathan Schwerin and Gavin Lowe. They bring up the rear. We'll just wait for the last man. And that is Sean McCrill. And he's in that beautiful red helmet. We know about the red helmet. Sean McCrill crosses the line. So a brilliant, brilliant first heat there, Gary.
300ths of a second on the last lap there between Koen Steyman and Brandon Haupt. It could have been different if it wasn't for the oil, according to Frankie Ennis on the radio, listening in there to the marshals down in Fastron Corner in turn 5 and the waved yellow. It was a case of as you come out of Car Care Corner and you look down the back straight, you wouldn't see it straight away. You'd start your run, and as you go, there's a slight kink as you go down the back main. All of a sudden, you're going to see this waving yellow flag and realize, well, that's my last chance gone. It's only the exit of Fastron Corner where you can do anything from there. And there already you had a situation where Koen Steyman went high in the apex and dropped it down onto the bottom curbstones coming out of the corner. That's where he tied it up. It was never going to change from there.
Right, we're now going to move on to the fourth race of the day. Or should I say the third race of the day? I do apologize, I can't count. That's the Makita Power Tools Formula Supercars and the V8 Masters, race number 1. Of course, they qualify separately, but they race together. And then we'll do the BJ Trustees Fine Cars and Millstock Cars pre-80 and 90, and that will take us into a lunch break. And then we'll come back and do heat number 2. We'll have a track clean session after that, and then come back and do heat number 3. And if all goes according to time, we should be finished probably around about 5:15. So that's all good. And the weather is all good out in Cape Town. No cloud cover compared to 2 weeks ago when it was raining and pretty horrible weather conditions out there. If you are not in the Cape Town area, I don't even know if our cameraman can pan towards Table Mountain. I doubt that very much, but it's a beautiful sight if you're living out of the Cape Peninsula area to see Table Mountain, crystal clear blue skies. Commentators tell hill between Blouberg and Melkbos is open, not a cloud in sight. Cannot say the same for tomorrow though. They reckon 100% chance of rain, low cloud cover basically from tomorrow morning right through until the early hours of Monday morning.
Yeah, to the point where the radio controlled racing scheduled for Zone 7 tomorrow has already been cancelled based on those reports which is coming through. So yeah, it's going to be cold and wet tomorrow, but right now it's fantastic to be down at Killarney. It's actually warmed up pretty nicely. We've actually opened up all the windows here in the commentary box upstairs. A big thanks to all the marshals doing sterling job as usual. The A team spread out right around the circuit. and making it all nice and safe for everybody that's out there on the circuit. Well, a big thanks to everybody around the circuit that is doing all the necessaries in terms of social distancing and masks and what have you. You know, when you walk around in a shopping center and all over the show, you see there's a fair percentage of the people that don't adhere to the requirements. It's actually quite noticeable, Frankie, when you at an event like this where people want to be here, that the guys are 99.999% compliant with everything to ensure that we can have another meeting in just 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, and you know, a person can very easily forget to a social distance and to mask, but I must say everybody here at Killarney International Raceway has done it perfect. They've done it spot on, and a big thanks to everybody in the pit area for doing exactly the right thing. Western Province Motor Club is doing it right, Killarney International Raceway is doing it right, and all the competitors and their pit crew is doing it perfectly right as well. So to all of you out there, thank you very much. It is highly appreciated. Right, folks, we're now going to move on to the third race of the day, which is Makita Formula Supercars and V8 Masters together. Marcel Angel, Fabio Tafani, Sean Moore, they are, and Richard Schroeder. That's the first four, the first two rows in the grid, followed by Ray Campos, Alistair Brown, Brian Evans, and Mark Ridgway. And as Gary was saying in their qualifying stint, that all the old hands is in that top 8, except for Roderick Simpson. He finds himself in P10 behind one of the rookies, Jason Ibertson, that sits there in P9. Then Dennis Gaiduk, if I'm pronouncing that surname right, Ilan Kaplan, Zander Lebon, and Menno Parsons. Those are the 14 V8 Masters out there, all gold and silver. There's no bronze drivers out there in the V8 Masters. I don't see any movement in the supercar pits, Gaza, so I wonder, according to our program, they're supposed to come out together. Well, there's been no movement in the V8 pits neither, so nobody has come out onto track yet.
They probably pulled into Park Vermeer behind the building here. So last time they came out of their own pit area and rode from there straight through. I suppose that's also part of the social gathering thing, that you don't join together in a small area. You run from your pits straight into from the outer pits to the inner pits, out onto the pit lane and straight out. The groups are spread out all over the show. There's nobody near to anybody, so probably you'll find that's why it looks like there's nothing happening, but it's because they've been instructed to do it like that.
Yeah, I see them standing under the Makita Power Tools bridge. They will come out there, turn sharp right to hairpin, and then out onto the track, and they will filter out onto the circuit behind the V8 Masters. So all is well. A big thanks to the IMISAT sports team, our camera crew for today, Stephen, Z, Gareth, Gideon, and Alex. Alex is the only lady. No, there's two ladies in that team. I think it's Z and Alex, and Stephen, Gideon, and Gareth are the two gentlemen out there. So 3 gentlemen out there. So thanks to the 5 camera crew members of IMISAT Sports. And you can go onto the Western Province Motorsport Commentators Facebook group. And the link has been posted there by Mr. Francois Butler. And you can follow it on our commentators group. You can ask to join. If you're not part of our group, either Gary, Francois, or myself will accept you, and then you can watch it on the Western Cape Motorsport Commentators Facebook group, the entire race event. Brought to you by the Western Province Motor Club and by Wingfield Motors, and best price for my car, Mr. Johnny van Niekerk in Goodwood and Kuilsriver. It's the 8th or 9th year that Johnny Jr., or as he calls himself, Johnny Wingfield, has sponsored the Power Series here at the WPMC. So a big thanks to Johnny van Niekerk, Wingfield Motors, Best price for my car, incorporating JAC Motors, part of the Wingfield group of companies. So a big thanks to everybody involved from Wingfield Motors. Right, the V8 Masters are out on track, and there we see the little guys. They might be little, but they're not slow, that's for sure. These are supercars that are filtering onto the track to join the V8 Masters.
So the front row of the grid, as per the quali this morning, is Marcel Angel from Fabio Tofani, and pretty much nothing between the two of them. 15.78 and a 15.87. So that is 900ths of a second. That's the thickness of the paint on the front bumper. That's just about it. A 15.9, just a little bit off that one. Sean Moore and Richard Schroeder, but Richard was on a 117. So although Richard finds himself where he wants to be in the front two rows of the grid, he finds himself a tad off the pace, although in the qualifying this morning, for those of you that didn't get a chance to watch, Richard Schroeder was very consistent within 0.3 of a second, lap to lap, and he looked very comfortable out there. It wasn't like he was pushing and going crazy, and I think he was realizing, okay, he's not going to get into the sub 116s. He's done what he needs to do, get the feel of it, get going. It's been 6 months since they've last raced, so looking good. Whether he'll be able to hold on to that front three, well, that's a different story. But either way, it looks pretty good.
Right, so the supercars out there as well, and they'll be joining now the V8 Masters. Your pole sitter there now is going to be Ryan McCarthy. Ryan McCarthy will be there, and I think Andrew Moffat sits up there together with him as they roll up.
Look at this lineup. It's an amazing lineup that we've got downstairs here. Marcel Angel, Fabio Tofani, Sean Moore, Richard Schroeder. Oh, it doesn't get any better than that. The front four. It's going to be a rolling start. The Autohouse Angel 14 car in its usual black and yellow livery. Fabio Tofani has always had that blue with the orange striping. And I see the pace car, GNA Motorsport, also involved with that as well. So, sure, Gunther and AB Drotsky, GNA Promotions, helping motorsport everywhere you go, including Second Gear Talk Show as well, also coming on board with us. So support those that support us in motorsport. This is going to be a great race for the V8 Masters. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 of them out there. Pace car pulls off, the red flag gets pulled away. Marcel Angel, Fabio Tofani come off the line. Sean Moore, Richard Schroeder, the Campos transport car with Rui Campos. Alistair comes off the line as well. Mark Ridgway finds himself a little bit further down than what we would have expected. But I'm sure that come a lap from now, when they come around in all earnest, it's going to be a whole heap faster. Ryan McCarthy, the reigning class champion, the man that's leading them out for the supercars. And given the time, Francois, that he posted this morning, I don't believe anybody's going to be able to. Even Phillips, I cannot see is going to be able to come anywhere near. Moffat, the closest at this stage of the fight. I would have thought Glenn Phillips would have been a little bit higher up than 6th position. But then again, it is a long time since the guys last raced. So getting to the rhythm of it. It's a lot warmer now as well. So tires that have been laying for 6 months that have not been used will now be able to be scrubbed heavily, heated up, and get the best possible results out of them.
Right, so as Gary rightly said, Ryan McCarthy leading out the supercars with Moffat alongside him. Keep an eye on Hilton Peters, though. He'll want to change that story up a little bit. Gary Thompson and Cedric LeBon there behind him. Glenn Phillips down in 6th. He'll have to do a titanic job if he wants to go and join up the front runners. Stuart Spooner and Kellen De Bruin, young Kellen De Bruin, newcomer. He's in the gold class, a little bit low down the field. Then Alton Steyn and Craig Massane bringing up the rear.
I'm not sure why they put him in the gold class. I mean, he's a newcomer. He's quick, make no mistake. For first time around, the 4th place on the grid was 1 second quicker than Kellen de Bruin, the newcomer. So use that as an indication of whereabouts the new lad is at. So that's pretty good stuff. Slowly they go down the back straight. They've closed up on the pace car. Pace car is not giving them much pace at all. So whatever temperature they'd worked into the tires is going to be all but negated when they come out of Fastron corner. A lovely camera shot there. That's looking down the back main. You can see it's got that little kink in it. Zooming in now towards Fastron corner, what's known as turn 5 on the circuit. That's the part closest to Table Mountain.
Gary, I don't know if you noticed, a few of the supercars had little band-aids on the back, a little X. Those are the newcomers. They've got that little X on the back there just to show that they are some of the newcomers.
To show that this might hurt.
This might hurt, yeah. So they put the plaster on provisionally. But that's just to show the cars that come up behind them during the race that they are newcomers. And obviously the pressure's on them to maintain race line.
Yeah, they're going to have to pedal some to be able to stay ahead of the leading supercars. Right, here we go. Marcel Angel, Faber Tafani. Sean's in there as well. Look at Richard Schroeder. Richard Schroeder right in there with them as they go down in towards turn number 1. It's going to be Ridgeway that's going to try and make up that position, but look at that. It's going to be the Autohouse Angel car of Marcel Angel. Tafani on the outside line and looking up on the inside saying, I'm not going to give this one away. It's McCarthy. Look at that as they work their way through. Sean stays on the outside. Fabio Tafani says no can do as Richard Schroeder, who started in 4th, holds on to that 4th position, and he is right in there where he needs to be.
Have a look at the supercars. They started a little way back. They got on the gas nice and early, and Ryan McCarthy already on the back of those ABV V8s with that little 2-litre 8-valve. He's followed by Moffat and Hilton Peters, then Gary Thompson, then Glenn Phillips is there with Spooner as well as they make their way into turn number 3. There you see the Gagler supercars going in and already sitting up on the back of those V8s.
Yeah, that's why the back end of the V8s, the new guys, are really going to have to go some to be able to stay ahead of this one. So as they go down the back straight now, Sean Moore from Richard Schroeder down into Fastron corner. Look at that. Schroeder moving up in that position. Well, I tell you what, Schroeder's now he's held on to that 4th. Is right in there behind Sean Moore, but Sean Moore on the back of Tafani. So Tafani, instead of being able to pressurize the man that was 300ths of a second quicker than him in qualifying, now finds a situation where Sean Moore tries to climb up on the inside as they go down into KFM corner. Very neatly on the brakes on that outside line. Tafani carries enough pace to get himself up to the curbstones, and that will bring him on the inside line where he needs to be going up into G Energy corner.
Well, the supercars now across the line, and still Ryan McCarthy leading out, putting a bit of daylight between himself and Moffat. Moffat leading out from Hilton Peters, then Gary Thompson. Behind him, a little way behind, but 1.5 seconds, there is Glenn Phillips. Phillips getting on the loud pedal now, trying to close down on them now as the supercars going to G Energy corner. There you see the leader going in there, and Ryan McCarthy there with second place man Moffat. They exit now, going through the King down towards turn number 3. And they're still on the back of those V8s. That's your leader there, Ryan McCarthy. There's your second place man, Andrew Moffat. Moffat pushing pretty hard there as they make their way now up to turn number 4.
Going down, the leader's going down into turn 5. And I tell you what, Marcel Angel that initially got away, that's been closed down. So Fabio Tafani, while we were looking further down the field, Fabio Tafani probably going to be the fastest man on this lap. Yes, it is. 1 minute 16.237. That takes 2/10 out of the lead of Marcel Angel. And that's pretty much 2.5, 3 car lengths. He's actually now moved slightly away from Sean at this stage of the fight and closed down on Marcel. And Richard Schroeder in that 4th position, pretty much as we expected. He was a little bit off the pace of the front 3 in the qualifying session, but good enough to hold out the likes of Rui Campos. Now, Campos has actually been 300ths of a second quicker on the last lap, but he's also 300ths of a second, exactly that amount off what was just done now by Schroeder. So Campos holding on to Schroeder but not pressurizing him and not close enough to pick up a slipstream as they go out into the back main either.
Right, so off screen at the moment now as the supercars going through the King down towards turn number 3. Ryan McCarthy is leading out properly now, and you will see Ryan McCarthy exiting there out of turn number 3. He's dusted off Moffat. He's got about a 2-second gap over Moffat. Moffat is contending with Hilton Peters. Gary Thompson comes through and Glenn Phillips up behind him. Up behind Glenn Phillips there is Cedric Lebon. Lebon trying to close down that now as the Supercars make their way out. And down the back straight. And I can tell you something for nothing, that Ryan McCarthy put his race face on this morning as he goes down towards turn number 5.
Well, if we go back to the front of the pack as the Supercars work their way down to the back main, the front of the pack in the V8 Masters stays that one-on-one with Marcel Angel, Fabio Tofani. Sean starting to lose a bit of ground to that. That's a straight two-way battle. But look at the battle that's coming up behind that. Richard Schroeder, Rui Campos, Mark Ridgway, and Brian Evans. Those 4 going down now towards turn number 3. There you see them coming into camera shot now. That 3-way, 4-way battle, you could even call it, that's all gold class cars, and they have not varied in their times by more than 1/10 of a second. This one with 5 laps to go might just boil down to who between these guys from Schroeder through Campos going backwards makes the least errors, and the guys that are the most consistent will probably end up coming up tops in that grouping.
Well, Gary, there's a notable addition to our viewers. The camera team looking to split the screens there for us to show us the Supercars. We'll pick up the Supercars now as they go up into turn number 4. So the Supercars now still being led out by Ryan McCarthy. Ryan McCarthy there, he comes out of turn number 4, going down the back straight. And he's still been followed there by Moffat and Peters. Peters sitting right up there behind Moffat, giving him a bit of a headache as they make their way down towards turn number 5, Fostron corner. The leader now going into Fostron. And you can see them there, all the Supercars making their way into Fostron corner. Coming out of Fostron now is Ryan McCarthy. There we see Ryan McCarthy in the smaller screen coming out of turn number 5. Hard on the gas, and I tell you what, he has got about a 2.5-second gap there over second place man Moffat.
Nice to see that the Makita Formula Supercars are having such a lovely dice, and our cameras will probably now go back to that front running group, because I tell you what, it's all about that second and third place battle. Sean has moved his way up now. Sean Moore ahead of Fabio Tofani. So Tofani, that was one-on-one with Marcel Angel at the end of qualifying, finds himself now in a let's try and fight back for a top 2 position. A lock up on the right-hand front wheel there just after the apex by Marcel Angel. It must have been drifting just a little bit too high. There they come out now into the front main. So it is Marcel Angel, it's Moore, then it's Stefani. Let's keep with that one. Richard Schroeder, the next man to come through. Then that battle behind him, Rui Campos, Mark Ridgway, Brian Evans. Now Ridgway is holding on pretty neatly to that group. And I do believe that if anybody's going to make a move, it might just be Ridgway that goes one up.
Right, so a car's run off in turn number 5. We'll try and pick up that as we see that, unfortunately, one of the APVs has left the circuit. I think that's Alistair Brown. Indeed he has. That's on the exit, on the entrance of turn number 4. But still in the Supercars now. Ryan McCarthy leading out there from Andrew Moffat. So the V8's now coming out of turn number 3. The Supercars are now entering turn number 1. Is Ryan McCarthy. Ryan McCarthy in turn number 1, making his way up towards turn number 2 now. And Ryan hard on the gas now as he goes up towards G Energy corner. There you see, well, it looks like Peters has got past Moffat. Peters gets past Moffat. Moffat's going to want to come back at him now as they make their way up to G Energy. Moffat looking around the outside. Hilton Peters shuts that door in his face, goes across his bow, and Moffat up on the inside. It's a lovely scrap coming out of G Energy corner. Side by side stuff now as they go down towards turn number 3. Brilliant, brilliant stuff there. It looks like one of the cars went off in turn number 2, but still staying here with the leaders. The second place dice is between Peters and Moffat as they make their way up towards turn number 4. Moffat trying to draft down into the double apex right-hander. When he comes down, it'll be a drag towards turn number 5.
I think that's going to be the one to watch right now as they go down the back, mate. Look at that. Moffat is right there where he needs to be. Peters in front, Moffat behind, Moffat closing. Peters is pretty confident. Peters stays on the outside line, and he obviously believes that he can carry enough speed into turn 5, Fastron corner. through the corner they go. Well, Peters was confident and he managed to hold on to that one. Look at as they come out onto the curbstones, out into the front main. And Peters is doing it all right at this stage of the fight. I don't believe Moffat's got an answer for him. There's just 2 laps to go as they work their way down the front main. But don't forget, they are second and third in class. It's McCarthy that's up, dusted, disappeared. He's driving in tomorrow already.
Ryan McCarthy making his way up to G Energy corner. He's exited turn 1 now. Into G Energy goes Ryan McCarthy. And will work his way out now behind that APV V8. There's Ryan McCarthy. But Gary, how are your V8s looking?
Well, I tell you what, the V8 guys are getting themselves in amongst 1 or 2 back markers at this stage of the fight. It's still Marcel Angel from Sean Moore from Richard Schroeder. They are on their way now going up towards turn number 2. It looks like we've got a slow car that is at the bottom end of the front main trying to recover the circuit and get going again. That is the 11 car. That's Gary Thompson that's going slow up the front main. But let's go back to our leaders. There they go now through turn number 3. And they're starting to pick up some of the slower cars now in front of them. So this is going to be where it starts getting interesting. With just 1 lap to go, I must say that Schroeder is exactly where we expected him to be. The front 3 is exactly where we expected them to be as well. Sean right on the back of Marcel. It's all systems go. There's no yellow flags going down into Fastron corner. It's going to be the last gasp effort as they go down at the bottom end of the straight nearest to the Table Mountain side. Out into the front main they go. The checkered flag is being readied. They won't pick up any more slower cars from here on out. Marcel Angel takes the checkered flag. Sean comes through, and then the next one is Richard Schroeder that's made it through in that 3rd position. So he moves up 1 place on the very last lap.
Well, we'll pick up the supercars as they're working their way around the circuit now. Ryan McCarthy exiting turn number 3, working his way up towards turn number 4. And there you see him behind the V8s now. He's going to want to work his way through. He doesn't want to be held up. He's in the race of his own. He's up on the inside of some of the V8s then. And making his way down the back straight, Ryan McCarthy. Ryan McCarthy hard on the gas now. Down the back straight he goes. Down towards turn number 5. He's all in a race of his own there with some of the V8s amongst him. And this could upset his rhythm ever so slightly, but he just got to keep it on the black stuff. He's got a healthy lead over 2nd place man Hilton Peters and Andrew Moffat. They're entering turn 5 now. And Ryan McCarthy a little bit stuck in there. He doesn't want Hilton and them to get any closer now. He'll want to work his way out as he comes up towards the checkered flag. Ryan McCarthy is going to take heat number 1 in the Makita Power Tools Supercars, but look how close Hilton, Peters and Moffat are behind him as they go towards the line. There you see them crossing line. Peters and Moffat, 2nd and 3rd respectively. They're all in the gold class.
Oh, they've all come across the line already. So at the end of the day, the gold class, Marcel Angel from Sean Moore, Richard Schroeder, Rui Campos, Brian Evans and Mark Ridgway. That is how the V8 Masters gold class ended up. Ryan McCarthy from Hilton Peters, Andrew Moffat, and then Glenn Phillips. But Glenn surprisingly 11 seconds further down from Stuart Spooner and Cedric LeBon. Kellen Brain having started and completed his first supercar race. Well done to the young lad, 16 years of age, first time out in the supercars. A big future ahead there for him.
Right, folks, that was the Makita Power Tools Formula Supercars and V8 Masters. We're having a bit of a replay here. I know you'll see some of the supercars that's gone off around the circuit. A big thanks. I think Alex is the young lady that does all the replays as we see one of the V8s plow into the tire barriers. A couple of supercars going off. That was in turn 2, G Energy corner. And be back live again This race event proudly brought to you by Wingfield Motors in Goodwood and River, Best Price for My Car, and JAC Motors, part of the Wingfield group of companies. So a big thanks to Johnny Fanikak Jr., or as he calls himself, Johnny Wingfield. A big thanks there to Johnny of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car.
Well, next up will be the Bijou Trustees Fine and Millstock Pre-19 and 1980-1990 Classic Cars. Heat number 1 for them. We're looking forward to that one. We're going to see how this one pans out. The Classics and the Fines. Classics run ahead of the Fine cars. They're a little bit quicker, or so they hope to be. And we'll have a look there on pole. Will be Charles Arton and Michael Hitchcock in that beautiful turned out 67 Mustang Coupe. So we wait for that to come out, and we want to say thank you to our crew that is running the cameras for us, doing a fantastic job. To the viewers out there that are watching us, thank you for joining us. It's a privilege to have you joining us, having a look at the racing here today. It's very new for us, so we hope that you're enjoying it as much as we are. We're trying to tell you what's going on the circuit. It's not always on camera. Things do happen. The cameramen try and zoom in on that. We don't have a producer as such. The cameramen listen to us, and then they take heed from our commentary. So it's brilliant stuff out there. And we have a look at the flags now. They're starting to wave pretty hard from the north side. We can see in the distance there's a cold front approaching. It lies out there on the bay. It could be by us at about 5 o'clock. So it looks like the weather's going to be changing. So you folks sitting at home, we're just giving you the heads up. Make sure the woolies are washed, because there is a cold front coming in. It looks like Sunday is going to be a pretty nippy Sunday, and the temperature's already dropped to about 2 degrees as this cold front approaches up over Table Bay. As Frankie rightly said, thank you to Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. Nice, nice to have them on board. To the class sponsors, we want to say thank you for sponsoring the respective classes. Without that, the classes aren't always able to ride, and it does become a bit pricey for them. We know that it works on a subsidy basis for the drivers or riders respectively, and we thank you for that one. To the folks that are adhering to all the lockdown protocols, the safety protocols, wearing masks and social distancing and washing hands, etc., big up to you folks. We know it's difficult. I think we're all sort of getting used to it now, so it's not too much of an effort for us. And Killarney has done a spectacular job putting all the little alcohol posts all over the show, etc., distancing pads at the when you go to the kiosk to buy something. You've got all the little social distancing pads there to stay your distance away from the next client. So we'd like to say thank you very much to all those folks and adhering to the rules and making it easy for the officials around the circuit so that things run smoothly. Well, we wait for the next race. A little bit of a track cleanup and a couple of recovery of cars, as you can see on screen.
Yeah, just a quick track inspection by the WPMC marshals, and I must say, as per normal, a sterling job that gets done by the Western Province Motor Club marshals. And as always, these guys and girls do a brilliant job. They are of the best that you're going to find anywhere around. So we say a big thanks and a big thumbs up and a salute and a hats off to our WPMC marshals and our officials. We're going to come back here, folks, 2 weeks from today, 26 September, for the next round of the Wingfield Motors Power Series. So watch all the radio stations, or listen to the radio stations, and watch Facebook, all the different social media platforms for that one, where we will come back and do the next round of the Wingfield Motors Power Series. That is September the 26th. That is 2 weeks from today. So, Bijou Trustees Fine Cars and Millstock Pre-80 and 90 Classic Cars will come out for the opening race for the day. We'll have a short lunch break after this, and then race number 1, heat number 2 will be after lunch. It'll be back to the RST Track Mac Clubman's Classics and the Breakfast Run bikes. We want to say big thanks not only just to Johnny van Niekerk of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car, the season sponsor. I want to say big thanks to KFM 94.5 radio station. They sponsored Turn 1 and the KFM Straight, and they're also the media partner of the Western Province Motor Club. A big thanks to G Energy for Turn 2, Best Price, Car Care Clinic for Turn number 4, Fostron for Turn 5, and the Porsche Club for the main straight. A big thanks to all of those people as well, together with all the class sponsors, RST TrackMac, RST Suzuki South, Makita for the supercars, Millstock for the classic cars, and BJ Trustees for the fine cars today. So a big thank you. A big thanks to all our sponsors for today. Without you people, as Gary and Francois and myself always say, we cannot go motor racing. So here we go, the final race before we have a short lunch break. BJ Trustees fine cars and Millstock classic cars pre-1980 and pre-1990s out on their warm-up lap. They will come and stop down here on grid proper. And we hope everybody at home is having a great time, and that you are all joining in on the IMUSAT broadcast. It's approaching 12:10, and we're going to be with you right until about 5:15, somewhere there this afternoon. So sit back and enjoy the afternoon in the company of the Western Province Motor Club, in the company of Gary Fleming, Francois Butler, Emil Brandt, and myself, Frankie Yennis. But Francois, like we said 2 weeks ago, and I've experienced it here, and when I went to East London, Gary in PEU by doing here, and karting and short circuit, not the same without the spectators out there. We're doing it for you people, and hopefully you'll be back with us shortly in the not too distant future.
Well, you know what, Frankie, I'm just having a look at the television screen here in our studio, in our commentary box. And I imagine all the viewers out there, and I tell you what, I've been absolutely peppered on the WhatsApp group by all the folk watching and giving us some positive commentary. They're having a lot of fun, so I can feel the spectators out there. Believe it or not, we might not see you, but we know you're there.
Oh yeah,
and,
we know you're there.
They're sitting in that lovely lounger of theirs, that that favorite chair. And
Yeah.
we've got to stand on our feet here.
But what's nice about that, they can have the Saturday afternoon braai fire going, and they can have a couple of cold ones, whatever that may
Yes,
be,
yes,
and they
yes.
can enjoy the racing, and hopefully the three of us are entertaining you people as well. We are just all trying our best up here. But yes, we do miss you people out here. It's lovely to be back, but it's not the same without you guys. But we know you'll be back shortly, or one of these days.
Oh, I'm sure pretty shortly things are bettering up here in sunny South Africa. It's not always the way we want it to be, but I'm sure that, like Frankie rightly says, it will change for the better. So the classic and fine cars are rolling up onto the grid proper. And when they get onto the grid, we'll be able to show you pretty shortly. We'd like to say thank you to Peugeot Trustees and Millstock, the respective sponsors for the two classes. Peugeot Trustees for the fine cars and Millstock for the pre-80 and 90 classic cars. And they're all lining up on the grid now. So there you see our cameraman shows you a shot of the grid. Have a look there at the Frankie's Toyota pulling up onto the third row of the grid. And Frankie in the commentary box punches his chest. He feels an allegiance there to Frankie's soft drinks.
Yeah, of course, definitely.
And they're going to have a lot of good fun there. Wayne Lotte in there with that very quick Class B Escort sitting there in P5 ahead of him. Stephen Heiderich in that beautiful yellow Datsun 160 Triple S, that coupe, and those yellows, those Datsuns actually yesteryear were really fine cars. Front row, Charles Arton in the 240Z Nissan. Alongside him, Michael Hitchcock in the Cross Cape Forklift Services Mustang, the coupe. A lovely, lovely rendition and a very well kept car. It had a knock a little bit earlier in the beginning of last year, but they managed to repair that very nicely. So it's still very period specific car there. On the second row, Malcolm Aiton Bogart there in the Ford Granada. I remember that back in the 80s, that was one of the cars to have, Frankie.
Oh yeah, those Granadas definitely one of the cars to have, that's for sure. As the safety car moves off the line, and the cars will be making their way off the grid now behind the safety car, which is making its way out of turn 1 KFM corner. The Millstock pre-80 and 90 classic cars are now working their way into turn 1 KFM, and the BJ Trustees fine cars, they're still standing on the line. They will be released by the circuit officials, and they will also now head up the Porsche straight, the main straight, into turn 1 KFM corner. There we see a shot of the BJ Trustees fine cars making their way up into turn 1 KFM. In the meantime, heading out of turn 2 G Energy corner through the kink, hooking up behind the safety car is the Millstock pre-80 and pre-90 classic cars as they work towards turn number 3.
Well, Frankie, we call them classic cars. It almost seems like we were driving those cars yesterday, and cannot believe that they are 20 years and plus older. So it's absolutely brilliant to have their pre-90. That's actually 30 years ago. Hello, are we giving our age away here now? What's the story?
There's still lots of these cars driving around the roads today. So theoretically they're classic cars, but we're not going to refer to them as that. Because there's still hordes of these motor cars out on the roads today. So as that group, sorry, Francois, makes its way out of turn 4, Car Care Clinic, the fine cars are working their way out of turn 3.
Right, so the classic cars now behind the pace car down the back straight. That pace car there from Glass Company, that's Angina Motorsport, proudly sponsored by Piet van der Walt, one of our local GTI legends. And the pace car now rolling down into Fastron corner. When it comes out of Fastron corner, the lights will go off. It'll peel to the right, to the inside of the circuit. And Charlie Arton will have the start underfoot, as they say. Once he crosses the line, the lights will go off and he will drop the hammer and we'll go racing a full 9 laps. So it's approximately about a 12-minute race. And we wait for the pace car. Lights off on the pace car now as it peels off onto the inside. They exit turn number 5. Charles Arton leads out there with that Michael Hitchcock sitting on his outside in that Mustang. Up towards the line they go. Frankie, take him away.
Right, the lights on pit lane are on. The lights go off. The hammers get dropped and away we go. As they squirted down the Porsche straight into turn 1 KFM corner. And getting the jump there on Charlie Arton. That's the Mustang of Hitchcock. Charlie Arton drops down into second position. The Datsun 160Z of Stephen Heidenreich is in that third place, and the three of them are trying to get away from Malcolm Aiton Bogard. Aiton Bogard in the Ford. Granada Piranha sits there in P4. Wayne Lotter slides around the outside of Dr. Jeff Beale. Cliffy Bacon sits in there behind him with the BMW, followed there by Herman de Kock on the Escort as these group of classic cars make their way out of turn 3.
Well, some brilliant stuff there now. We still have a look at the leaders there now. And Michael Hitchcock is under attack there now from Charles Arton. Arton just dives in up behind him now to approach that corner. Stephen Heidenreich there in that Datsun 160 SSS sits right up behind him now. And they come out of turn number 5 down the back straight. That's your leaders. They make their way down the back straight now. We'll have a look at those classic and fines exiting turn number 3 as they make their way up towards turn number 4 now. And we'll try and pick up the leaders there now. So they make their way now into turn number 4, Car Care Clinic corner. And that could be the skyline there. Theo Klaassen leading out. Gunther Appelgren there, and Robert Toscana sitting up behind him as they make their way down the back straight.
Yeah, that is the fine cars heading down the back straight. They're followed there by the Morgan of Fred Phillips as your fine cars work their way into turn 5. But your leading classic cars are working their way out of turn number 1. They're heading towards G Energy corner. Dancing Dave Aladef in that Alpha GT Junior will just pick him up going through turn 2. He started out the pit lane 2/3 of a lap behind everybody else. So he's going to be caught now by that Granada and by that Datsun 240Z. Hitchcock and Alton run around him on the outside of turn 3, and they're getting away there from the 160Z Datsun of third place man Stephen Heidenreich, who's been hunted down there by the Ford Granada Piranha of Malcolm Outen-Bogart into turn 4.
Well, going down the back straight now is the leaders. And Michael Hitchcock has been kept honest there by Charles Arton as they head down to Fastron corner, turn number 5. Michael Hitchcock steps on the brake pedal. Charlie Arton looking to go around the outside. Charlie Arton runs a bit deep and around the top end. He wants to get the advantage of the inside part of that corner side by side as they come out of turn number 5 up the main straight. Arton up on the inside. He might be able to work us out, but Hitchcock climbs on the loud pedal. On the loud pedal he goes over the start-finish line down towards turn number 1. And that Mustang sounding absolutely sweet as it goes there into KFM corner, followed by Charles Arton, and they're getting away.
Well, if you have a look down the back straight now, we'll see those first, second and third fine cars. They're heading down the back straight towards turn number 5, towards Fastron corner. And we have still got that Nissan Skyline of Theo Klaassen in P1. Gunther Appelgren sits there in second place in the BMW. Robert Toscano in the Mazda MX-5 is in third place as they put a lap there on the Morris of Andrea Bate. She is in the classic car category. They put a lap out on her as this group of first, second and third in fine cars head down into KFM corner, turn 1.
Brilliant stuff there from the fine cars going into turn 1 now. Robert Toscano in that little MX-5 trying to close down on the back of Gunther Appelgren and Theo Klaassen in that big 2.8 Skylines. There's 2.8s versus a little 1600. And up into G Energy corner they go now. That scrap, a 3-way tie, is emanating into something special. Theo Klaassen trying to give off the attentions. Now, Gunther Appelgren was the quickest on qualifying. Can he close down on Theo Klaassen, or Theo Klaassen put his race face on now as they go into turn number 3? You see them dive into 3 now. They go to the inside now to apex the corner. And Toscano is trying everything to stay in touch with those almighty 6 cylinders in front of him. Up they go up towards turn number 4. To turn number 4 they go now. And the leaders of the classic cars now making their way up towards turn number 2 into G Energy corner. Up into G Energy they come now. Michael Hitchcock still leading out there now over Charlie Arton. And they've broken away from Malcolm Outen-Bogart, who's passed Stephen Heidenreich. So Outen-Bogart might want to make that Piranha Granada work a little bit faster. Stephen Heidenreich, while he's feeling a little bit soft after last night's pleasures, so he says he's trying everything to get him out the car, but his fitness levels are not what they should be. Nonetheless, he's still behind Outen-Bogart in that yellow Datsun.
Right, going down the back straight now. We'll pick up the leaders. There they go. Look at that 240Z of Charlie Arton. That big V8 Mustang of Hitchcock is not getting away from Charles Arton in that Datsun 240Z. There's a yellow flag into turn number 5 into Fastron. I picked up that flag earlier on. I couldn't see what the reason for it was, but we will find out for you, that's for sure. So Arton had the slipstream there on Hitchcock, but because of that yellow flag, he was not allowed to make a move on the Mustang as they head down the Porsche Club Straight. This is the main straight, racing it down into turn 1 KFM corner. A little bit further behind them, making their way now down this home straight is the Granada and the Datsun of Malcolm Outen-Bogart and the 160Z Datsun of Stephen Heidenreich. There you see the Granada going to turn number 1, and right behind him KFM, and right behind him is the Stephen Heidenreich Datsun. He locks up. Has he got a problem? He hasn't locked up. That's smoke. That is smoke coming out the back of that Datsun. Cameraman is right there with this Datsun. I think it's all over. Stephen Heidenreich retires the Datsun 160Z on the exit of turn 1 KFM corner.
Well, Frankie, that light on that dashboard probably came on for some reason or other, and Stephen Heidenreich's pulled off. It is rather, and I apologize for the commentator's curse after speaking about Stephen Heidenreich trying to get everything out of that car, pardon. And unfortunately, something has gone awry now. But going into 3 now is Willem Lotte. Lotte going into 3 there now, chasing Jeff Beal. There they come up towards us. Dr. Jeff Beal now in that Porsche. Goes into turn number 3 there, followed there by Willem Lotte. Lovely scrap here. They now going to be 3rd and 4th respectively. So there's a little bit of line honours going on there. Up behind them now, it's Hammond de Kock. Hammond de Kock, Cliffy Bacon. And then up behind him, it's going to be the Frankie's Escort. So things are looking fantastic there. And that's going to be, well, we're trying to pick up on that Escort now. It's the 135 Escort. That's our visitor that's riding out there. So he might be lapped there at the moment as they go down now into turn number 5, exiting 5 now. Jeff Beal still being followed there now by Lotte. And Lotte's going to want to close down that gap. So you see them there as they race out. And Steve Trutter is in that second Escort. That's the old Frankie's Drink Escort now. So over the line goes Hammond de Kock, behind him Cliffy Bacon, and then Steve Trutter sitting there in that other Escort.
Well, heading into turn 5, Fostron Corner are the first 3 cars in the fine car category. I'm sure we'll pick them up now as they work their way out of turn 5. The first, second and third in the fine cars, the Nissan Skyline in P1 of Theo Klaassen, the BMW of Gunther Appelgrein in second place, and the Mazda MX-5 of Robbie Toscano. There we see them come into view now. They're the 3 cars, the Skyline, the BMW and the MX-5 heading into turn 1 KFM corner, and they're sitting first, second and third in the fine car category. Not too far behind them in P4 is the Alpha Giulia of Neil Maton. He's in that 4th position in that white Alpha Giulia as he chases down the 3 leaders now, and out of G-Energy corner, out of turn 2. The Skyline goes high, the Skyline goes wide. Klaassen gets it wrong, but there's smoke coming out the back of that Skyline. I thought I saw smoke coming out the back of that Skyline. He's slowing right down. So yes, he got it wrong, but I think that Skyline is nursing some kind of a problem, and he's losing major ground now to the BM and the MX-5 as they make their way out of turn 4, out of Car Care Clinic. So Appelgrein sits in P1, Toscano sits in second, Klaassen sits in third, but that's not going to be for long, Francois. He works his way out of turn 4 because here comes the Alpha Giulia of Neil Maton to make the move on the Skyline.
Well, looking at the leaders there, Gunther Appelgrein going into turn number 5, Fostron corner, Robert Toscano up behind him, and the leaders of the Classics are catching them because right behind them is Michael Hitchcock and Charlie Arton. They go down into turn number 5, Hitchcock on the inside, Arton on the outside, side-by-side stuff. They come out, Hitchcock gets the upper hand, gets on the gas as the Mustang steps out, and Arton sits up there behind him. Watch them exit here now. Michael Hitchcock. Oh, and Charlie Arton, we've lost him. He's going off the pit. Arton leaves. He goes into pit. So that is a shame. That 240Z. And Neil Maton going up into second. What brilliant stuff there.
Yeah, but Neil Maton is in the fine car category, and he is not too far. He sits third behind the BM and the MX-5. But my goodness, there goes the overall leader. Into turn 2, G-Energy corner. That's that Ford Mustang of overall race leader Michael Hitchcock. As you see him exit turn number 2, G-Energy corner. He'll pick up first and second in the fine car category, and he'll put a lap on the 2 of them.
Second place now goes to Malcolm Aiton Bogart. He's entering G-Energy corner in that Piranha Granada, turn number 2. He exits turn number 2 now. There you see the Granada on screen. That is Malcolm Aiton Bogart. He gets on the gas nice and early, chasing down Michael Hitchcock. But Hitchcock is down the road. He's now going down the back straight. He's your leader. We've still got 2 laps to go. So we keep an eye on Aiton Bogart now as he comes out of turn number 3, up the KFM straight towards turn number 4. Look at that beautiful frontal shot of that Granada. A very period-specific car. The Ford Cortina and the Granada came out at the same time, but this Granada was a very popular car in its time. Gets down the back straight, he gets on the loud pedal now as he gets past some of the slower cars, and that motor sounds absolute as smooth as silk as it goes down towards turn number 5.
Right, we'll watch the Granada head into turn number 5. That is the Ford Granada of Aiton Bogart. By the way, 1:24.057 is the quickest lap out there in the classic cars, and that's the Mustang of Michael Hitchcock. He is your overall fastest man there as we have a look at this Granada run past the start-finish line, past race control, putting a lap there on the fine car driver Neil Maton in the Alpha as Aiton Bogart makes his way out of KFM corner, turn 1 in that Ford Granada.
Well, Michael Hitchcock now going down towards turn number 3, exiting turn number 3 now. Michael Hitchcock, that's your leader. That's his final lap now. We'll keep an eye on Hitchcock as he comes out of turn number 3 up the KFM straight up towards turn number 4. That Mustang absolutely almighty now. Takes that second apex out of 4. Makes his way out of Car Care Clinic corner and works his way down the back straight now for the last time of this heat. Hitchcock down towards G Energy corner. Foot's firmly stuck in the right-hand side of the pedal box. Down he goes in there. He's going to step onto the gearbox, onto the brakes, and shuffle his way through the gearbox up into about 3rd. He'll work his way around now out of turn number 5. Out of 5 he comes now, which is Fastron corner, up towards us now, and the flag beckons. The flag beckons here for Michael Hitchcock, who takes heat number 1 in the classic cars. Second place will go to Malcolm Bogard, who is now making his way down towards turn number 5. Oh, and he's limping in 5. Bogard limping in 5. Is he going to be able to bring it home, Frankie?
Well, he made a mistake there. I'm not too sure what happened, but he seems to be okay. Here comes the Ford Granada towards a checkered flag, and he will finish in that second position. Well, Malcolm Bogard in the Ford Granada. Where's the man in 3rd position? We're trying to pick him up as they go down the back main. There goes Lotte, making his way down the back straight towards turn number 5. That Escort making its way towards turn number 5. And but just ahead of him, we've got Dr. Jeff Beal in that Porsche that's making his way towards a checkered flag. So that red and white Porsche of Dr. Jeff Beal will cross the line in 3rd position, and then coming towards us is the Escort of Lotte, and right behind him the other Escort of Herman de Kock, and then Trutter crossing the line in the Frankie soft drink Escort.
Great stuff. In between there was Cliffy Bacon in the 535i BMW.
Quite right.
That was your classic cars. And, well, that was a great race. The fine cars also finishing off there. And a marvelous race. Well, we're going to break for some luncheon now, Frankie, apparently. So we tell the viewers this is the time to go and charge your coffee cup or your favorite soft drink. Possibly get a restack the snack bowl at home, or just put some more wood on the fire.
Yeah, well, I don't think they're going to do the fire yet. Maybe here around about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, they'll light the afternoon fire. Or maybe just after we go off air at about 5:15, somewhere around there.
But you do know we've got a couple of die-hard barbecue specialists in South Africa.
Yeah, well, they'll light the fire now and then keep it burning until 7, 8 o'clock this evening. That's the way it works here.
A few bags of charcoal and half the forest.
Yeah, half the forest as well. Allerlei rooikerans out.
Right, folks, we're going to go off air a little bit. We'll be back pretty shortly. Hopefully we will just recharge the batteries, and hopefully you'll be able to watch some more racing. We'll be off air for about half an hour at the most.
Yeah, as Francois says, don't go away too long. We're going to go off air for a while, but we will be back with you shortly.
Right, good afternoon. We'd like to welcome our viewers back and those at the circuit. The second heat of the RST Trackback Classic Club and Breakfast Run Motorcycles. It's the Motorcycle Club race number 2. Heat number 1 inning to go by. I think we're in for another crackerjack outing here by the motorcyclists. And just had a little bit of an award ceremony now at lunchtime. Co-commentator Frank Yernis getting an honours award for his outstanding and diligent service to the Western Province Motor Club commentating staff and timekeeping staff. 24 years of it. So congratulations to Frank Yernis and to the others that obtained awards. One of our COCs, Phil Herald, he's been around longer than I care to remember, much like Frank Yernis. So Frankie, well done, and back at your post.
Geez, that was an absolute honour to receive that award. And for those that don't know, I was standing on the airport on Monday, East London, to fly back to Cape Town after doing an oval track event at Border Stock Car Association. And we were about to board when Mr. Dave Abrams gives me a phone call and says, I needed to answer a few questions. So I say to him, Dave, there's 2 people in the queue ahead of me. Can I phone you when I get to Cape Town? He says, no, you got to answer these questions now before you get onto this aeroplane. And I knew that it would have something to do with an award, or I presume so, but geez, I never ever thought it would be an honours award. So, wow, I am truly honoured and humbled. Thank you, Western Province Motor Club.
Right, so the bikes are out there. Great for Frank to have him amongst us after all these years. And he's also been commentating longer than we care to remember. The motorbikes are reeling out there at the moment, getting ready. Just 2 warm-up laps before we get this Classic Clubman's and Breakfast Run motorcycle race underway. Heat number 2, race number 5 of the day. And it's going to be an absolute crackerjack. If the first race was aiming to go by, Chris Williams and Wayne Aronson took it to the line. Let's have a look, see how the second one pans out. Once again, thanks to our sponsors, Wingfield Motors, best price for my car. For them on board, to RST and Trackback for sponsoring this specific event, or this heat, I should say. And we're going to see what these youngsters, well, not some of them not too young, but what they can get up to out on their iron ponies. As they come up towards the line, they'll be starting to stack themselves on the grid proper before we get the race underway.
Right, so the bikes have done their second outlap. They'll come a line up now on the grid. We see the bikes rolling towards us, and we'll have a look, see who's going to be out there in P1. Probably fine, it'll be the same campaigners. Remember, Willem Binnedel did not do race number 1 on the 25 bike. Let's have a look. He was going to be out there. He would have been in 3rd position. He never came out for that race. So we'll have a look who is out on track as the bikes roll towards the official standing on the start-finish line. Right, here comes Mr. Binnedel. So he's going to be up there for the 3rd heat. He puts a 25 machine in P3, where he should have been for race number 1. Michael de Toy rolling there into a P6. He came 2nd in the Clubman's B on bike number 7. Here comes Wayne Aronson. He'll put it back on the front row of the grid in that 2nd position. Of course, Chris Williams in the Ducati, or on the Ducati Panigale, he'll put the number 14 bike in P number 1. So we'll see them as they all move towards the line. Paul Rulu also moving into his position, and we've got a few of the Breakfast Run bikes. There's 4 of them. They are standing slightly behind the Clubman's A and Clubman's B motorcycles. So Francois, we're about to get this one underway. RST Trackback, Clubman's and Breakfast Run bikes, no classic bikes out there, over 8 laps.
I reckon we're going to have another crackerjack race here now. I think Chris Williams has put his race face on after lunch. Wayne Aronson might have a different idea. And now suddenly Willem Binnedel's in the mix. What is he going to do? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Michael de Toy, will he get another great start of it and find himself up along the front runners? We'll have to wait and see as they're starting to get themselves sorted out. The 5-second board's on. Well, watch the lights. Lights on. Away they go. Once again, Wayne Orense gets a great start of it. Michael gets in there too, and he might go up into second place. Wow, what a crackerjack start there from Michael du Toit as he goes up into second place. Wayne Orense is getting away. Watch the Ducati of Chris Williams get up on the back wheel as he moves up there into third place into G-Energy corner, and all the bikes roll around there pretty safely.
What a fly off the line there by Mike du Toit. He's now in second place overall and leading Class B, but here comes Chris Williams. Williams dives up on the inside. Michael let him go. He knows for a fact he runs in Clubman's A, and he's not going to be a threat to him in Clubman's B. Hunter should be in there as well. Michael Hunter on that number 13 machine as the leaders work their way out of turn 4. Out of Car Care Clinic corner they go. Down the back main, but it's about Wayne Orense and second place man Chris Williams, and still Michael du Toit leading Class B holds on to that third place as they race down towards turn 5 Fostron.
Well, great racing there as they all going to Fostron corner. We were chatting to Michael du Toit at the luncheon interval, and he said he had a bit of brake issues. They were sorted that one out now as they crack out of turn number 5 up towards the start-finish line. It's Wayne Orense. He crosses the line. Here comes Benadel alongside. And over the line they go. Down into turn number 1. Wayne Orense, Chris Williams, Michael du Toit, Willem Benadel, Michael Hunter, Justin Mikkel, Josh Strock, Paul Rulli, Robbie Padrika, Malefa Ratlachani, Zubair Adams, Nigel Boo, Brandon Bramdorf, Faisal Mohammed, and Mitch Robinson all make their way across the line now as the leaders go into G-Energy corner.
Well, the leaders working their way out of turn 2, G-Energy corner, working their way towards the kink. And once again up front, it is Willem Benadel, and right behind Benadel, we've got, Wayne Orense, and right behind him in second position, it's Chris Williams. Williams sitting in that second place as they work their way out of turn 3, up the KFM straight now towards turn 4. To Car Care Clinic corner they go. Out of turn 4, down the back straight. They'll wind those twist grips wide open down the back main. There goes Orense. Here comes Williams. Benadel is now in that third position. And Michael Hunter sits there behind Michael du Toit as they squirted down the back straight towards turn 5, Fostron corner.
Exiting Fostron now, Wayne Orense, but Chris Williams has closed down, hand over foot. He's making that Panigale work over time, trying to close down that ZX10R there of Wayne Orense, that JJ Smith Trust machine as they make their way down, both putting in fast laps now. So Wayne Orense on the JJ Smith Trust machine leads out there over Chris Williams on the 1299 Panigale. And they're starting to break away from Willem Benadel on the Shefford Home Kawasaki ZX10R. Michael du Toit leads Class B in the ZX10. And they make their way up now into G-Energy corner.
But there's a group of bikes heading into G-Energy corner. They're stuck in there behind Michael du Toit. Josh Strock goes very high. He is that fourth man in that group, making their way out of G-Energy through the kink. And Michael du Toit's got them racked and stacked behind him. Mike du Toit still leading Class B as he works his way out of turn 3. He's going to be mugged by about 4 motorcycles. The man from Worcester sits there in about third, fourth position, but he's leading Class B.
Right, so that pack makes their way now down the back straight. Du Toit has got a whole gaggle of bikers up behind him there now. He's got the likes there of Michael Hunter, Justin Michal, Josh Strock, and Paul Rulu all hunting him down. And I tell you what, he must be feeling the heat from behind him as your leaders now come out towards the front Porsche straight. Still Wayne Orense leading Chris Williams on the Ducati. Down into turn 1 they go now. You'll see them coming to picture. There is Wayne Orense ahead of Chris Williams. Third place man is Benadel. He'll be chasing now, but the leaders now come out up the Bear Straight. You'll see them there in the distance of the picture now, working their way up, but there's absolute brilliant stuff up there behind them now as the leaders come into turn number 2. Watch the rest of the bikes coming out of turn number 1, and that is where you're going to find Michael du Toit with a whole gaggle up behind. Look at that, he is fending off the attentions of about 4 bikes. This is brilliant stuff, Frankie.
Yeah, well, as they exit G-Energy corner now through the kink, this group of 5 motorcycles make their way towards turn 3. Into turn 3 they go. That's where the action is. And poor Michael du Toit has got them in there behind him. Which way does Michael go? Down the back. Oh, somebody going very wide. Almost putting the bike down, but recovering that bike very neatly indeed. As they head out of 4 Car Care Clinic. Down the back, man, they go. Mike du Toit's got them racked and stacked. Here comes Josh Troch. Josh has a look up on the inside and they go past each other side by side and they're hunting down Michael into turn 5 for Strong.
Well, Michael du Toit's got his hands full in there. It's Josh Troch and the rest of the folk, they're pushing pretty hard. Now they work their way out of turn number 5. Troch's trying to close down on there. And Justin Michal's there too with Paul Rulu coming into the picture now as they work their way down towards KFM. Hard on the brakes there now. There's 4 bikes in it, side by side. And, Michal goes up on the inside of Troch, but runs a bit wide. Troch's going to come back at him. But Michal pins it over, leans it hard, and they come flying out of that corner now up the bear straight up towards G Energy corner.
Well, Paul Rulu is also in that group of motorcycles heading down into turn 2. Out of turn 2, G Energy corner they come now. Josh Troch is in there, Michal's in there, and so was Rulu. They're all in there. And poor Michael du Toit is trying to ride defensive lines, but he lost one position coming out of turn 3.
That could be Michal or Rulu that's gone through. I think Justin Michal's gone through on him there now. Yep, indeed it is now as they come out of turn 4 down the back straight. And someone has gone off in turn 4. We didn't pick up on that one. Somebody went off in turn 4. Unfortunately, where the race continues, we'll pick up who that is a little bit later. We'll let you know exactly who's gone down there now as that pack makes their way down into turn 5. Into turn 5 they go now. The leaders are making their way already down into turn 1, but keep an eye on this pack now as they exit turn 5. Yeah, they come towards us.
Just got confirmation. Yes, bike number 98, and that's Justin Michal that put the bike down in turn 4. And it looks like we might have a red flag. Yes, red flag is out. The race has been stopped. Bike 98, Justin Michal, has put the machine down very hard in turn 4, Car Care Clinic corner, and that has brought out the red flag. The race has been stopped. Well, red flag out here, Francois, first red flag of the day. It's things we don't like to see. We know that we've got confirmation from Emil Tiny Brunt of Tiny's Pit Box, who brings us all information from the pit area and mans the radio. He was on the radio immediately, and we got confirmation from Tiny that it is bike number 98 that went down. And bike number 98 is Justin Michal, and he races in Clubman's Class A, and he is the rider that put the bike down. It's behind the clubhouse in the tree, so we can't see it there. And we didn't pick it up on our television monitor that you're seeing at home. We see the medical vehicle and the safety vehicles and the marshals' buckies go out, or the marshals' pickup trucks going out onto the circuit. So it looks like there might be a second bike involved as well, but we will get more clarity and confirmation out to you people the moment we know more. So folks, don't go away. We're going to go off air for a short while. We are still here. We haven't deserted you. We're just trying to get information as to exactly what happened out there. Right, for the viewers at home, you can see the bikes lining up on the grid proper again. We're under red flag status. The medics and the ambulance out there, hopefully the rider not too untoward. And
well, they just get the marshals and the medics will sort that one out as all the bikes come up onto the grid under the red flag status. Just to explain to the viewers at home, those that don't know, when there's a red flag during the race, all the bikes will roll around onto the grid and reform. And then the race is usually decided by the officials, whether it'll be a restart, whether it'll be a remainder of the race. Now look, that was a 9-lapper. They'd already run 2 laps, so there'll possibly be a 7-lap race. We'll have to wait and see. That'll be up to the officials. The clerk of the course will call that one, and they will put out a board to advise the riders of how many laps there are left, or whether it'll be a full restart. So we have a look-see. The leader out there was Wayne Arendsey. He had done a 118.015 on the JJ Smith Trust Kawasaki ZX-10R. Up behind him was Chris Williams on the TrackMac Ducati 1299 Panigale. And third place was Willem Binnedal on the Shepherd Home machine. And that was where they were placed until that unfortunate incident happened. So we're just waiting to clear that up, and we'll let you know exactly what's going on. And once again, thanks to RST and TrackMac for sponsoring this class of motorcycles. And to our corporate sponsors, Wingfield Motors, for supporting the race event here at Killarney International Raceway. Unfortunately, this year, no World Rallycross, but I was chatting online to one of the drivers, and he said, wow, the Rallycross drivers are really missing RSA. But hopefully next year they'll be back once all the conditions have been alleviated and the world's in a better state of health. So we're looking forward to that. And they will be racing only in Europe and sort of the beginning part of Asia, so that they keep it up there in the subcontinent. They will not be leaving the subcontinent, the Rallycross, World Rallycross event, together with the World Rally Championship event as well.
Right, so you'll see the bikes on the start-finish line, the grid officials sorting the riders out, getting the riders into the appropriate grid positions. And we are still waiting for confirmation. Emil Brandt is manning the radio. The moment he hears anything, we will let you know about the situation involving Justin Michau on bike 98 in turn 4, car care clinic corner. So the moment we hear anything, we will let you know. I see a motorcycle making its way up pit lane. So a guy that's obviously picked up a problem. I can't see the number on the front fairing, but one of the riders pulling out, obviously mechanical issues. So his second heat will, or second race of the day, will end prematurely. We'll hope that he gets his motorcycle sorted out for the third one in heat number 3. So we're still under red flag conditions here at Killarney International Raceway for the situation that's happened in car care clinic corner. That's turn 4. There are medical vehicles on the circuit. So any information that we do get, we will relate to you as soon as we possibly can. Well, there's a whole heap of vehicles making their way down the back straight. So it looks like the situation could be sorted out. If we get any information, we will let you know.
Right, for the folks at home, just to let you know that the race will get underway shortly. It'll be a 1-lap warm-up and then a 4-lap sprint to the end. We see the timing monitor, 4 laps to go. So the riders will quickly circulate to get some heat into those tyres again, because they've been standing stationary. And then we'll have a 4-lap sprint. Well, you're going to have a crackerjack start if you want to do something in a 4-lapper. because 4 laps is pretty quick. It's just over 12 kilometers, maybe 13 Ks. You really have to go pretty fast around there. Well, as you see there, now warming up all the bikes, riding there into turn number 1. Right, folks, so just to let the folks know at home that rider number 98, Justin Michal, took a tumble in turn 4. He's okay. A little bit of bumps and scratches and bruises. I think his pride has taken a knock and he's run out of a bit of talent, but I'm sure he'll gather that up and come back stronger.
Yeah, I was on the radio to race control and to the medics, and they said that he's knocked up a bit, bumps and bruises. But the lady that spoke to me on the radio from the medics said that the rider is fine, and that's the most important thing. So Justin Michal is okay. Right, so we brought you that good news that he is fine. They're going to do 4 laps. They've done another warm-up lap. They're going to do 4 more laps as the riders of the RST TrackMac Clubman's and Breakfast Run bikes line up. Supposed to be classics as well, but there are no classic bikes out there, just Breakfast Run bikes and Class A and B Clubman's bikes. So into pole position once again for this dash to the flag will be Wayne Arendse. On his outside, the number 14 bike of the Green Goblin, Mr. Chris Williams. And on his outside, the 25 machine of Willem Binnendal. Michael de Toy, bike number 7. Mike is all ready for this. Josh Troch is in there, and so is Paul Rulu. They're all ready to go as, oh my word, the Goblin's bike is stalled on the line, and somehow everybody misses him. That is not the start, Francois, that Chris Williams needed.
Yeah, the bike stalled on the line there, and that's a bit unfortunate. And they work their way through now into turn number 1 up to turn number 2. They go now. Wayne Arendse leads up there. It looks like that could be Josh Troch up behind him as they lead their way now through G Energy corner. Willem Binnendal sits in 3rd. Michael de Toy in 4th. They roll out there now through the kink down towards turn number 3. And it's a real high-speed train. 4 laps to go. And what is Chris Williams going to do as he carves his way through the field? He must be highly irritated.
Well, Williams has gone past 6 motorcycles already. He's put that behind him. Chris Williams is going past bike number 7. He's going past bike number 8. My goodness. Williams on their Ducatis on a roll as the leaders make their way down the back straight towards turn 5. Watch that Ducati fly down the back main. There he goes. Williams is eating them up left, right and center, but we focus on the leaders coming out of turn 5, Fostron corner.
Well, it'll be Wayne Arendse leading out there on the JJ Smith Trust ZX10 as he comes up towards us now. Here comes Wayne Arendse. I think it could be Josh Troch in 2nd place as they cross the line. We'll pick it up. Down into turn 1 they go. It's a very close straight. It's got 3 laps to go. We wait for the timing monitor to pick up on us. Yes, Josh Troch 2nd, Willem Binnendal 3rd, Michael de Toy followed by Paul Rulu, Michael Hunter, Robbie Padrika, Zubaya Adams, Chris Williams 9th. And he'll want to work his way up through there now. We'll keep an eye on Chris Williams. He is really making that Ducati work overtime.
Right out of a G Energy corner, the leaders come now, making their way through the kink. And it's Wayne Arendse in P1, Josh Troch in 2nd position, Willem Binnendal is in 3rd position. They're getting away from everybody else once again in P4 and leading Class B. Bike number 7, Michael de Toy is leading that group down into a turn number 4, into a car care clinic corner. But Michael has been off track for a long time. He's going to have to get back into it again as we focus on the leaders. That is heading into turn 5, into Fostron corner. Down into Fostron, turn 5. The 3 leaders make their way out of turn 5. And once again, it is Arendse that sits out in P1. Troch sits in 2nd and Binnendal in 3rd.
Well, up towards the line they come now. Wayne Arendse across the line there with Josh Troch together with Willem Binnendal. There they go over the line down towards turn number 1. That's your front three riders up behind them. Michael Latoy and Paul Rulu go into turn 1 now. Great shot there of the bikes as they roll into turn 1 now. Out of turn 1 they go up towards G Energy corner, up the straight into G Energy. It's going to be Wayne Arendseder, Josh Stroch and Willem Middelal, Michael De Toy, Paul Waller and Chris Williams doing a 1:17.6. He's absolutely flying around the circuit trying to close down on some of the other bikers and working his way through the field.
Well, Chris Williams has cleared all of them. Williams now sits in P4, and you can see the three leaders ahead of him. Williams is making his way out of turn 3. He is now absolutely fully focused. He's pulling away from all the other Clubman's Class A and B riders as he works his way into turn number 4. Karke Clinic corner, and we'll see him rocket down the back main. There he goes, pulling away now from De Toy and from Rulu, as he goes after the three leaders that are making their way out of turn 5 Fostron.
Well, he's posted the fastest lap of a 1:17.6. I think that is a personal best for Chris Williams, if my memory serves me correctly now. Wayne Arendseder coming towards the line there now. Willem Binnendal goes to second ahead of Josh Stroch. But here comes Chris Williams. It's the last lap.
Williams sits out there in P4, and Wayne Arendseder's done the quickest lap now. 1:17.668 by race leader Wayne Arendseder. He's the quickest man. He has responded to Williams that sits out there in P4 as the leaders work their way out of turn 2. Out of G Energy corner, the three leaders go. The fourth bike gets dipping into that corner now. He's Chris Williams. He went all the way to the back of the pack and has made his way into that fourth position as they run down into turn 3. There's a half a lap left to go.
Well, Chris Williams sitting just a little way behind Josh Stroch there. You'll see him exit turn number 3 now up towards turn number 4. It's going to be a gallant effort here from that man, Chris Williams. He's going to try and roll down the back straight. It's a monumental toss. That 12.99 Panigale is going to get put through its paces now down the back straight as Chris Williams lights up that Ducati down the back straight. I don't think he's going to do better than P4 as your leader, Wayne Arendseder, exits Fostron corner up towards the checkered flag. And they come now. Yep, checkered flag beckons here. Wayne Arendseder from Willem Binnendal, from Josh Stroch, and a monumental effort here from Chris Williams.
Oh, Rulu and De Toy's got a dice to the checkered flag. Rulu and De Toy. It's going to be Rulu that pips Michael De Toy for that 5th position, but that won't matter too much because Michael De Toy would still have come home first in Class B, and Michael Hunter right behind him would have ended 2nd in Class B. Man, brilliant stuff out here, Francois. RST Track Mac Classics, Clubman's and Breakfast Run bikes.
Well, we noticed that when the riders are finished, they always wave to the crowds, but you still see them waving. They are actually acknowledging the marshals for their sterling work that they do. They're standing out there in the blazing sun today.
And I think they're not only just the marshals, they're acknowledging each other as well for some great riding out. And these boys have still got one more race to go in the RST and Track Mac Clubman's A and B and breakfast bikes. No classic bikes out there with them today. So they've done 2 of their 3 races. So Arendseder, 1:17.459. He was the quickest man out there. Binnendal and Trosh, they finished 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Clubman's A. The 2 Michaels came home 1st and 2nd in Clubman's B. Michael De Toy P1 and Michael Hunter finished in 2nd position. And way down, Faisal Mohammed finished 3rd in Clubman's B. And Ishad Mohammed was the first breakfast run bike across the line. And he was round about mid-pack. Right, I'm going to hand the mic over to Gary Fleming for the RST and Suzuki South Superbikes and Supersports. Wow, after we've had all that action there in the Clubman's and Breakfast Run bike sponsored by RST and TrackMac, we're going to move on to the RST and Suzuki South Superbikes. Kieran Snyman, Ronald Slamet, Brandon Haupt, Jared Schultz. My goodness, Jared ended fourth. He's the first of the 600s. Malcolm Rapson, Rob Craig and Jock Ackerman finished first, second and third in that order in the Superbike Masters. Peter Haupt was fourth and Donovan Lecoq was fifth. Brett Roberts was classified as 10th, but Brett got a DNF as a matter of fact. He stopped his machine in the Pit Complex B, which is on the other side of Pit Complex A across the bridge. Sean Mackel will be in there, hopefully. Well, hopefully Brett will be in there. Gavin Lowe, Jonathan Schwerin. He had a problem out there in the opening race. He put the bike down, but he did rejoin again. Lubabal Tasana on the ZX-10R, bike number 35. He did not finish race number 1. He was also involved in a situation on the exit of turn 1 KFM corner. So we'll look and see who was there and who was not. Hopefully all 14 riders will be there as they roll out of the pits. There we go. Looks like Brett Roberts is there. He's got that lime green racing suit on. So I think that if I'm seeing right, heading out of turn 1 KFM, that it is Roberts out there. I certainly hope so. So here we go. 111s, 110s. This is space rocket times that these guys are doing around Killarney International Raceway.
So race number 2 for the RST Suzuki South Superbikes. Kieran Snyman, Ronald Snyman and Brandon Haupt. Wow. If you missed that one, when you get a chance, when you finish watching this race, go back and go and have a look at that one. It was an amazing battle up front. Jared Schultz, the fastest of the 600s out there between himself and Brett Roberts. And I must say, Jared Schultz was very quick with that 600 GSXR 1000 of Malcolm Rapson ahead of Robert Craig. And Jacques Ackerman, Peter Haupt and Donovan Lecoq being the leading masters from Gavin Lowe and Lubalalu Nsina. Right, coming up onto the line, this is going to be pretty interesting stuff. We'll have our main protagonists up front, Kieran Snyman, Ronald Stammet, and Brandon Haupt. That's where the action is going to be, going down into turn number 1. Coming up into that leading position, the 19 of Kieran Snyman. That bright pink and black suit of his, you can't miss that whatsoever. Ronald Stammet alongside him. Runs it quickly into the rev limiter. The 26 on the outside. Brandon Haupt, the man that initially got dropped in heat number 1, slowly but surely caught up and then demolished the two of them towards the end. So here we go. Kieran Snyman. What can... Oh, Kieran's bad off the line. Kieran's very bad off the line. He's going to lose out at least 3 positions. It looks like coming from the outside line. Going to come in, no, from 4th position, Jared Schultz with the 600. The 600 is very nimble off the line. But the biggest loser there, Kieran Snyman, Ronald Stammet and Brandon Haupt getting past him as they go down into G-Energy corner.
Well, what a start off the line there by Jared Schultz. He got that thing rocketing off the line. But the Lita bike would come into its own between turn 4 and 5. Yeah, they come already. In the nimbler parts of the racetrack, Jared will be okay until it gets to turn 4, Car Care Clinic. Then those 1000 cc's, those Lita bikes will eat him up between turn 4 and 5, between Car Care Clinic corner and Fostron. Down the back main they come now. And here comes Brandon Haupt. Down the back main goes Haupt. Here comes Kieran Snyman as well, as they eat up that 600 heading down into turn 5 Fostron corner.
Ronald Slammert finds himself third of the 3 big hitters as they work down into Cape Town corner. Turn 5, it's fast-tron for the 2020 season. Out into the front main they go, the Porsche straight. And below us, that's Brandon Haupt, the man that was amazing in heat number 1. He was initially dropped from that 3rd position, dropped off the back, and found himself looking at the back tire of Cuban Slawan and Ronald Slammert. And then he put in lap after lap, the quickest lap time, up into 2nd, and eventually picking up top honors in that one. Well, this time around, it's going to be all about Cuban Slaman. That's going to have a look at the back of Brandon Haupt. And Haupt looks like he's stretching Snaman as they go down into turn 3.
Down into turn 3, they come now out of turn 3, squirting it up the KFM straight towards turn 4 into Killarney corner. There's nothing between these two as they work their way out of 4. Down the back main they go. Brandon Haupt down the back main, climbs on that twist grip with Cuban Slaman in 2nd. Down the back straight they go now in 3rd position. It's Ronald Slammert. Right behind him it's Jared Schultz. That is the top 4. The leader of the Masters sits there in P5 on bike number 16. That's Robbie Craig as they work their way out of Fostron corner, turn 5.
Nothing much between the top Masters drivers. 5th and 6th overall out on circuit. Robert Craig and Malcolm Rapson on the 16 and the 46 bikes, and there's very little between them. You see them coming now through below us, Robert Craig and Malcolm Rapson down into turn number 1. But let's go back to our leaders. Look at that. Gets the front wheel up in the air. That's Brandon Haupt. He said, keep an eye on my back wheel, brother. You can lead as much as what you want in heat number 1, but this one's all mine. And Brandon Haupt looking very, very strong on that R1 Yamaha and starting now to stretch out on Cuban Snyman. In fact, he's taken 2/10 out of Cuban Snyman on the 2nd lap. And if you think about that, Cuban Snyman is slowly but surely pulling away from Ronald Slammert. So what we saw in heat number 1 is definitely not a carbon copy in heat 2.
1:12.102 is the fastest man out there that sits in P1, and that's Brandon Haupt. Down the back main he goes now towards turn 5, and he has got Cuban Snyman on his back wheel there as they exit turn 5. Slammert sits there in that 3rd position, so it's Haupt from Snyman from Slammert. Then you've got the 600 of Jared Schultz that sits there in P4 behind Schultz. In P5 are the 2 Masters. That's Robert Craig and Malcolm Rapson as the 2 Masters head down into turn 1. So Craig and Rapson is catching up onto the back end of Schultz out of turn 1 KFM corner.
Well, that's the 2 leading Masters drivers, Robert Craig and Malcolm Rapson, the 14 and the 46 bike. But don't forget about the likes of Donovan Lecoq. He's about 3.5 seconds further back, but not completely out of it whatsoever. And all over his back wheel is Jacques Ackerman, who's now dropped down behind Donovan Lecoq. So nothing much between the 2 of them. Then the next one behind that is the Brett Roberts 600. So he's 2nd in class. There's only 2 600s out there. Brett Roberts, and he's doing 1:17 ones with that Yamaha 600. So that's pretty quick for Brett Roberts, make no mistake. But Brandon Haupt, as he leads them out going down the back main, there is nobody that's quick enough right now to stop that fueled racing R1 Yamaha 1:12.07, notably quicker on the warmer surface than in heat number 1.
1:12 dead by Brandon Haupt as he runs down into KFM corner, turn number 1. Watch those left legs come out as they break on their latest for KFM corner. Out of KFM, there's a dice heading into KFM corner, and that is Jared Schultz that's been caught there. Schultz has been caught by Robbie Craig. So the master leader, Robert Craig, is crawling all over the back of the 600 of Jared Schultz as those 2 machines work their way into turn 2.
Keeping in mind from 2 to 3 and from on the exit of 3, that 600 machine is more nimble and you can't do much with a 1-liter bike. But once you get up towards the main grandstand, that last section going into car care, double right-hander out into the back main, that's where the 1-liter bike takes over with the overall amount of power and torque, power to weight ratio. And then as we saw on lap number 1. That 600 getting swallowed up as they work their way out into the back main. The 1 litre bikes blasting past like you're looking for parking.
1 minute 12 dead by Brandon Alp. 112.000 by Brandon Alp. My goodness, will he crack the high 111s? It's not impossible for Brandon Alp to crack the 111s as we watch them make their way into turn number 1 KFM corner. The leaders are now making their way towards turn 2 G Energy.
I think it's time to have a look at that Masters battle now exiting KFM corner out into the Joubert Straight. The 2 Masters riders, Robert Craig and Malcolm Rapson, going up into turn number 3. The 2 of them, there's nothing much between the 2 of them whatsoever. Hasn't been for since the lights went off. And I think they've stayed pretty much the same distance apart, pushing one another pretty heavily. Craig leading out there from Rapson. The 2 of them breaking away from the 3rd in the Masters class, being Donovan Lecoq, who 1.5 laps back got past Jacques Ackermann. So it drops Jacques down to 4th overall in the Masters series. And then the 600 between them, and then Peter Haupt, our other senior out there, and he's on the R1 Yamaha.
Well, look at this down the back main. Here comes Malcolm Rapson. He's going to shove it up on the inside of Robbie Craig. Going down into turn 5, and Rapson has got him. Malcolm Rapson in turn 5 nails Robbie Craig. Coming out of turn 5, so the 2 Masters are going 1-on-1 as they make their way under the bridge on the Porsche Straight. Robbie Craig will certainly come back at him again. Rob up on the inside, Rapson on the outside, but Rapson dives across his bows as they exit turn 1 KFM corner. But it's a lovely dance going on behind them, and that involves Donovan Lecoq and Jacques Ackermann.
Well, that very, very tight battle has all of a sudden opened up completely between Malcolm Rapson and Robert Craig. Craig going a lot slower, and I think he's going to be caught very quickly by Donovan Lecoq, because remember, Lecoq and Jacques Ackermann, they're having a one-on-one battle, and they are very much on a similar pace. But no doubt problems there for Rob Craig. He's dropped off quite a long way, and he's definitely got some serious problems underfoot.
Right, the leaders are making their way now as they come out of turn number 5, Fostron corner. Brandon Haupt will start his final lap. He's done a 1 minute 12 dead as Brandon Haupt. Will he crack the 111s? No, he won't crack the 111s as race leader goes into turn number 1 KFM corner on his last lap. Race leader Brandon Haupt with Kewan Snyman behind him, and in 3rd position it's Ronald Slamet.
Well, I think Brandon Haupt did it all right in heat number 1 after the start of lap number 3. From there on out, just growing in stature, and the pace has been unbelievable. He was 85 thousandths of a second on the second last lap of the race, which is just completed now, and that was a 1:12.085 as opposed to the 1:12.00. How do you get to a thousandth of a second on 1 minute 12? You've got to be pretty accurate to get that right, and keeping that kind of pace is just pulling himself further and further away from the ZX Kawasaki of Kewan Snyman, who for this moment now does not have an answer for him. There's no doubt about it. Kewan was the best qualifier. He was the pole man for heat number 1. But unfortunately for him, in the warmer weather now, it's all about Frankie Brandon Haupt.
Checkered flag comes out, and it's Brandon Haupt that brings it home in P number 1. Second across the line, Kewan Snyman. Third, making his way towards us, the Red Baron, Ronald Slamet, will bring it the 68 machine home in that 3rd position. Right behind him, the leading 600 is Jared Schultz. Then behind Schultz, here comes the leader and winner of the Masters, Malcolm Rapson. Behind him, it is Robert Craig, and the dice is still on here between Donovan Lecoq and Jacques Ackermann towards a checkered flag, and it's Lecoq that gets to the line just ahead there of Jacques Ackermann.
Peter Haupt, one of our senior contenders, coming through, and he comes up top 5 in the Masters. Brett Roberts second in class on the 600 on the 202 machine, 10th overall in the race. Gavin Lowe brings through the ZX10 in 11th position. Jonathan Schwerin from Sean McCrill, and then Ntasana is the man that did not start this race on the LB Auto ZX10. So that was RST Suzuki South Superbikes, race number 2 for the day.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff out there by the boys in the RST and Suzuki South Superbikes, race number 2. Well, we hope you're enjoying yourselves wherever you find yourself in Cape Town, Western Cape, South Africa, or wherever in the world you're watching us on Facebook Live and YouTube. And a big thanks to the IMUSAT sports team once again, to Stephen, to Z, to Gareth, Gideon, and Alex, to the 5 of them. Thank you very much. Alex is the young lady that does all the replays, but a big thanks to her, Gideon, Stephen, Z, and to Gareth. A big thanks to the IMUSAT sports team for what they are doing for us here today. And then, Gary, also big thanks to the photographers that are out there. I'm sure Heinrich Sauber will be out there. Kokis, he'll be taking photos, as well as Uncle Colin Brown. They will all be out there taking photos. To our photographers, a big thank you, our official MSA accredited photographers, for putting in all the time and effort, as well as our WPMC officials and marshals.
Well, folks, around the circuit there is either X3 or X5 BMW that's standing very near to the supercar pit area. And this vehicle's been idling there since just after 8 o'clock this morning. Nobody's returned to it, and it's electronic, so it's locked, but it's idling. And yeah, somebody's not getting good liters per 100 kilometers out of that one. So if you are riding a white BMCA 339215, it's either X3 or X5. I can't see from the photo. You're running out of fuel. It would be a good time to go and switch your vehicle off.
Right, for the folks at home, you can see out in circuit is the APV 347 IS, the V8 Mustangs. They'll be out together with the Supercars with the 2-litre 8-valve motors. It is heat number 2 for them. So they're out there busy warming up. You see interviews of the riders.
Can't tell if the lap boards are. There's no countdown, there's no lap boards. Ron, you can jump. Yeah, you can jump. Ron, what about
the manager, director of Mad Max,
feeling more comfortable.
Westman, ex-Mad Max rider. He's busy helping out the boss today, as you see.
Rob, can you tell us how the race went?
It was going awesome until I thought I saw the checkered flag, and I slowed down into turn 1 thinking it was the race over. And then everyone was carrying on racing, so I had to put my head down again and go. But I lost Malcolm, so I'll have to beat him in the second one.
Yeah, all right. Looking forward to it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Well, a bit of a reverse grid happening down here. So that's going to be pretty interesting stuff. Rui Campos in the Campos Transport car going to be finding himself ahead of the likes of Mark Ridgway and Richard Schroeder and Marcel Angel and Sean Moore, Fabio Tafani. So only Jason Robertson and the rest of the pack that remain there. So the front portion of the pack that has been inverted.
Well, the Supercars roll off the grid now down towards turn number 1 for their warm-up lap behind the pace car. And, well, it looks like they also reversed their grid ever so slightly
I think
there.
it's only the front 3.
3, yeah. It's Sean McCarthy down in 3 now. Moffat retains 2nd, and Hilton Peters moves up into P1. So the Supercars will have a little bit of a run of it.
I think Hilton Peters might just post a victory from this one. He was looking very solid in Heat 1.
Yep.
And starting off the front of the pack, you might just find that he's the pace setter and maintains it all the way through.
Well, having a look there at some of the young guns now, sort of middle of the road there in the supercar field, that might help them going forward in this heat. So let's have a look, see what happens there now as they make their way through the kink into turn number 2. All the cars currently behind the pace car now as they make their way up towards turn number 4.
New kid on the block, Kevin De Bruin, made it through race number 1. Out there for race number 2 as well. So all systems go for the young lad. Probably the youngest person sitting in a race suit with a helmet on, sweating it out, thinking, why am I doing this? What am I doing here? What happens if this breaks? What happens if that goes wrong? And then as you work your way up the back straight, the next thought that goes through your mind is, well, look, what's going to be is going to be. This is what I do. This is what I am. This is what's going to happen. Forget about the tire wear. Forget about the fuel consumption. Forget about everything else. It's all systems go. I accept whatever the result is, and that's it. And then the red mist drops, the lights go off, and you are in your happy spot.
Right, so the car's making their way down towards turn 5 now. Behind the pace car. The pace car will come out at turn 5. Lights will go off. It'll peel towards the right, and we will go racing.
Nice and slow through the fast front corner. Beautiful view looking out over the mountain if you look from the commentary box down that side. Here we go. Cameraman says, boys, open up the shutters wide, get lots of light in. Let's follow the action. Reverse front end grid. Keep an eye on Sean Moore. Keep an eye on Marcel Angel. Keep an eye on Fabio Tafani. They're sitting very, very tight. Is anybody going to try and make the move going down into turn number 1? Well, Angel's having a look on the outside. Sean Moore's on that inside line. Angel locks up the left-hand front as they go into turn number 1. Well, there's unknown names, cars and faces. That's up front there. A little bit of a tap from behind there with Fabio Tafani saying, come on, let's get a go up on the inside line here. I've got Marcel Angel on my inside. Going right around the outside is Tafani. Tafani's up alongside Schroeder. I don't know how the rest of the pack's going to get through there. One of the V8 Masters towards the tail end of the V8 Masters pack slows the whole lot up, and that was touch and go. Everybody making it through G Energy corner, but look at the front end of the V8 Masters, Francois. They work their way up into car care. The double right-hander going out into the back main.
Coming out of turn number 3 now is the Supercars there. It's Hilton Peters and Moffat and McCarthy. They got slowed up by the V8 Masters. They wanted to get cracking as they come out of turn number 4. And it's Hilton Peters with Ryan McCarthy on his bumper. And then look in front, Moffat's got the lead. Moffat's got the lead and they're all jostling for positions going down towards Fosterton Corner. The Supercars are having a dogged side of it now as they go in there. And it looks like McCarthy's trying to go around the outside there of Moffat.
Well, V8 Masters, look at this. They're in one massive big pack as they come towards us. Stefani was going very, very well, but he didn't manage to make it further up the back. Oh, big lockup from that second place car as they go down into the KFM corner, out into the Jabez Straight they go now. So that inverted grid creating a big, big turn up for the books as Marcel Angel's battling in this one. It's not working for him whatsoever. It is Sean that's done a pretty good job. Sean Moore that's got himself up. Tefani's got problems. Tefani rolls off the gas, moves to the outside of the circuit, so that's why he was making up positions. Then all of a sudden didn't really look like he was going anywhere, and now he slowed it right down.
Well, Menno Parsons in the V8, the last of the V8s there, causing a bit of strife there for the Supercars because they're on song. And this has helped Ryan McCarthy to get ahead there of Andrew Moffat and Hilton Peters. But Moffat and Peters are side by side going up towards turn number 4. Brilliant stuff, and Peters gets the drag on him going up into 4. There's Peters in second place. Down the back straight they go, and it's Ryan McCarthy. Ryan McCarthy leading out now, still sitting up there behind Menno Parsons. These little 2 liters are absolutely scrapping away there now. And Peters has got Moffat. Moffat sitting in his drag as he goes down towards Fosterton Corner. Is he going to step out and look on the inside? Moffat goes to look on the inside. Peters stays high, and it's still Ryan McCarthy leading up.
Going back to the V8 Masters as they work their way through KFM Corner. It's quite an interesting one that's happening there. As you can see them come up on screen now, that's going up at Jabez straight up towards turn number 2. Rui Campos leading them out, and he got to the front pretty quickly. Sean Moore is the fastest man out there on a 19.097. Brian Evans having now dropped down to that 3rd position, but still doing pretty decent is Brian Evans. Problem is he's got 3 cars there right up tight behind him as they go down into turn 3. The first of which is Richard Schroeder that found himself dropped by the front 3 in heat number 1. He finds himself now ahead of Marcel Angel that beat him in race number 1, so he's going to be pretty hard pushed to make the move up 1 position before he gets swallowed up by Marcel Angel that's very close behind him. And then behind that, the 51 car also in play there as well, and that being Mark Ridgway, also a gold entry. And Ridgway is doing 120.2s as opposed to 119.2 of Rui Campos. So within a second of the fastest man out there. But can Sean Moore do something about Rui Campos? The 2 of them have broken away at the front of the pack, and it looks like that second, the second battle there is now going to change hands with Brian Evans looking like he's going to get past Schroeder. Yes, he is. He's up on the inside of Schroeder. Now the next car coming through, they're trying to get past Schroeder. That is Marcel Angel, and Marcel is battling down in 5th position.
Right, so the Supercars now coming down the main straight, being led out there by Sean McCarthy. McCarthy taking it down towards turn number 1. McCarthy leads over Hilton Peters with Andrew Moffat sitting there up behind him now. Moffat going well there. Up behind Moffat's Le Bon. Then it's Elton Steyn. Killen de Bruin sits there behind him. Then Craig Massane, Gary Thompson and Stuart Spooner bringing up the rest there. So the young guns are not doing too badly, sitting mid-pack of that supercar category now as the leaders go into G Energy corner. And they've got that Menno Parsons silver V8 in front of them. Well, it's green in color, but it's a silver class V8. And Menno Parsons must get a hurry up because the Supercars are on a fantastic roll now as they exit turn 3 there. There you see them diving to 3. You see that V8 Mustang ahead of them. And these little Supercars on an absolute roll. And Ryan McCarthy's not too happy about this because he's got Hilton Peters closing on him hand over foot.
Yeah, we did say Hilton Peters is probably going to be very effective in this one, having the pole position on the pull away for heat number 2. Going back to the V8 Masters, I suppose it was inevitable that Sean Moore would eventually get to the front, but then again, to beat Rui Campos, you've got to get up pretty early on any given Saturday morning. The two of them up the Joubert Straight, working their way away from the rest of the pack, which surprisingly is Richard Schroeder that has now managed to stay ahead of Evans and get a bit of a gap. But Evans has still got the Marcel Angel car in there behind him, and then Mark Ridgway as well. So Schroeder on form this morning didn't look with a 1:17 qualifier as opposed to the front three on 1:15. Didn't look like he was going to be in for top three honours. But then again, Marcel Angel didn't look like he was going to be battling down in fifth position either.
Right, so the supercars go up towards G Energy corner. They're still up behind Menno Parsons. Menno Parsons gets it all wrong and he slides across the track. And fortunately, supercars get through. They'll be pretty happy about that. They've got him out the way now. That he was feeling the pinch now from the supercars that he came unstuck there. So Menno Parsons sorts himself about having a look at the supercars coming out of turn number 3 now. It's Ryan McCarthy, Hilton Peters and Andrew Moffat. McCarthy trying to fend off the attentions there of Hilton Peters. They got 3 laps to go now as they exit turn 4. Down the back straight they go now. And the Storage Town car there of Ryan McCarthy leads out. He's trying to make it 2 out of 2. But Hilton Peters is definitely trying to keep him honest as they go down into turn number 5.
Well, as Fabio Tofani went slower and dropped out of it, he didn't think that he was going to be seeing the likes of Marcel Angel. Well, he's just seen the likes of Marcel Angel because Marcel went off going down into Fastron corner. They would have been around about 220, 230 kilometers an hour at least by the time that he climbed on the brakes down there, went all the way around the outside on the grass, got back on after the exit of the corner into the front main, and that cost him lots and lots and lots of ground. So 2 of the 3 undoubtedly top contenders for the day not having it their own way. Sean Moore has come up tops with this one. He's got himself 1.5 seconds now from Rui Campos, and the 2 of them first and second in class and pulling away quite comfortably from the rest as they work their way out into the front main towards the start-finish line with 3 to go.
Coming out of turn number 3 now, going up towards turn number 4 now, it's going to be Ryan McCarthy who leads out over Hilton Peters. He's put a bit of daylight between himself and Hilton Peters. Andrew Moffat still sits there, but Hilton Peters is throwing the kitchen sink at this one. He wants to close down on McCarthy. He wants to upset the apple cart as they make their way down towards turn number 5. A lovely high-speed shot of them going down towards Fastron corner. Ryan McCarthy going to be very late on those brakes now to try and stay away. Hilton Peters, well, he was an avid karter, take nothing away from him, and he knows how to drive. Takes that supercar. Oh, and there's someone going off, and that's going to cause a bit of a calamity there, but the supercars managed to avoid a V8 going off there. And that was a near miss, so to speak, as they exit turn number 5. Ryan McCarthy and Hilton Peters and Andrew Moffat must be sitting with their literally proverbial hearts in their mouth.
There was a V8 Masters car, in fact, it's coming up towards us now, the dark blue one. I'll try and identify it as he comes past us now. That was the 11 car. He spun off on the outside of Cape Town corner, and he's throwing tons and tons of dirt onto the circuit as he goes through turn number 1 KFM corner, and all that sand that's now dropped out there on the circuit has caused major problems. That's Roderick Simpson, but he went off at the exit of turn 5, got back onto the circuit, came right across the front of the leading Makita Power Tools cars. Luckily, none of them touched him. All went well as he picked up pace coming down the front main. And then when he went down into turn number 1, obviously all the sand that he had picked up has got tons and tons of sand that's down there in turn 1. I think a good couple of guys are going to have to be very careful as they work their way through there.
Right, so there's a change of surface flag down in turn number 1 and turn number 5. As the leaders now in turn 5 is Ryan McCarthy. Ryan McCarthy reading out from Hilton Peters. He's managed to maintain that status quo as they come out of 5. There you see Ryan McCarthy leading out over Hilton Peters. Coming through there, Andrew Moffat's fallen a bit by the wayside now as they cross the line on their final lap. They'll come back to greet the flag now as the V8 Masters come out of turn number 5 up towards the checkered flag.
Yeah, for the last time, Sean Moore leading them out handsomely. Did a brilliant job of this one, did Sean Moore. Rui Campos and Richard Schroeder should be the next two that come through behind him. He takes the checkered flag, and yep, Rui Campos sticks his hand out the window. He's happy. Schroeder comes through. He's quite happy. Evans comes through as well. And Mark Ridgway rounds out the top 5 in the V8 Masters. Let's go back to that leading group of Makita cars. Ryan McCarthy leading out from Hilton Peters as they come through their last lap.
Right, so the leading group of Makita Power Tools Supercars going to come out of turn number 4 down the back straight. There goes Ryan McCarthy down the back straight now, down towards Fostron Corner. You'll see him come into picture. There he goes, Storage Town. That is Ryan McCarthy, followed by Hilton Peters. And down into turn number 5 they go. They're the leading pack there. A little way back is Andrew Moffat in 3rd. But Ryan McCarthy has measured this one down to a absolute minimum. And he works his way now out of turn number 5. The checkered flag beckons. Heat number 2. He'll make it 2 out of 2 as he comes up towards the flag. Ryan McCarthy takes the second heat. He'll be followed there by Hilton Peters, and coming home in 3rd position will be Andrew Moffat.
Well, 2 out of 2, that's the way to go, no doubt about it. Gold class, V8 Masters, Sean Moore, Rui Campos, Richard Schroeder, Brian Evans from Mark Ridgway, Alistair Brown from Jason Ibbotson, 1st and 2nd in the silver class. And I must say that V8 Masters didn't turn out the way that we expected it whatsoever, with problems there for Fabio Tofani and for Marcel Angel. That was 2 of the definites for top 5. Ryan McCarthy from Hilton Peters and Andrew Moffat, 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Makita Supercars. And then I must say a nice run there by Kellen De Bruin once again, the newcomer, making it through his first race and his second race, and he's getting down to mid 1 minute 30s now, so getting better and better all the time.
Well, we're looking at replays here on the monitor, and you saw a couple of cars. You saw that situation. Watch this car spin right in front of the supercars. Thank goodness there was no contact. You would have seen the Chris Williams bike stall on the line and how they all missed him. That was also part of the replay that we saw just before they went back to a few of the other replays, and hopefully we will get to see that one again. This is the notorious one that is shown about 3 times, and how Ryan...
It's worthwhile footage.
Yeah, and how Ryan and Hilton managed to miss that guy there, I don't know, but yeah, they did somehow. We move on now, folks, to the last race before we do another track cleanup and an inspection. So this is race 4 of heat number 2. We'll have a track inspection and a track cleanup after this race for a few minutes, and then we'll start the 3rd and final heat of the day. Right, folks, we now move on to the BJ Trustees Fine Cars and the Millstock Pre-80 and 90 cars for their second race of the day. Normally, we would say their second and last race of the day under normal circumstances, but this is not. So thank goodness, hey, we're going to do it all over again. We're going to have a 3rd heat. So that's going to be awesome stuff. After this race, we'll do, like I said, a track cleanup and inspection. The marshals are already cleaning up at turn 2, G-Energy corner. A couple of the V8 Master cars causing chaos there in the opening laps of the race we have just seen. So the Western Province Motor Club marshals doing a circuit cleanup in a turn 2, G-Energy corner. And the rest of the safety cars just making their way around the track to make sure everything is A-OK before we start the Budget Trustees Fine Cars and Millstock pre-1980 and 1990 cars for their second race. Right, folks, remember we come back on the 26th of September. All you people sitting there in Facebook land and YouTube land, we come back on the 26th of September, and we will do the Wingfield Motors Power Series all over again. If everybody will be allowed in the pits, or we're going to do it part 1 and part 2, that time will tell. I presume we'll do a part 1 and a part 2 again, but we'll obviously find out closer to the time. So we'll obviously just keep an eye on social media, and then we will let you know on social media closer to the time. Right, folks, we have a talk show that goes out every Tuesday and every Thursday evening at 8 o'clock, presented by Andries Olwagen and hosted by Gary Fleming. It's called the Second Gear Talk Show, and it's on Facebook Live on the Second Gear Talk Show Facebook group. We encourage you to join that group, ask to join, and you will be accepted on that group. And Gary and Andries, well, they discuss anything and everything that's got to do with all sorts of motorsport, be it main circuit, oval track, karting, rallying, my goodness, drifting, rallycross, you name it. They do all sorts of things, 4 wheels, 2 wheels, it's all on that show. It started off as an oval track show, but it's now got to where it's supposed to be, covering all genre of motorsport. And it's gaining in popularity. It's probably the biggest motorsport talk show in the RSA at this point in time. Second Gear Talk Show, presented by Andries Olwagen and hosted by Gary Fleming. And Greg Maloney comes onto that show on a regular basis. So does Francois Butler and myself. All the commentators come on there on a regular basis, as well as a host of guests. We've even had the legendary Sarel van der Merwe on that show. They've had, Gary, you've had so many legends on that show. You've had Sarel van der Merwe, you've had Ben Morgenrood, you've had Uncle Willie Hepburn, to name a few. Ian Strasby, there's been a lot of them on the show so far.
There's been a lot of people that have made themselves available to be on the show, which has been utterly amazing. And you know, it's always nice to speak to these legends in their own time, and your present guys that are doing exceptionally well. But what's been the most amazing thing was to come across people that you didn't really know about, that have got amazing pedigrees in motorsport and are doing amazing things. A lot of the young and up-and-coming drivers that it's been a real eye-opener. You think you know a bit about motorsport, but then when you come across these people, you realize that there's a lot of hidden stars out there that just haven't been highlighted yet. And it just makes you feel so small when you realize how big motorsport in South Africa is. And we're going to be trying to get our hands on the Van der Linde boys in the not too distant future. I can tell you, next week we're going to have Leroy Poulter and Chris Aberdeen that are going to be joining us. So that's going to be fantastic to speak to the two of them. And then Jürgen zu Bentheim was going to come up. Unfortunately, he had something else on the go. So we haven't had a chance to speak to Jürgen, because he was actually linked to Willie Hepburn in buying the animal from Willie Hepburn. So obviously a lot of people wanting to know what's happened with that. Great to speak to somebody like Ben Morgenrood as well. it's fantastic.
Well, Andres phoned me on Friday wanting to know if I've got Janelle de Villiers' number, so I said he must contact Dave Abrams. Maybe Dave can get Janelle de Villiers. So I know that's another big name that Andres wants to get on the show. The man from the Western Cape, from Paul, Janelle de Villiers, multiple SA Touring Car champion, and a man that's won the world-famous Dakar Rally when he raced for Volkswagen. And every time Janelle finishes the Dakar, I think there's only been 1 or 2 occasions he hasn't, but if he's not in the top 3, he's in the top 5. I don't think he's ever ended lower than 5th position. So Janelle de Villiers is also one of the stars that will in the future be on the talk show.
Yeah, now there's a good couple of people that we do have lined up, and it's just so great to have an opportunity to speak to these legends and find out where they are in their racing career, and then following out on what they are doing as well for the future, and then go back to them at a later stage and say, how did this go, how did that go? Sarel van der Merwe, 2 editions on him. That was an amazing journey that we went with Sarel van der Merwe as well. And I do believe that Sarel van der Merwe has still got lots to put back into South African motorsport before he decides enough is enough. Let's just watch it on TV.
Right, folks, here we go. The cars rolling out on the track. The BJ Trustees fine cars and Millstock cars pre-80 and 90s out on their warm-up lap. And they will come and stop here on the grid, and we'll get them underway. The classic cars will start in front. There'll be a bit of a gap, and then the fine cars will pull in there behind them, and then we'll get their second race of the day underway.
Well, Frankie, nice that you actually mentioned about Janelle. I just got a message here now from Gunter Drotsky, GNA Promotions, the official supplier of gear for Second Gear talk show. I got Janelle's number for you. So
fantastic. You as Gary would always say, fantastic. Right, so we just got confirmation. Tiny, you can give us that confirmation. You've been running up and down and manning the radar, getting some information. We do have some info from Steven Heidenrich, and it's not good info, I'm led to believe.
Gary, unfortunately, Stephen won't be out for the rest of the day. He says about after 5 or 6 laps, the breather bottle starts filling up with oil. So there's got to be some issue there, possibly with a broken ring or something. But yeah, you see they can take the chance, but rather not. Just go back home, do a little bit of homework. And I'm sure that the Fed Racing team there with Uncle Malcolm Sasson from Medine Engineering, they'll sort out the car there probably for the next event. So unfortunately, no Stephen Underrich for the rest of the day, but sure to see that yellow Datsun back on the circuit again.
Well, it went well while it lasted. Sadly there for Stevie, that's the end of his day, but the good news is I'll get that car sorted out for probably the race on the 26th of September. Right, Mr. Francois Butler will be joining me Mike's side, or I'll be joining him Mike's side on the classic and fine car race as the cars begin to line up on the grid. Once again, a big thanks to Johnny van Niekerk of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car in Goodwood and Kuilsriver. Big thanks to Johnny Jr. or Johnny Wingfield, as he also calls himself. Without people like Johnny, we couldn't do this. And it's about the 8th or 9th year, if I'm not mistaken, that Johnny van Niekerk of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car sponsors the Power Series here at Killarney International Raceway. So to our chief main sponsor, Wingfield Motors, from everybody at the WPMC, a very big thank you to you, sir. Right, so the BMW safety car making its way out of a G-Energy corner. And there we see all the classic cars lined up. Michael Hitchcock and Malcolm Bogard. Dr. Jeff Beal is in there. There is no... Where's Charlie Arton? I don't see the Datsun 240Z of Charles Arton out there. Okay, we just got confirmation from Mr. Butler here that it's broken.
It's broken. It pulled into pit lane, as you remember, towards the end of the last race.
This is true, yes.
Yeah, I think he might be suffering a bit of brake issue there. So that's a bit unfortunate. So out there now in the front to consider line honours will be Malcolm Bogard together there with Michael Hitchcock and Jeff Beale.
Well, when I walked into the pits earlier on, I had a quick chat, obviously, with all the distancing in between to Justin Brink and them. They had brake issues, as Gary mentioned earlier on, but they also had accelerator cable problems in that second race, and they weren't sure if he would make it out for the second heat, but the Access Auto Cadet is out there on track in the fine cars.
Oh, there we go. Michael Hitchcock out on pole position up behind the pace car now. Down the back straight they go. You see there on screen, Bijou Trusty fine cars and the Millstock Classic cars, pre-1980, 1990 cars. They're on their pace lap down towards turn number 5. Michael Hitchcock will be the pace setter, and I think all eyes will be on him, and he will be hotly pursued there by Malcolm Bogard as they go down into turn number 5.
Right, the turn 5 awaits, fast run corner awaits the Millstock pre-80 and 90 cars as they head into that part of the wall. Not too far behind them, you'll see the BGs, listen to me, the Bijou Trustees fine cars making their way into fast run corner.
Well, Frankie, I hate to break it to you. There's only one BG left at the moment. So it can't be BGs, they're just BG now. So it's a bit unfortunate. That's Barry Gibb. Well, coming up towards the line now is the Millstock Classic cars. Michael Hitchcock leads it out there now, and they're coming up towards the line. Lights off, and away they go down towards turn number 1, KFM corner. Dancing Dave Aladef's in there in the yellow Alpha. He looks up in the middle there behind James Mattia. Hitchcock takes the whole shot there with Malcolm Bogard behind him, and Willie Lotte goes up into 3rd place. Jeff Beale sits behind him there, and they work their way now up towards the turn number 2 G Energy corner as the fine cars go off the line, Frankie.
Yeah, the fine cars making their way now into turn 1 KFM corner. This is the Bijou Trustees fine cars heading out of turn 1 KFM corner, and it's Gunther Appelgrein that leads him up the Hubert straight towards G Energy corner. Behind him we have got Robert Toscano, and Fred Phillips in the Morgan sits there in that 3rd position.
Great stuff there now. Fred Phillips running a little bit wide. He's going to have to try and close that door there now if he wants to maintain that 3rd position. He duly does so, and Appelgrein runs away with Toscano following through the King down into turn number 3. Appelgrein wants this one to be his one, but Toscano is going to try and stick with him there. So we'll have to wait and see. And yeah, might be a notable omission in this race at the moment.
Well, if we look into turn number 5, coming out of turn 5, fast run corner, we'll see the pre-80 and 90 cars heading under the bridge. Down the home straight, they race now into turn 1 KFM corner, and it's Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang leading the Ford Granada of Malcolm Bogard in that 2nd position. It's Wayne Lotte that sits there in 3rd place in the Mark 1 Ford Escort, and right behind him it's the Porsche of Dr. Jeff Beale that sits there right on his case as they storm down towards turn 2. Herman de Kock in the other Mark 1 Escort not too far behind the Porsche, and then 2 more cars diving in there. Cliffy Bacon in the 5 Series BMW, and the Alpha GT Junior on his case there of Dave Aladef.
Well, great stuff there. Lovely scraps there now. Dave Aladef looking on the insider. Cliffy Bacon going into turn number 4. And I tell you what, caution prevails there. And fortune favors the brave, as they say now, as Cliffy Bacon makes his way up towards turn number 4. Aladef there with him. Dion Conradi coming through there now in the Conquest. He didn't make it in heat number 1, but he's out in heat number 2. And he's there ahead of the other Escort there of the visitor from up north. So now we have a look now coming out of turn number 5, coming up to the main straight now. It's going to be your leader, and he makes his way down towards turn number 1. that is going to be Michael Hitchcock. Hitchcock coming down into turn number 1. There he comes now. You see, take a nice wide approach to the corner there with Malcolm Bogart in the Granada closing down on him. They're getting away from the rest of the field as they get to stretch their legs now, making their way up towards G Energy corner. Up towards G Energy corner comes Michael Hitchcock. Malcolm Bogart in that Granada now in the classic car trying to close down. It's a good fight up front, but they are starting to disappear from the rest of the pack.
Well, if we have a look on the exit of turn 5, you'll see the BJ Trustees fine cars coming towards us, and it's the BMW of Gunther Appelgren that leads into turn 1 KFM corner. Right behind him, it's the Mazda MX-5 of Robbie Toscano. Then you've got Fred Phillips in the Morgan and Rodney Green in the MG. That is the top 4 fine cars working their way out of turn 1 KFM corner. But the MX-5 is right on the case of that BMW. He sails in there behind Gunther Appelgren. Does a Toscano as they exit turn 2 G Energy corner.
Well, Robert Toscano trying to close down that gap there on the back of Gunther Appelgren. The 6-cylinder versus the 4-cylinder. It's pure driver skill here. That's helping Toscano in the little MX-5 with a little Japanese flag painted on the front there now. Rising sun, as they say. They come out of turn number 3 up towards turn number 4 they go. And Gunther Appelgren trying to stay with those attentions there. With that Morgan in 3rd place still doing pretty well. So the Morgan definitely showing up. Morgan's got a nice 6-cylinder in it now as they make their way down the back straight. That Morgan, a lovely rendition as they go down now. That's Appelgren and Toscano going down into turn number 5.
Well, if we focus on turn number 2, G Energy corner, and the 2 Fords making their way out of turn 2 G Energy, it is the Mustang and the Granada. That's Michael Hitchcock and Malcolm Bogart. Through the kink, they work their way now towards turn 3. The Mustang leading the Granada, Hitchcock leading Bogart up the KFM straight towards turn 4 Car Care Clinic. And as they work their way through Car Care Clinic, back in turn number 3, we've got the 2, no, it's not the 2 Escort, it's the Escort and the Porsche making their way now towards turn 4. Wayne Lotter, and right behind him is the Porsche of Dr. Jeff Beal.
Well, keep an eye there. The Lotter's Escort goes through there now. He's been under there by Jeff Beal. Down the back straight they go now. And Lotte getting on the gas, trying to keep that Escort. That Porsche's got some good legs going down towards turn number 5. That's Fostron corner. Wayne Lotte trying to keep that Escort ahead there of Jeff Beal. But Jeff Beal comes screaming into turn number 5 there. And he is really pressuring the Wayne Lotte there. So keep an eye there now as they come out of turn number 5 up towards the main straight. Porsche straight is Wayne Lotte. Wayne Lotte pushing hard there. Jeff Beal having a look on the inside. Is he going to pressurize him going down into KFM? It's a lovely scrap between these 2 classic cars now. And into turn number 1 they go. KFM corner. Jeff Beal late on the brakes, but Wayne Lotte is up for the fight.
Well, heading towards turn number 5 Fostron corner. They are the 2 leaders of the fine car category working their way out of turn 5. The BMW and the Mazda MX-5 working their way out of turn 5. Gunther Appelgren and Robbie Toscano, they make their way towards the bridge down the Porsche straight into turn 1 KFM, and not too far behind them is the Morgan and the MG of Fred Phillips and Rodney Green. They sit in P3 and 4 in the fine car category. So you see them race down side by side. The MG's up on the inside of the Morgan, and Rodney Green makes the move there on Fred Phillips. That's for 3rd position in the fine cars on the exit of turn 1 KFM corner. Meantime, making their way into turn 2 G Energy is the BMW and the MX-5, and Gunther Appelgren in the BMW managing somehow to just stay ahead there of the MX-5 of Robert Toscano.
Well, coming out now of turn number 1 up the Hubert straight now towards turn number 2 is Michael Hitchcock. Michael Hitchcock now leading out there now, and he's getting away from Malcolm Bogart. Hitchcock now going into turn number 2. Into turn number 2 he goes. He's there behind Andrea Bate in that little Austin. And Andrea will want to get out the way because that big storming thunderous V8 goes up on the inside now, down towards turn number 3. Michael Hitchcock's got that Mustang properly sewn up there As he comes out of 3 behind Andrea Bate, you'll see the Ford Granada there of Malcolm Bogard. Bogard makes his way up towards turn number 4. There's Hitchcock and Bogard up on the inside, but Andrea says to him, no, stay there. And he manages, look at Andrea absolutely peddling that little Austin around. But Malcolm says, no, that's enough of that, young lady. I'm going to disappear down the road. I'm going to go in search of Michael. Here you see Michael Hitchcock entering turn number 5 behind Justin Brink. In he goes there now. And Hitchcock bringing it out of turn 5 now with Malcolm Bogard coming there up behind him, trying to close down that gap.
Right, but making their way up the Joubert straight towards turn 2. G-Energy Corner are the 2 leaders of the fine car category. And still the BMW leads the Mazda MX-5. Gunther Appelgren leading the MX-5 of Robert Toscano. Entering turn 2, G-Energy Corner now is Rodney Green in the MG. He's been followed there by Fred Phillips in the Morgan. The 2 of them working their way out. And then you've got another MG coming through now as the leader of the classic cars puts a lap on them. And that is the 35 of Chris Champion. The MG of Chris Champion, he sits there in 5th position in the fine car category, but the leaders of the fine cars are making their way down the back straight towards turn 5, Fostron Corner.
Right, just out of picture now, coming up towards turn number 4 now is Michael Hitchcock. He'll come down the back straight pretty shortly. You'll see him come up into turn number 4. And Michael Hitchcock leading out there in the Mustang. He's got a pretty healthy lead. There he comes now. And Malcolm Bogard up there behind him as they get past some of the slower fine cars now. Hitchcock down towards Fostron Corner. A pretty faultless display from him thus far with 3 laps to go. So 3 laps to go before this heat ends. Then we're going to have a bit of a break for a track inspection and cleanup. But Michael Hitchcock coming out of turn number 5 onto the Porsche straight. He comes now. He's got his foot firmly down on the right-hand side of that pedal box. It's a left-hand drive. Lovely rendition of that car as he goes down now into KFM Corner. He takes that outside line, but you'll see him cut across the circuit there as he goes into it. Takes a nice tight line into the apex. He'll get forced slightly wide as he exits turn number 1 and then rolls up towards G-Energy Corner. There you see him coming up now. He'll be on the right-hand side of the circuit. Move over to the left. So that is his style of driving. He likes to go wide and then bring it back in. And that manages to suit him now. And he's getting a little bit away there from Malcolm Bogard.
All right, we go back to the fine cars. They are working their way into turn 4, Car Care Clinic Corner. The leader of the fine car category, we should see them make their way down the back straight shortly. There they come out of turn number 4. Down the back main they go now. And it's still Gunther Appelgren ahead of the MX-5 of Robert Toscano. We see them squirted down towards turn number 5, Fostron Corner. There they go into turn 5. They've been chased down by the Morgan and by the MG. The Morgan of Fred Phillips and the MG of Rodney Green, as the Morgan and the MG now get caught by the overall race leader in the Mustang, Michael Hitchcock.
Michael Hitchcock coming up there behind the Morgan. You'll see he'll want to get past now. And it's actually V8 versus V8 suddenly, funnily enough, as they cross over the line. That Mustang, very, very, very awesome as it goes down into turn number 1. There we go, Michael Hitchcock with the Morgan behind him. And a little way further back there is the Ford Granada of Malcolm Bogard. He's coming into the picture now. And he'll want to get past those 2 fine cars to go and try and track down. But I think they're on their final lap, Frankie.
Yeah, they're on their final lap. So we'll stay with the race leader in the Ford Mustang, making his way out of G-Energy Corner. Right behind him, you see that white Ford Granada. So it's Hitchcock versus Bogard. The Ford Mustang versus the Ford Granada. They will come home 1st and 2nd in class and 1st and 2nd overall as they work their way through turn 3, up the KFM straight towards turn 4, Car Care Clinic. And out of Car Care Clinic, they work their way down the back main. They have the 2 leaders of the fine cars ahead of them. I don't know if they're going to catch those 2 fine car leaders, but either way, Francois, as they start sector 3, it's heading now towards a checkered flag for Michael Hitchcock.
Well, Michael Hitchcock, a really great performance from him here now as he runs down into turn number 5. He does have the 2 fine car leaders just there. You see Appelgren and Toscana. Toscana's got the better of Appelgrein in the final lap. So Robbie Toscana riding the wheels. There he comes through. He's got one more lap to do. But here comes your winner now, Michael Hitchcock, to take checkered flag honours. There's the flag. And Malcolm Aiden Bogart brings it home there in second place. And third place man is now running down the back straight. That is Wayne Lotter. He's still got Jeff Beale behind him as they go down into turn number 5. So that's what they got. Wayne Lotter, there he goes now with Jeff Beale up behind him now as they work their way out of turn 5. It looks like Wayne Lotter's done enough to take third place here in this heat ahead of Dr. Jeff Beale.
Well, I'm not too sure why those two fine cars have slowed down, because to my knowledge they were on the lead lap. They weren't caught by the leader. So Günther Appelgrein, to my knowledge, Francois, and I do speak under correction, is slowing right down, but he still had one lap to do.
Günther Appelgrein, if I was him, will get the hurry up and go and finish my race, because he was not caught by the leaders. So he's in effect still racing, and if he doesn't finish, he's going to get a DNF.
Well, he's got a problem maybe, because there goes Robert Toscano. Robbie Toscano has realized that he must still do one lap. Toscano is now not only ahead of Günther Appelgrein, but he's making his way out of turn 5 in the MX5. So he's going to win it. And I don't know why Günther Appelgrein has slowed down, unless he's got a car problem, which is quite possible. Somehow I think he might have made a mistake and thought that he was a lap down. If that's the case, he's going to be in trouble, because the checkered flag has come out for the MX5. And winning the fine cars on track is the Mazda MX-5 of Robert Toscano. So if Appelgrein doesn't go to the line, Francois, and if he pulls into Park Vermeer, it will be a DNF for him.
Yeah, he's pulled into DNF, and that is a cardinal mistake.
Wow. Either he's got a problem that we don't know of, or he made a mistake out there. We obviously won't know from here in the commentary booth. But yeah, it will be a did not finish for the green BMW of Günther Appelgrein.
Well, Wayne Lotter and Jeff Beale had a right royal scrap there. The Killarney Gardens Auto Spares owner there, Wayne Lotter, in that test score. That is the 2017 Classic Car champion, and still out there contending and having lots of fun out there. Wayne Lotter ahead there of Dr. Jeff Beale in the Porsche. So there was also a great dice to watch out on circuit. Right, folks, we're going to be off air a little bit. We're going to have a track cleanup and track inspection before we do the third and final heat of the day.
Right, people, here we go with race 1, heat number 3, RST and TrackMac, Clubman's A and B, and Breakfast Run Bikes. This is their third and final race of the day as we start the final heat of today's events here at Killarney International Raceway. It is 10 to 3, and we start race 1, heat number 3, RST and TrackMac, Clubman's A and B, and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Right, they're out on the warm-up session. Will Wayne Arends make it 3 out of 3? Hopefully, Chris Williams will have a better start off the line. He had a horrible start in race 2. He was lucky he wasn't collected there by any other motorcycle. They all managed somehow, some way to get past the number 14 Ducati. They'll come around and do a second warm-up lap. As we see the motorcycles going down the main straight, we see that group going down into turn 5, Fostron corner, past the weighbridge and inspection pit. That is the Park for May area. You see one of the fine cars making its way into the Park for May area for post-race scrutineering. Back on track again with the RST and TrackMac, Clubman's and Breakfast Run motorcycles on the second of their warm-up laps. Then they will stop here on the grid and get them all sorted out for their third and final race of the day.
Right, we'd like to thank RST and TrackMac for sponsoring this class. Nice to have them on board. They've been on board for a while now, and it's always good to have the sponsors on board. So on pole position, Wayne Arends and Willem Binnendal, they'll take the front row. Second row should be Josh Stroch and Chris Williams. Chris Williams will be starting from the second row. He'll want to make something of that. And Michael De Toy, Paul Rulli on the third row there. So lots and lots of close racing expected here in the third and the final heat of the Classic Clubman and Breakfast Run motorcycles.
Right, they are working their way now out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner. You'll see them slowly working their way there. You can pick them up on screen heading past Park for May, slowing it all down. They will stop on the grid. The grid officials will wait for them to stop on the grid line. Red flag is out, and they will stop on the grid and get this one underway. Their third and final race of the day, and into P1, the 33 of Wayne Arends. He'll look there into Josh Stroch on the 52 outfit. Will be in there behind him. He's in P4 as we wait for the rest of the riders to move up. Here comes the number 7 motorcycle of Mike De Toy, and Mike will start in P5 on the second row of the grid. Michael Hunter pulls in there as well. Willem Binnendal slots into P2 as we wait for the rest of the field to work their way. Here he comes. I was going to just say, where's Chris Williams? But the 14 bike, the Ducati, making its way into P3 on the front row of the grid, Francois. Let's hope it has a much better start than what he had out there earlier on.
Well, I'm sure Chris Williams will make sure that the bike is running this time around. He'll keep the revs up there. Second row, Josh Stroch, Mike De Toy and Paul Rulu all up for it there. Up behind them, Michael Hunter, Robbie Pedrica and Nigel Boer. Right, so that the starters, orders, lights on, and we are racing, and away they go. They make their way down, and Wayne Arends gets a good start of it. So too does Michael De Toy once again. And it looks like the Toy rolls up into second place with Chris Williams around his outside. Williams still rolling around his outside, looking to go into second place. And he goes up into second place, does Chris Williams gets that Ducati absolutely electrified, and Willem Benedel slides up inside there of Michael du Toit.
Well, you expect them to be 1, 2, and 3 as they work their way out of turn 2, G-Energy corner. 4th place overall and leading Class B is the number 7 machine of the toy. But you got around the outside into the lead goes Chris Williams. Williams in turn 3 takes the lead away there from Wayne Aronson. This is the first time today that Wayne does not find himself in P1 as they work in their way towards the end of Sector 2. Down the back main they go now to start Sector 3. Here comes Aronson back at Williams as they run down towards turn 5, Fostron corner, and right in there with them is the 25 machine of Willem Benedel.
Oh, look at Wayne Aronson just slide up on the inside there of Chris Williams. Williams didn't see that one coming now. Wayne Aronson takes the lead back from Chris Williams as they come out of the Fostron corner up the Poor Straight. They come now, and Aronson is on the gas with Williams chasing, and Willem Benedel closes down as they make their way through. Then up behind them there, it's going to be, looks like Paul Rudy that rolls up into 4th place. Well, some lovely dice there. Michael du Toit still fighting it out with Paul Rulu. So good scraps aplenty there now. So the leaders now making their way up into G-Energy corner. It's going to be Wayne Aronson, Chris Williams, Willem Benedel. Then it's Mike du Toit, Paul Rulu, Josh Stroch. A whole gaggle of bikes up there behind them. Everyone jostling for positions there as they work their way out of G-Energy.
Yeah, Rulu and Troch sits right on that back wheel of the toy now as they work their way into turn 3, and Troch makes the move there on Rulu, but Rulu drives in front of his bows as they exit turn 3. Making their way up the KFM straight now. There's 4 or 5 motorcycles and they're fighting out there for that 4th position as they head out of turn 4 Car Care Clinic.
Well, the leaders now going down the back straight into turn 5. Wayne Aronson, have a look at those 3 bikes ahead of that whole gaggle of cyclists up behind them. And Wayne Aronson still leading out over Chris Williams on the Ducati. It's Kawasaki versus Ducati now as they come out of turn number 5. Up the main straight they come now, working their way towards turn 1. And Willem Benedel sits there in P3. This Mike du Toit battle here with Paul Rulu, Josh Stroch, all make their way down into turn number 1. You'll see them coming in there now. Brilliant stuff. And the leaders now making their way up towards G-Energy corner.
Well, working their way out of turn 1 KFM corner. Have a look at this group of 5 riders working now towards turn 2. Michael du Toit sits right in there. He's got them racked and stacked behind him. It's Rulu. Behind Rulu, it's Troch. Behind Troch, it's Hunter. Behind Hunter, it's Robbie Padrica. That is the 5 of them that's making their way through the kink now. Rulu had a look there. Sorry, I should say Troch had a look there at Rulu. Hunter, he's been looked at there by Padrica as they work their way out of turn 3.
Lovely scrap here between these 5 now, jostling for the 4th position on the grid. And Mike du Toit looking very relaxed as he leads that pack out. Paul Rulu sitting up there behind him. Josh Stroch. Then up behind him it's Robbie Padrica, Michael Hunter and the likes, all having a right royal scrap as they make their way down towards turn number 5. This is Superbike racing at its best here in the clubman's category. The lead still remains the same with Wayne Aronson, Chris Williams and Willem Benedel. But this group of 5 coming out of turn 5 now. Look at it. Nose to tail stuff now. As Paul Rulu looks up on the inside and Rulu gets past Mike du Toit. Paul Rulu going up on the inside of Mike du Toit. Is Mike du Toit going to come up on his inside and return the favor? No, Rulu gasses it out there of turn number 1 and makes his way up. And Josh Stroch getting a little bit out of shape coming out of 1.
Yeah, I got it all wrong there coming out of 1, but he tucks in there just behind or just ahead of Hunter by the looks of things. And then behind Hunter, we've got Robbie Padrica. It is a dogfight of note through that kink, heading towards turn 3. But Michael du Toit, somehow, someway, Mike is hanging on there. As he's now losing a bit of ground though to Rulu that is pulling away from him, and still he holds that other group of motorcycles behind him. So we watch them come out of turn 4. Down the back main they go now. It is Rulu from du Toit, from Troch, from Hunter and Padrica as they race down towards turn 5 Fostron corner.
Well, looks like Nigel Boer is going to join Robbie Padrica there as he goes through now. Your leaders over the line. But it's a great scrap coming out of 5 there. Paul Rulu getting away from that. And 3 bikes abreast coming out of turn 5. Who's going to come out on top here? Have a look at this one. Michael the Toy, Josh Stroch and Hunter all having a lovely scrap of it now as they go down towards turn number 1.
Down into turn number 1, KFM corner they go now. Rulu leads that group out there, but it's Stroch. That's Josh Stroch that's got his nose ahead there now of Michael the Toy. So Stroch pulling away from Michael the Toy. Then it is Michael Hunter. Behind Michael Hunter, it's Robbie Padrika, and closing in on them as well is the 22 of Nigel Boer as that group exit turn 2 G-Energy corner.
A lovely scrap by those bikes there now. Paul Rulu gets down the road now and having a look there. Oh, what's going to happen there as they work through. Josh Stroch has got Mike the Toy and Hunter up there behind him now. There you can see them coming up towards turn 4 on screen. This is a lovely scrap now. Going to the second right-hander now before they make their way down the back straight. Have a look at this. Stroch's on the gas. Then it's going to be the Toy. The Toy is followed by Hunter. Then it's going to be Padrika and Nigel Boer comes in. Nigel's looking up on the inside of Padrika. Padrika's going to have nothing as they go into turn number 5. And the scrappers, yeah, this is where it's happening, Frankie.
Well, that is where it's happening, and of course ahead of them Paul Rulu is escaping, but you got to stay with this dice that's making its way down the Porsche straight and into turn 1 KFM corner. It is a Troch right on his back wheel now is the Toy. Right behind the Toy is Hunter. Behind Hunter's Padrika. Behind Padrika it is Nigel Boer as they exit KFM corner, squirting it up the Jabez straight towards turn 2 G-Energy corner. Troch followed by the Toy, followed by Hunter, followed by Padrika, followed by Boer.
Well, Frankie, having a look at the time sheets, they've all clocked a personal best of 1 minute 20. So that group is helping each other to move along pretty swiftly. We've still got 3 laps to go now, and still Troch leads out that group there with Michael the Toy. And I tell you what, Mike the Toy's got Hunter up behind him. Then it's Padrika and Boer sitting there behind him as they work their way around. And now down the second part of the right-hander, they go down the back straight. Have a look at this. Josh Stroch still leading out. And Hunter sitting on the back of the Toy, trying to change things up. Mike the Toy, however, has got other ideas. He's trying to close down on the back of Josh Stroch, going down into turn number 5.
Well, we've got to pick up the leaders again. They should be working their way out of turn 1, out of KFM corner. Wayne Arendse done a 1:17.770. He is the fastest man out there as he heads towards G-Energy corner, turn 2, with Williams sitting in that second position, and now heading towards turn 2. G-Energy is the third place man, and that is Willem Binnedel. But we'll stay by turn 2 because here comes a Paul Rulu towards G-Energy corner, and then right behind Rulu is this massive fight now going into turn 2, and Josh Troch has got his nose ahead of Michael the Toy once again, with Michael Hunter right on his case there, followed by Robbie Padrika and the 22 of Nigel Boer.
Well, that scrap is really unfolding into something special. I think that Mike the Toy might want to attack Josh Stroch going down the back straight. Hunter will go along with for the ride now, as here they come up towards the double right-hander now. The Toy sitting up behind Troch. And Hunter's there with him. Behind him is Padrika and Boer having a scrapper there. Oh, now down the back straight they go now. Is the Toy going to draft there? And the Toy goes up on the inside. The Toy goes up on the inside there. But is he going to be able to hold it? No, Troch is late on the brakes as they go into turn number 5. It's unfolding here with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, they're coming around to start their final lap. First, second, and third have started their last lap already. Here comes Rulu. Here comes Troch. Here comes behind Troch Michael the Toy. Behind him it's Michael Hunter. Behind Hunter it's Robbie Padrika and Nigel Boer. They come around to start their last lap. Meantime, we'll look for the leaders that is on their last lap, and it's Wayne Arendse making his way now towards turn 4 Kake Clinic corner with a half a lap left, or under a half a lap left for him.
Wayne Arendse making his way now towards the back straight. And he'll come out at turn number 4 now. There goes Wayne Arendse down the back straight towards turn number 5. He's possibly going to make it 2 out of 3. That means he will get the overall win for the day. And Wayne Aronson now exiting turn number 5. He'll roll sort of left and then make his way up towards the line. Here comes Wayne Aronson. He's that third bike in the picture. There he comes up towards the checkered flag. Checkered flag comes out for Wayne Aronson. Second will be Chris Williams over the line. There goes Chris Williams. And third, but not least, will be Willem Benedel.
Right, Paul Rulu making his way towards the checkered flag. He's done enough. And here comes Michael de Toy. My word, no, it's not de Toy. It is, that's Rulu crossing the line. Then behind Rulu, it's Troch. Behind Troch, it's de Toy. Behind de Toy, it is Pedrica followed there. Sorry, it's Hunter, Pedrica, and then Nigel Boer. Man, that race unfolded there as they make their way out of turn 1 on their cool down lap. Brilliant, brilliant stuff out there by the Clubman's A and B and Breakfast on Motorcycle, sponsored by RST and TrackMac. Well, Wayne Aronson, Chris Williams, Willem Benedel, first 3 motorcycles across the line. Then Paul Rulu. Well, they say Michael Hunter crossed the line, head of Troch and de Toy. That's quite possible because on that last lap there was a lot of chopping and changing in that pack of about 5-6 riders. And then it was Pedrica and Boer. They rounded off the top 9. The top 10 was rounded off by Irshad Mohammed. And he won the Breakfast Run motorcycles for race number 3. So, Class B, according to the board, it was won by Michael Hunter, Michael de Toy finishing in 2nd, and Faisal Mohammed down in 11th would have finished 3rd in Clubman's Class B. But Aronson, Williams, Benedel, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in Clubman's A, and Irshad Mohammed in P10, the first of the Breakfast Run bike. Second was Donovan Stevens, and 3rd, Clinton Ruhrmond. Right, we now hand over to Gary and to Francois for the RST and Suzuki South Superbikes, their 3rd and final race of the day. Right, a big thanks to the IMUSAT sports team, Stephen, Z, Gareth, Gideon, and Alex. These are the people that have made it happen. This is our camera crew, and it can't be easy being any one of these 5 people, because you got 3 commentators screaming up here, looking all over the place, and they got to listen to us and focus on what we're saying, and they got to dart around from camera 1 to camera 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, etc., etc. And it's not that easy what these people are doing, and trust me, as far as I'm concerned, and the team up here, they're doing an excellent job. So a big thanks to our IMUSAT sports team Stephen, to Z, to Gareth, to Gideon, and to Alex. As well as our photographers out there, to Uncle Colin Brown, and to Kokies, to Heinrich Sauber. A big thanks to our photographers out there. Between the camera crew and the photographers, they keep you updated on Facebook Live as to exactly what's going on, and YouTube as well. So a major thanks to the camera team and to the photographers.
Right, folks, welcome to the third and final heat of the RST Suzuki South Superbikes. On pole position will be Brandon Hart, Kewan Slayman, Ronald Slamet. They make up your front row. Second row there will be Jared Schutz, Malcolm Rapson, and Robert Craig. Next row, Donnie Lecoq, Jock Ackerman, Peter Haupt. Then it's Brett Roberts, Gavin Lowe, Johnny Schwerin, and Sean McCrill, Luba Barlow, and Tassana. Under starters orders, lights off, and away we go racing! Off they go down towards turn number 1, and it looks like Brandon Haupt will get the whole shot there ahead of Kewan Slayman, and it could be Jared Schultz going. No, Slayman gets the whole shot. Slayman gets the whole shot there on Haupt. So they work their way now out of turn number 1, KFM corner up the Uber straight up towards turn number 2, G Energy corner. Haupt is in there behind Slayman. Schultz lies there in third place. Ronald Slamet in fourth. They roll away now out of G Energy corner down through the kink, down towards turn number 3. Hard on the gas they go, and Haupt closes up on the back of Slayman there and brings with him Schultz. Jared Schultz of the 600 is absolutely riding out of his skin here today, and he's showing the rest of the country that he's up for it when he goes up into Superbike Nationals. He'll be one of the hottest contenders in the 600 class. They come out at turn number 4. It's going to be Kewan Slayman leading out there now with Brandon Haupt. Look at this, and here comes Slamet. Slamet comes up behind Haupt. Ronald Slamet's up for a fight as he gets up behind Brandon Haupt and Kewan Slayman. And they turn into turn number 5, Fostron corner. As they come up to out of Fostron corner, Gary, this is really a dogfight.
Oh, Jared Schultz had fun until they got out into the back main, and then the 1 liter bike says, cheers, we're out of here, and away they went. Unfortunately, there's just no, as Willie Hepburn says, there's no substitute for cubes. There's no doubt about it. Kewan Slayman on that outside line. Can he hold it? Yes, he does. He carries nice speed in there, does Kewan Slayman. Brandon Haupt, I do believe, could be classed as the odds-on favorite for this one. He's just been so consistent since first thing this morning, and he just seems to be getting stronger and stronger as the day goes by. It is nice to see the likes of Jared Schultz in there with a 600. He's completely outgunned, but he's driving like brilliantly to be able to hang on to them. They will eventually break away from him now, second time they go down the back main because of the power that they've got. But in the short twisty bits, that 600 is unbelievably good on the handling.
Well, I tell you what, Jared Schultz got some insane corner speed as they exit turn number 4. Car Care Clinic, down the back straight they go. Slayman leads out. Here comes Haupt and Slamet sitting there with Haupt. Jared Schultz hangs on at the edge of the seat there now. And what's going to happen? Haupt looks up on the inside and Slamet is there with him. Slayman runs deep in there, but Haupt is pretty hot on the heels there of Kewan Slayman, and I think if Ronald Slamet's going to be up for it, he's going to hang in there to go along with for the ride now. As they come down the main straight up over the line, they'll have 7 laps to go. Crossing the line, 6 laps left now. And Slayman still leads out over Haupt, and Slamet is trying to hang in there. But look at Jared Schultz on the first of the 600s in P4 overall. This young lad is absolutely, I've watched him grow up in front of me. Brilliant stuff. And again, Brandon Haupt just shows Kewan Slayman, listen, I've got the gas underfoot, so take note, young lad.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brandon Hart got brilliant driver out of KFM turn 1, and he was looking like he was going to continue with the move, and then once again, as you see there, he goes for the move, gets just about level with the back wheel, then backs out of it. So undoubtedly, Haupt has got the pace, he's got the right ratio, he's got enough grip. He's just playing it pretty safe at this stage of the fight. Maybe he prefers to do the chasing work at this stage of the fight, watch his opponent and see where he's good and bad on the day. Obviously, he knows the man he's racing against very well. Ronald Slamet puts in the fastest lap time, a 13:06. Keep in mind that on the previous race, the fastest lap was a 1:12 dead. So they just on a second outside of the fastest lap time from earlier on today.
Across the line now, Kieran Steyman now putting the fastest lap at 1:12.5, and so does Haupt. And they're all just over the 1:12s. Brandon Haupt now coming out of KFM now, gets on the gas early. He's going to close up here on the back of Steyman. Comes up behind Steyman, and I'm really impressed here with the Red Baron. Ronald Slamet sitting in third, holding up there. Jared Schultz still in P4 on a 600 there, ahead of Robert Craig. First of the Masters, ahead of Malcolm Rapson, then Jock Ackerman and Peter Haupt sitting in P8. 60 years old of it, and he's having an absolute blast of it out there now as the leaders make their way up towards turn number 4.
Nice to see that the Masters is having a pretty good dice. The 16 bike of Rob Craig with a 46 of Rapson in there behind him. Ackerman closer in heat number 3 than what he was in heat number 2. Peter Haupt was strong towards the end of the previous heat. He initially seems like he loses out a bit and then he starts closing down on them. But if we go back to the lead bikes, is it still Steyman? Yes, it is. Steyman works his way through Fastron corner, out into the front main. Look at that. He's got that twist grip wide open. Steyman now starting to make a little bit of space between himself and Brandon Haupt, although Brandon Haupt just put up the fastest lap of the race. You wouldn't think so if you look at the gap between the two of them, a 12.344. So 34 hundredths of a second off the best of the previous heat. Is the track temperature better? Is it worse? Or are they just trying harder than what they did in heat number 2?
I think they're busy tripping each other up front. Although they're still posting 1.12.4s. It's not too bad. Haupt now starting to up the ante ever so much now. 3 laps to go. They are starting to pedal along pretty hard now. And Haupt is closing down on the back of Steyman. He leaves Ronald Slamet a little bit in his wake. He's still the quickest man out there is Brandon Haupt now. He will come out at turn number 4 up behind Kieran Steyman. He gets on the gas nice and early now. Now he closes down on Steyman. Will he get close enough now? He goes on the outside of Steyman. Oh, he's on the outside. Steyman's going to get late on the brakes. He's going to slide it in and he might come up on his inside. Oh, Steyman is doing some diabolical stuff here to stay ahead at the moment, Gary.
It's almost that he realized that Brandon Haupt was up on the left-hand side of him as he moved towards the left-hand side of the circuit. It looked almost like he was going to close in. Now Brandon Haupt goes to the move. Brandon Haupt goes to the move into KFM corner, and I think he's going to make it stick. Well, Brandon Haupt, the man on the move today, goes up into that lead position, and Ronald Slamet will be looking and saying, I'd love to be part of that. Let's have a look just a little bit further down. In 4th position is Jared Schultz, the leading 600 rider. But then let's go a little bit further back to that Masters session. That's Robert Craig from Malcolm Rapson, and once again, Francois, virtually nothing between the two of them. Unfortunately for Jacques Ackerman, he's fortunately but unfortunately got away from Haupt, and he's having a rather lonely run out there at the moment.
Well, we're hoping Ronald Slamet can gain just a little bit of momentum coming out of 4 there now, but it's Brandon Haupt that leads out over Kieran Steyman. Ronald Slamet sits there in P3 now as they make their way down towards Fostron corner. Kieran's going to try and be late on the brakes, but I tell you what, Haupt is up for it now as he goes into Fostron. And Steyman closes up on the back there now. This could be a draft as they come out there now. But have a look now at Haupt. He'll play mind games with me. He'll go wide. Steyman looks up on the inside. Is Steyman going to try and outbrake him? It's going to be a big ask because he's a demon on the brakes. He's Brandon Haupt. And they've got 2 laps left.
Well, I don't know how the Kieran Steyman's possibly going to beat out now. A 1:12.193, 19 hundredths of a second slower than the fastest lap from heat number 2, and probably find the track temperature is slightly higher than what it was earlier on. The air temperature slightly lower, so the two playing one another out. Ronald Stammer losing ground now to them. I think where the two of them up front were initially slowing one another down, I think they're actually urging one another on to go even quicker. Schultz still leading out in that fourth position, but let's have a look at that Masters. Robert Craig goes down, Malcolm Rapson goes up. The 46 ahead of the 16. And that's a turn-up for the books in the Masters, with Jacques Ackermann a little bit further back, third place in class.
Well, just Gary, there's a lead change coming out of 5. Kewan Snyman goes up in front of Brandon Hout. They're going to start their final lap now. Well, Kewan Snyman trying to keep Brandon Hout behind him now. Haupt is going to come in, and Snyman takes the lead. Haupt is right up behind him. This is going to be a dogfight down to the wire. Let's keep up here with the leaders now. And Snyman leads Haupt. Snyman leads Haupt. Here comes Brandon Hout up towards turn number 2 into G Energy corner. Kewan Snyman is showing that he's got what it takes as he leads out over Haupt. And Haupt is going to have to do something special if he wants to come back at him.
Would love to watch Malcolm Ratson and Robert Craig, but we can't watch both. I think the gap at the front is smaller than the gap for the Masters one. So let's stick with that up front with Kewan Snyman and Brandon Haupt. Who's going to be the man that's going to come across the start-finish line at the end of this one with a bigger smile? Let's see if they come out in the back, man. Kewan Snyman, he's got a gap. How did he do that? Kewan Snyman's actually got a gap on Brandon Hout. Brandon's going to have to be the last of the ultimate late breakers to be in any situation whatsoever to try and look at the win here. It's all about Kewan Snyman. Kewan Snyman's done it all right when it really counted, and he's actually broken the toe already of Brandon Hout. He broke that hold that Hout had. Kewan Snyman from Brandon Hout. Ronald Stammer will win out that third position. Jared coming through for that 600s now. Let's have a look at Malcolm Rapson. Rapson did go past with a lap and a half to go past Robert Craig, and he will take that position overall for race number 3 in the Masters class. Rapson from Craig, from Jacques Ackermann, and then Brett Roberts, the next of the 600s, coming through behind that. And then our senior citizen Peter Haupt coming through. That's 4th overall in the Masters. Gavin Lowe still to come through. Pretty similar result to his previous heat. And then Jonathan Schwerin, the last man coming out now of Cape Town corner. Donovan Lecoq, the man that only did 7 laps. Not sure where the RPM Center ZX10 disappeared, but we lost him somewhere along the line. Kewan Snyman, what a ride on the Missile Motorcycles Kawasaki ZX1.
All right, folks, we now wait for the next group of vehicles to come out on track. Makita Power Tools Supercars and the V8 Masters, they're up next. We'll wait for them to come out. We're just doing a bit of a track inspections. The last of the Superbikes are making their way into Parc Fermé for their post-race inspection. As we look at the shots of the main straight, on the top right hand side of your screen you'll see the commentary box. That's where Gary and Francois and our radio man and informer Emil Brandt and myself, Frankie Yennes, are bringing you this live action from Killarney International Raceway, from the Western Province Motor Club. And a big thanks to all of our sponsors, especially Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car, Johnny van Niekerk Jr. A big thanks to them. They have branches in Goodwood and in Kuilsriver. So a major thanks and a massive thanks to everybody involved at Best Price for My Car and Wingfield Motors for sponsoring the Power Series here at Killarney International Raceway. So you'll see the supercars have made their way out on the track and making their way out of the Hubert pits. We've just been informed just before interval that the pit on the opposite side that we've always referred to as the new pit complex is now known as the Hubert pits for Dennis Jabé, who's been around Killarney, gee whiz, since forever.
All right, and then what was his, Ronald? Ronald.
You came third.
Ronald came third, overall?
Overall.
Third overall, nice, okay. So he was in that three-way battle?
In the front battle, in the beginning,
yeah. In the beginning, yeah. He only slipped a little bit behind, but I mean, he was up there with the guys for a while.
Yeah.
Ronald.
He's suffering a little bit of arm pump.
Is it Ronald or?
Ronald.
Pit complex. So you have the main pit complex, which the bridge connects to the Jabé pit complex. So for all the people that are regulars at Western Province Motor Club that can't be here today, that is information that you now know for the future. We were told by the WPMC management earlier on that is the names of the pit complex and the VIP lounge. Right, the Makita Power Tools supercars are out on track. I'm trying to see, the V8s have not come out onto the track yet. I just see the supercars. The Makita supercars are out on track. Oh, well, just maybe we haven't got the V8s this time. I think it might just be the supercars, because there are definitely no V8 master cars around the track, and there's nothing happening in the Jabé pit complex neither. So definitely looks like they're only going to do 2 races, and the Makita Formula Supercars
Pushed as long as I could, but my arm just couldn't handle it this weekend. I'm struggling with that massive arm pump. So
Is that what your zipper's undone here?
yeah, but I should have it undone because the arm's just swelling too much. So
Yeah, you really struggled a bit today.
yeah, we'll have to come back to the next race and see if we can sort this arm out. And if I can stop battling with this, I know I'll be up front with the boys.
Okay, good. But a good race today. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, sure.
P3. Here comes Cedric Lebon. He will slot into P4 in the 41 car, Cedric Lebon, and those are the first 4 cars out here. You're waiting for the rest of them to come towards us. Kellen de Bruin will be in there. So will Elton Steyn. There's Kellen de Bruin, Elton Steyn, and then Craig Massane.
It was lekker. It was good. Probably start with a really good start. Try to get away from Malcolm and build a bit of a gap, but had a mistake into turn 2, and the gap was closed very quickly. But it was good.
Good race. All right. Well, congratulations.
Nice to be close and up closer to the front of the cut off. So yeah, we're getting there.
Cool. Well done. Thanks, Alex.
With that ease, I think it might be Gary Thompson. Right, so we have lost Stuart Spooner on this one. Furthermore, Gaza, I think all the other supercars are out there.
So it's going to be an interesting one to see Moffat coming off the line with this one. Moffat with Hilton Peters on the outside. Whoa, Cedric gets it all wrong. Kerry coming off the back of the pack. Gary Thompson makes up numerous positions. Kellen de Bruin comes across into the middle of that one, and the young lad finds himself smack dead centers. In fact, he finds himself in 3rd position as Hilton Peters has come off, and I think it's Kellen de Bruin that spun on the exit of turn number 1. So 2 cars falling out very, very early in this heat.
Well, I have a look and see it might be Elton Steyn that has spun at there. We'll just get verification. It's definitely one of them that turned themselves around. However, through the kink now and racing towards turn 3. It is Moffat that sits there ahead of McCarthy as they exit turn number 3. Down the the KFM straight. They race now towards turn 4. Car Care Clinic. It's Moffat ahead there of Ryan McCarthy. Down the back main they race now. These two supercars. In third position, we've got Gary Thompson. Cedric Le Bon sits in there behind him. Then it's Kellen De Bruyn.
So it wasn't him that spun.
No, it was Elton Steyn that spun, because here comes a fighting back Hilton Peters making his way down the back main, chasing after De Bruyn into turn 5, Fostron.
What a battle up front, side by side, coming out of turn 5 is Moffat spins it around and runs backwards towards the circuit, stomps on the brake to make sure he doesn't come across the front of the next car coming through, which is in fact the young lad himself that's doing a brilliant job out there. So Ryan McCarthy from Thompson at the front end of the field. Thompson's done a brilliant job to get to where he is. Cedric Le Bon in that third position. Craig Massain, the first and only silver class car out there. The recovering Hilton Peters on the move.
Well, Gary, you were quite right. It was Kellen De Bruyn that spun. He started now. He went down into turn 1 in last position. So it was De Bruyn that got it wrong out there on the opening lap. But I'm sure you'll fight back from there. However, working their way out of turn 3 up the KFM straight towards turn 4. The race leader, Ryan McCarthy, the reigning defending Formula Supercar champion, heads out of a turn 4 Car Care Clinic, making his way down the back main. And he's got a massive, massive lead there on Gary Thompson in second. Cedric Le Bon sits there in that third position. And that's the top 3 supercars heading down into turn 5. You've got Craig Massain that's been chased down there by Hilton Peters into turn 5, Fostron.
I think Hilton Peters is going to put lots of pressure there on Massain down into Fostron corner, Cape Town corner, the very last turn before you come out into the front main. And a recovering Peters, well, it's a silver class car that's in front of him in Craig Massain. Massain has done an excellent job up until now, but I think it's just a matter of time. Peters climbs out behind him as they work their way down the front main, side by side as they work down towards KFM corner. Peters will make the move on Massain. He makes that one stick, but now to go further forward than that, to get hold of Cedric Le Bon. Well, Le Bon is new in the class. He shouldn't really be so far up as what he is. He's done a brilliant job to get there. So Hilton Peters is going to have to really 8-iron vase at this stage of the fight if he wants to pull over Cedric Le Bon. He's got 8-iron vase, that's our word for the day. He's got 6 laps to do it. He should do it. But I tell you what, I think if Le Bon doesn't make any errors, looking at their latest lap times, I think Le Bon might just hold on to that one and end up with the top 3.
Well, he's certainly going after Gary Thompson as they exit turn 4. Car Care Clinic and work their way down the back straight now. The leaders are heading towards turn 5, Fostron corner already. We see that old gaggle of supercars race down the back straight towards turn 5, Fostron corner. The leader coming out of turn 5, Fostron. That is race leader Ryan McCarthy. McCarthy making his way down the home straight across the start line to start another lap, squirting it down into turn 1 KFM corner. Second place is still Gary Thompson. Right behind him we have got Cedric Massain. Can Massain get his nose ahead of Thompson? But here comes a high-flying, high-charging Hilton Peters as that group exits turn 1 KFM.
Well, he's taken 1.6 seconds out of Cedric Le Bon on the 5th lap. So it's a matter of time. Yeah, it's going to happen. There he goes. And, well, I'll tell you what, we know Hilton Peters is quick. He was pretty unfortunate going down into turn 1 on the very first lap that it just went straight. There was no way out of it. It was just too hard, too late on the brakes. You had no way to go apart from straight. Ryan McCarthy posted 124.832. And that is just like streets ahead of anybody and everything else. Ryan McCarthy very much in a class of his own today.
Well, the leader all on his own, heading down the back main towards turn 5, Fostron corner. That's race leader Ryan McCarthy, who's done the quickest lap of a 1:24.832. Has McCarthy as he exits turn 5, Fostron corner, all on his own. You see there's nobody behind him. The rest of them are storming down into turn 5, into Fostron corner, and that's the one to watch out for. That dice for second and third. That's working its way out of. We've got a yellow flag down in turn 5 in Fostron corner.
I think it was Massane.
Well, I didn't quite see what happened out there, because heading down into turn 1 goes Le Bon, and right into turn 1 KFM corner. Le Bon has got Peters right on his case. Then it's Massane that's working his way down into turn 1 KFM, followed there by Andrew Moffat.
So it was Gary Thompson that's motor started to smoke a bit, and we could hear something starting to misfire as it came down the back main. So Gary Thompson, after a storming start coming pretty much off the back of the pack, he passed 3 cars before they got up into third gear. It's about as good as it could possibly get. But Battle Royal going down through turn number 3.
Yeah, the leader making his way down the back straight, but let's focus into turn 4, into Car Care Clinic. That's at dice for second and third position between Le Bon and Peters as they exit turn 4. Down the back man they go, working their way out of Car Care Clinic. Here comes Hilton Peters. He gets a slipstream there on Cedric Le Bon. He pulls onto the inside, and I think Peters is going to do more than enough. Yes, even before they get into turn 5 Fostron, Peters takes that lead. Le Bon has a look again, but Peters has sealed the deal out of Fostron corner.
Well, having taken 1.7 seconds on the previous lap, there was no doubt that he was going to make it. At one stage, the fight, it looked like the Bond might hold on to it, but Hilton Peters just upped the ante and just went quicker and quicker. 126.152 last time around. 126.5 was what he needed now, including that takeover move. So Hilton Peters makes it as good as what it's going to get, up back into second place in class, second place on the circuit, barring unforeseen circumstances for our leader, Ryan. Oh! In turn 1, spinning it around. That was an unforeseen situation. Andrew Moffat turns it around, sitting on the outside of the apex of KFM corner.
Well, what happened was you had a look up on the inside of Craig Massane going into KFM corner, and he went into turn 1 KFM way too hot, put a couple of wheels on the dirt there, and you don't put slick tires on dirt, and that turned him inside out. And now he's dropped there behind Alton Steyn and behind Kellen de Bruin. He's now stone last, working his way out of G Energy corner.
Oh, it just hasn't worked for Andrew Moffat today. I'd rather have no luck than the luck that he's had, because it's just been bad luck up until now. Well, how does that now affect Kellen de Bruin? He was sitting off the back of the pack. Other people have had problems. Now he's starting to think, hey, I might just be able to not come last in my debut event. I might be able to beat 1 or 2 big names here. And he's not far off making up a position with the 83 car in front of him, with 93, should I say, of Alton Steyn. And he's actually quicker on the last lap than Alton Steyn. So he might actually fancy, with 2 laps to go and having a go on the back of Alton Steyn. And I think that Moffat might be too far back to be able to really put any pressure on the 2 of them.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on this dice that's making its way out of turn 5. Yeah, they come down towards us. They're on the Porsche straight, the home straight. Alton Steyn and Kellen de Bruin, they are sitting 6th and 7th as they are 5th and 6th. As they head down into turn 1, de Bruin had a look at him there coming out of KFM corner, but with just over a lap and a half to go, they mustn't write off Andrew Moffat. Moffat doesn't run in the gold class for no reason. You'll see these 2 supercar rookies ahead of him as they work their way into G Energy corner. That's turn 2. Moffat's getting closer to both of them. As they exit G Energy, it's still Steyn ahead of de Bruin through the kink, racing down towards turn 3, but charging up towards them, Gary, is Andrew Moffat.
Well, Kellen de Bruin was on a bit of a wild ride going down into turn number 1. It looked like that was, I don't know, it was just too much, but somehow he made it look very, very easy and made up a lot of ground. So probably you'll find that Elton Steyn was a bit early on the brakes, and that's why he decided, let's have a go for it, because under normal circumstances from that far back, you can't make a dive. It's not possible. So maybe Elton Steyn also, as a rookie in the class, is not consistent on the brake markers, and that might be what played out there. Keeping in mind, Andrew Moffat closing. They are on the last lap. I'm pretty sure Moffat fancies himself to make up that amount of ground to these two newcomers, but I think it's just a little bit too far off. It might end up 3 abreast coming across the start-finish line, but let's go back to our leader, Ryan McCarthy, the man undoubtedly to catch for the balance of the season, and undoubtedly in a league of his own there today.
Well, he's making his way down the back straight towards turn 5, towards Cape Town corner. That is your leader. There you see him coming to screen, way down the road on his own, into turn 5 Cape Town on the flag lap. And he's done the quickest time of 1:24.832 on the penultimate lap as he works his way out of turn 5, out of Fostron, under the bridge, on the Porsche straight, and victory belongs to Ryan McCarthy.
Reigning champion and a man that's going to add a #1 trophy for his efforts today. Hilton Peters makes it through to second. As we said, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything much more than that. Here he comes now. Hilton Peters up the front main. Cedric LeBon, new name, car driver combination 2 class, did a brilliant run there, I must say. Very impressive. A 1:26.9. And Moffat, as we said, I remember we said they might end up 3 abreast. Well, Andrew Moffat has now caught up to that group. It's Craig Massane, Elton Steyn, Kellen de Bruin, and Andrew Moffat that's coming through there. Craig Massane, he's quite fine. What's going to be coming back through behind that? It looks like it's Elton Steyn, yes. And can Kellen de Bruin hold out on Moffat? Well, we said it could be 3 abreast. They were very close by the time they came to the end. And Andrew Moffat then ends up getting to the back of Kellen de Bruin, but that's as good as it got. Craig Massane wins out on the silver class. So Ryan McCarthy from Hilton Peters, Cedric LeBon in the gold class. Leading out the silver class is Craig Massane. And then 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th being Elton Steyn, Kellen de Bruin, Andrew Moffat, recovering Andrew Moffat, and then Gary Thompson. It did 5 laps. That black vehicle started to smoke and sound slightly unhappy as he went down the back main, and eventually peeled off at the bottom end of the back main, going down into Cape Town corner and parked it in Park for May, and that was the last that we saw of him. So great races today for Makita Formula Supercars, and also in the V8 Masters groupings as well.
Right, we have a look on screen. We had a bit of a replay there of what happened in the Formula Supercar race. And there's a replay of Moffat that spun out of Fostron corner. So yeah, there was a replay of some of the action that you saw on track in the Makita Power Tools Formula Supercars, their 3rd and final race of the day. We now head to the final race of the event. Peugeot Trustees Fine Cars and Millstock Cars pre-1980 and 1990. They are up next. that group got in over there early on. They were fucking over there with cooler boxes, everything, and then Paul Simon has to tell them, hey, you love Ivana, you cherry. Right, folks, remember that we will come back here in 2 weeks' time on the 26th of September for the following round of the Wingfield Motors Power Series. Just getting ready for the last race of the day, which is the Classic and Fine Cars, Millstock Classic Cars and BJ Trustees Fine Cars. They will be doing the final race of the day, and we've done pretty well. We've only had one red flag, and it's now 3:45, so we're doing extremely well. We were penciled in to start the final race at 5:05, but we've done such a lot today, and the racing has been so awesome. And we've had a little bit of a shortened lunch break as well, because it really wasn't that necessary for one that long, so that you've got time in hand unless you've got a situation out there. And I must say, well done to our COCs, our assistant COCs, and our motorsport stewards for doing a great job out there today, together with all the WPMC officials and marshals. A big thanks to you guys and girls for doing an absolute fantastic job as we get ready to start the final race of the day, the last race of today's event coming up, Classic and Fine Cars. A major thanks to Wingfield Motors and Best Price for our car, Johnny van Niekerk Jr. in Goodwood and Kalsriver. Wingfield Motors, a big thanks there to Johnny, and to KFM 94.5, the official media partner of the Western Province Motor Club that sponsors Turn 1 and the Tygerberg Straight. A big thank you as well to G Energy for Turn 2, to Car Care Clinic for Turn 4. We need a sponsor for Turn 3. It used to be Rose Foundation. It's no longer Rose Foundation. So if anybody wants to sponsor Turn 3, contact the club management, and you can get yourself on board. And then to Fostron for sponsoring Turn 5, and the Porsche Club for sponsoring the main straight. And a big thanks as well to all our class sponsors of the day. Without you people, motorsport.
Right, folks, so the final heat of the day, the Beja Trustees Fine Cars and the Millstock pre-1980-1990 Classic Cars. And this is heat number 12 for the day, the last and final race for the day. So we'll, after this, be closing off. And I tell you what, some fine spectacles unfolded here today.
Yeah. There's been some very good racing, I must say. One thing I just want to say, I had a chat with Des Esom during the luncheon interval, and I said to him, should our esteemed leader determine that we're now going to level 1 and or better, and we can get spectators, are we going to keep the split the way we have it now, where one half of West Province Motor Club races, and then 2 weeks later the other half? So he said, we put them all back together. So we're going to be doing it the way that we used to before, which would mean that then you have the different groupings, where the smaller groupings are put together, two different styles of motor racing cars, and that's going to bring us those massive big fields. The other thing is, it would appear as if the live streaming will definitely continue as well, but it's obviously going to have to go to pay-per-view. So we can be very thankful to WPMC for making these first two events available to everybody to watch. In excess of 18,000 views on the first round. I'm not sure how many there'll be on today. We haven't had a chance to have a look-see, but I'm sure it'll probably top somewhere around about there as well. But yeah, from here on out, obviously it will become pay-per-view. And I must say, West Bromwich Motor Club has put themselves streets ahead of all the other main circuits in South Africa with the quality of the live streaming from here. And I myself personally, I think I speak on behalf of all of us, are proud to be part of what WPMC has put together here in terms of professional live streaming.
Yeah, I reckon that the crew that are doing the camera work out there, Stephen, together with Z, Gareth, Gideon and Alex on the IMUSAT platform are doing a sterling job. And they've been sticking to us. Gareth, the main feature down there, he's sort of the producer together with Stephen. They are doing a fantastic job. And the last race today, the classic and fine cars as we call them. The classics ahead of the fine cars, and we'll have to, we won't be too long, it will be underway. They are going to have their rolling start. Michael Hitchcock and Malcolm Bogard sitting on the front there together with Wayne Lotte and Jeff Beale. Then it's Hammond de Kock and Dave Aladef, Cliffy Bacon, Dion Conradi. They all lead off the line there. Neil Maton and Anthea Bate bring up the rear of that field as Robert Toscana leads out over the fine cars together there with Gunther Appelgrein. So they all make their way around the circuit up behind the pace car and will be racing very soon.
Oh, let's hope it all goes well for Gunther Appelgrein in the E36 Appelgrein Trading BMW. Went a little bit wrong towards the end of the previous heat. So, yeah. Hitchcock and Aiton Bogard on the front row of the grid, Lotte and Beale, and then de Kock making up the top 5. Rolling start when they come past us the next time.
Right, so the pace car making its way out of G Energy corner, probably for the last time today. So the pace car driver will be pretty happy that he can park the pace car and possibly have a cold one.
Well, I think he would have made use of the aircon today because it's got kind of warm. You'd never say that we're expecting rain and storms and an extra 2% in 100% full dams tomorrow. But it stayed away long enough for us to enjoy a full day's racing here at Killarney. Who knows, 2 weeks from now, we might all be back here. As Frankie says, the regulars to Killarney, so how did they get in? Just a thought. It's my thought for the day. I have had a word for the day, but I haven't had a thought for the day yet.
You can think, and when did that start, Gary?
Yeah, well, never too old to start thinking, eh? Let's not claim anything that we can't. Let's talk about the cars that's out there. So as they work their way up the KFM straight, a grandstand with not a single person on. Yeah, terrible to see that. Maybe this is the last time that we have to go through it. At least we're lucky enough to be able to be here to watch it and to bring it to you guys out live throughout the world. And I know there's a lot of people outside of South Africa watching this one as well. So in elkeen van julle wat Afrikaans verstaan wat buite ons land is, ek is seker julle geniet die wedrenne.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there. The live feed here from Killarney International Raceway here in the sunny Cape Town in the Western Cape, the southern tip of South Africa and Africa itself. And yes, it's our last racing. And we say once again thanks to our IMUSAT sports team, Stephen, Z, Gareth, Gideon and Alex for doing a fantastic job here today. As you watch the camera footage there of the pace car leading down the bottom of the back straight down into Fastron corner, turn number 5 with your leader Michael Hitchcock in that lovely 67 Mustang as he leads out and brings the cars around out of turn 5 to start this final race of the day. And Gary, I see inside turn 5 still lots of water lying there from all those lovely rains that we've been having of late.
Yeah, no, definitely. You don't want to go off at that position over there because if you do, you sit in the car and you wait for somebody to come and fetch you.
With a boat.
With whatever their vehicle of choice might be to come and collect you. So it's going to be Michael Hitchcock and Malcolm Aiton Bogard, the 2 Class A cars at the front of the pack. And it's going to be Aiton Bogard that's going to get the hammer down. He's got Lotte in there behind him with the Escort, the little Mark 1 Escort. It's been around for a couple of years. Ex-class champion, in fact, reigning class champion in that vehicle. He drops down to 4th position. Aiton Bogard is the quicker of the 2. Michael Hitchcock drops in there behind him. And then side by side, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th cars as they work their way down towards G Energy corner.
Right, so Robert Toscana leads out the fine cars that come out of turn 1 now up towards turn 2. We see them all parading through there with the emergency vehicles up behind him now. Toscana leading out there now with Gunther Appelgrein in 2nd. Then we got the Morgan there of Fred Phillips with Rodney Green up there behind him. And they work their way out. So Rodney Green and Fred Phillips having a lovely scrap of it there in those fine cars. Gunther Appelgren still trying to close down on the back of Robert Toscana as they exit there out of turn number 3. Toscana getting on the gas, trying to get away from Appelgren.
Well, I think that at the front end of the field as they work their way down to turn number 5, the V8 power of Malcolm Ayton Bogard is just blowing him away at the front of the pack. I don't believe that Hitchcock will have an answer for him. The 2 Class A cars leading them out as they come out into the front main. The interesting battle is the one behind that. Wow, look at this one. They are running 2 abreast and 3 abreast. Lotte goes up on the inside of the Alpha, and he makes his way through there with Jeff Beal still in front of him, having passed Dave Aladef. Dion Conradi's car actually left the premises, and they did some other repairs offsite, brought it back in time for this race. So I'm pretty sure that he's hoping that that Conquest holds together all race long to make it worth the effort that they've done, as Lotte has a look on the outside of Aladef.
Well, Wayne Lotte getting ahead there of Dave Aladef, dancing Dave Aladef in that yellow Alpha Junior, trying to stick it in there. Up behind them there, it's Dion Conradi and Herman de Kock having a right royal battle. The fine cars are really making stuff interesting here on the sharp end of the field as they work their way around there now. And Jeff Peel keeping Wayne Lotte behind him as they come up towards turn number 4. Dave Aladef is in there with the yellow junior. He's pushing pretty hard now. They exit Car Care Clinic, turn number 4, down the back straight they go. Keep an eye on this now as Jeff Beal leads out. Wayne Lotte gets his foot firmly stuck on the floorboard of that Escort now, trying to close down on Beal and Dave Aladef, that GT Junior, pedaling along there to close down on the back of Wayne Lotte, and behind them Dion Conradi and Herman de Kock.
He seemed to have the legs on Conradi for the second half of the straight. Should I say on Lotte. Did Dave Aladef somehow either he closed on the back of the Escort, so it looks like the top end torque is slightly in his favor, but the punchiness coming out into the straight is definitely in the hands of Lotte. As you can see, he's now onto the back of Dr. Jeff Beal. Jeff stays on the inside line. Lotte tries to carry that pace around the outside. Aladef stays middle of the circuit and say, right, let's see who's going where. Who do I follow here? Beal still leads it out. And it's pretty much a carbon copy of exactly how it looked last time, a lap back when they came up the straight. Although they've closed and opened those gaps, it's still pretty much the same as what it was a lap before.
Well, Jeff Beal, Wayne Lotte and Aladef having a right roll scap there through the kink, left-hander down towards turn number 3. They was going to stomp on the brakes latest here to try and make it, and Lotte are late on the brakes up behind Jeff Beal. Up the KFM straight up towards Car Care Clinic corner they go, and dancing Dave Aladef has a look. Wayne Lotte trying there. Look behind them there. Herman de Kock and Dion Conradi also having a good scrap of it as they exit turn number 4 down the back straight.
Well, Jeff Beal still leads out from Lotte and Aladef, but as you said, that battle behind them, Herman de Kock is having a pretty nice race there as well with the Conquest. It's a one-on-one that they're having going down into Cape Town corner. The 3 cars in front of them won't even be noticing what's happening outside of their scrap, because with Dr. Jeff Beal under the amount of pressure that he is, knowing that Lotte is very quick coming out of the corners, knowing that Aladef has got that top end additional pace, he cannot ignore what's happening behind him. Look at this. In fact, what's happening behind him, Dion Conradi, the Cock climbs out with the Mark 1 Escort. That's the white with the red paintwork at the bottom, going down now into KFM corner, trying to have a look around the outside of Conradi. The two of them side by side as they go up onto the curbstones. Conradi slightly ahead of the Cock. The Cock doesn't back out. I think he's going to make it. The Cock is going to make it up the Joubert straight. Let's see who's later on the brakes. And Conradi says, nah, I can't hold on to this one. He drops in there behind the Cock with the Mark 1 Escort. Now the Cock is the man that's got a clear view of Aladef on Lotte on Beal just ahead of them.
Well, to move towards the fine car leader, that's going to be Robert Toscana. He's on his way up into G Energy corner. Robert Toscana has absolutely obliterated the fine car field. He's got about a 5-second gap there over Gunther Appelgren, who enters G Energy corner now. And Fred Phillips in the Morgan is having a fantastic day of it. The Morgan sitting right there behind that E36 BMW there of Appelgrein. So it's all happening out there now. There you see them coming up towards turn number 2. And have a look at that Morgan sitting up behind Gunther Appelgrein. And right up there behind them is Rodney Green. He's in the MGB. He's pushing pretty hard there to try and close down on the back there. So it's all happening out there between the fine cars.
Well, we've got the Granada running very, very slow. That's Michael Hitchcock. That's slowed it right down, and that is going to take him out of it. I don't believe that he's going to be able to go very much further with that Granada. He slowed it right down now going into the corner. The Cock locks up the left-hand front on the Escort as he brakes going into turn number 1. But that Granada, I think, maybe he can go still 5 laps at that pace. If he's going that slow already, I can't see he's going to make it to the end.
Yeah, Malcolm Bogart has definitely picked up a problem with that Ford Granada. Michael Hitchcock is down the road, and Aiton Bogart's been passed by most of the folk there. So he's definitely picked up some sort of mechanical issue. A pity, though, because he was doing pretty well. And Michael Hitchcock still leading out. He's going down the back straight down towards the Fastron corner. Is your leader, Michael Hitchcock. There you see him going down into Fastron. He is way down the road, uncontested at the moment. He's still got 4 and a bit laps to go now as he exits Fastron corner. The leader, Michael Hitchcock, in the Ford Mustang. He comes up towards the start-finish line now. He's going to be putting a lap on Andrea Bate. That Mustang running at a brilliant pace there. He's doing approximately 125, 126s.
That's pretty quick, but the battle which now is for second place is Dr. Jeff Bill. It's Lotte, and then Dancing Dave Aladef. The 3 of them, as usual, very close to one another, but even closer now than what they were before. If anything, Lotte's having a look now at Jeff Bill, and he comes up on the outside, almost side by side, but we know that Dr. Jeff Bill is pretty good on the brakes, even on that inside line. You won't very easily get that. Lotte can carry that speed through and beat him onto the curbstones to be on the inside line going up into turn number 3. And he's done that line a couple of times as Jeff Beal, and Lotte still fancies having a lotte on the outside. Talking about the outside, Dave Aladef has a look around the outside of Lotte. He was good going in, but he was a bit slower coming out. So Lotte still got himself a little bit of breathing room behind, and he can concentrate on the dock in front of him.
I wouldn't go around the outside. I would pursue the inside line if I was Dave Aladef. I'd pursue the inside line if I was Wayne Lotte, and Jeff Beal is out on the defense now as they come up towards the double right-hander of Car Care Clinic, turn number 4. Round they go now, double apex. Jeff Beal leads out Wayne Lotte, and Dave Aladef has lost a little bit of touch with Wayne Lotte. Down the back straight they go. Wayne Lotte gets down into the top gear and puts his foot firmly down in the right-hand side of the pedal box now as he works his way down towards Fostron corner. Jeff Beal goes defensive up on the inside. Dave Aladef looks up on the inside as Wayne Lotte goes high. But Wayne Lotte's got enough there on Jeff Beal as they exit turn number 5 now. They come up towards the line. When they cross it, they'll start their penultimate lap. And Jeff Beal goes totally defensive because he knows Wayne Lotte is crawling all over the side. And Wayne Lotte looks to come up alongside him. Jeff Beal's going to go defensive. He's going to force him wide and then go back up on the inside.
Surprisingly, Lotte is not trying to use the slipstream whatsoever. Every time they come out into a straight, he immediately dives out that he can see the road in front of him and get some clear airflow. Surely, if he had to use the slipstream, if you see he's getting almost alongside at the end of the back straight and the end of the Porsche front straight, if he had to use the slipstream, it would probably work. So I think that his temperatures might just be a bit marginal, that he can't make use of that slipstream.
Take care there behind Dave Aladef. Hammond de Kock has shaken off the attentions of Dion Conradi, and he wants to join that party. Hammond de Kock in that Escort, chasing hard up behind Dancing Dave Aladef. There you see them coming towards you. It's Jeff Beal, Wayne Lotte, Dave Aladef, and up behind him there is Hammond de Kock in that other Mark 1 Escort, and de Kock is on a flyer. He's got that number 3 on the side of his door, and he's in it to win it. So he's going to be pushing pretty hard and giving Dave Aladef a headache pretty shortly.
Well, it would be nice to see Michael Hitchcock, but let's be honest, he's up, dusted and disappeared. He's driven into tomorrow already. The real battle is what's now become a 4-way battle coming out of Cape Town corner. Fastron It's Jeff Beal that still leads. It's Lotte that's still in there. It's Other Def that's still in there. But now look at this. Hitchcock has somehow caught up massive amounts of ground. He must have made up probably 2 seconds. He's already passed the alpha of Aladef. Aladef goes to that inside line and tries to take it back, so he's not giving up yet on the back end of Lotte. Doesn't want to cock to take away his glory that he can be part of that. Jeff Beals just opened up a little bit of space between himself and Lotte.
Well, we're going to go and try and pick up the, while this dice is still going, we'll pick up where the fine cars are. Robert Toscana, yeah, he's coming out of turn 5 now. So Robert Toscana is still leading down the main straight here. He's the fine cars, he's ahead there. And the Morgan coming out of turn 5. The Morgan is leading the BMW. So this is a turn up for the books now, as Fred Phillips has got ahead of Gunther Appelgren. Well. Brilliant stuff now as they go over the start-finish line. And Fred Phillips is having a right royal festival today as he leads out over Gunther Appelgren going into turn number 1.
Well, back to that second, third, fourth, and fifth place battle. It's going down the back main, going down into turn 5, and I see there's a waved flag that is going to be coming up as they come out into the front main. Jeff Beal has taken Lotte with him and pulled away from Aladef, who has been caught by De Kock. And De Kock's obviously slowed up Aladef's progress in making. He's already passed him once. Aladef going for the move to get that position back when they went down into a KFM corner on the last time. Well, 2 by 2, here they go now. And it's Beal on the inside, Lotte on the outside behind that. The yellow. Oh, Lotte touches the dirt on the outside. That brings Aladef into play. Aladef will dive up on that inside line. Can he take it away? Lotte's got one chance, and it's now. And he cuts across the front of Lotte. Jeff Beal will say, well, it was nice to have a dice with you, but okay, you guys carry on. I want to get away from this one. De Kock in there behind Lotte. Aladef for the first time in a couple of laps finds himself looking at the back of Beal and not at the back of Lotte or De Kock. That's all over him like a rash as well.
Well, Dave Aladef saw Wayne Lotte touch the dirt there. He's taken it away. And we're nearing flag time. Out of turn 5 comes your leader. I think that's Michael Hitchcock. Michael Hitchcock will get the flag. He comes out of turn number 5 down towards the line. Michael Hitchcock in the Ford Mustang. He will take line honors. He crosses it. He gets checkered flag. So Michael Hitchcock crosses the line. And, well, we're going to have to wait for the rest of the field to come through. And we'll try and pick up that royal scrap now.
There they are going down into turn 5. It's Dr. Jeff Beal is going through the apex. He's up dusted and disappeared. He's got away from the other 3. So I think Jeff Beal is going to definitely take that second place. Now, Francois, it's Aladef from Lotte, from De Kock up to the line.
Well, have a look at Wayne Lotte as he comes up alongside Dave Aladef. And Lotte takes it from Aladef and De Kock. A brilliant drive to the line. So Wayne Lotte takes third from Dancing Dave Aladef and Herman De Kock. What a fantastic rumble in the jungle that was. We pick up the leader of the fine cars, Robert Toscana. He's going down into Fastron corner in that little MX-5. He has prevailed over the 6 cylinders. Fantastic drive there from Robert Toscana. He will come over the line pretty shortly as he exits turn number 5. The Morgan has got ahead of the BMW. Gunther Appelgren's BM is not doing what it should be doing. Robert Toscana now up towards the line. He comes. Toscana in that little MX-5. What a great outing by him today. He takes line honors. And then we see the Morgan coming out of turn number 5. And a brilliant drive there from Fred Phillips as he leads Gunther Appelgren. And then James O'Teer across the line. He's a lap down. Followed there by Gunther Appelgren. Some fantastic racing here today, Gary.
That was really good, I must say. 30 thousandths of a second was what was in that 3-car battle. 32 thousandths Dave Aladef, and then Herman De Kock 90 thousandths of a second. Not even 100th of a second. And that's how close the 3 of them were they came across the line. So Peugeot Trusty, Fine and Millstock Pre 1980, 1990. Their race number 3, that was very, very nice to watch, I must say. One of the nicest races I've seen them doing for a pretty long time. Class A was Michael Hitchcock. Class B, Jeff Beal from Wayne Lotte. Class C, Herman De Kock from Dion Conradi.
Well, Gary and Frankie, I think it's been a great day together with Tiny here in the pit box. with the live streaming. We sincerely hope that you folks at home have enjoyed yourselves, and those around the circuit, well, that's in pit lane, listening to the commentary. It's been a lovely day. We'd like to thank all our marshals, our powers that be, the Western Province Motor Club, and the sponsors alike. And a word from you there, Gary.
Well, I think it was a brilliant day, and congratulations to Frankie Yennis on his award today for continuous 2.5 decades of service to Killarney International Raceway. If you want the latest information on motorsport and for all what's happening down here at Killarney, Tuesday and a Thursday night, a Second Gear Talk Show, 8 o'clock on the Second Gear Talk Show page, and we will be featuring Dave Abrams on a Thursday night, because that will probably be the first time that we'll have knowledge of what's going to be happening after the 15th of this month with the COVID-19, and then we will hear from the man himself, Dave Abrams, as to how is that going to affect Killarney going forward and what can we expect with the live streaming. From my side, Gary Fleming, drive home safely, folks, and good night to you one and all.
Yeah, from my side, Frankie Yennis, it's been an honor and a pleasure to be involved here today. To the WPMC management, a big thanks for hosting this event, and to all the sponsors that's hopped aboard, especially Wingfield Motors, Johnny van Niekerk, and everybody else, and KFM 94.5, a big thanks. And remember, 26th of September, as Gary said, we'll get further information from Dave Abrams on Thursday. For myself, Frankie, have a fantastic evening. Wherever you find yourself, enjoy it and enjoy the weekend. Tiny, our radio man and who brought us information, the last word, sir, belongs to you.
Yeah, that's a first. Thank you very much for everybody for being here. I think we had some awesome racing, and yeah, we'll definitely see you guys next time. Be safe and take care.